Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Creation Meds. I am so excited for this one. I'm here with my two friends. Not the way I said that, it sounds like you're my only two friends, but two of my friends. Let's try that again. And I need to make sure that YouTube sounds and looks okay, and it does.
Get the okay.
I think it's okay on my end. I'm gonna just actually it's not okay on my end. I noticed something is messed up on my end. This might
Uh-oh.
cause StreamYard to go wonky for a second.
No.
Wonky
Is that
things,
because it's pre-flood now? Yeah.
wonky
Yes,
things pre-stream. So
Pre-stream.
Oh,
Okay.
if I go wonky for a second, it's you know what? I think it's okay. I think it's fine. I don't need to mess with anything. Do I look okay, chat? Do I look okay? Chat, tell me if I'm looking okay and if I'm sounding okay. If I am, then I'm not going to mess with anything because, you don't want to mess with
Dan, you have just reminded me of the phenomenon of small children using chat as a second-person pronoun in English,
What?
which is a thing. Yeah, that is a thing that happens occasionally. Kids watching too many streams and then just using chat as a second-person pronoun.
No,
The kids are not all right.
I'm sounding like the kids. Language is an evolving thing.
It is.
I'm talking like the youth in their
Wow.
Maybe in 500
I'm
years, one
hip.
version of English will have chat as just the default second-person pronoun.
Yeah, there is. We did. Mr. EPF has noted that I have the wrong background. Which, yes, people are still getting used to the new background. I know. I'm sorry. All right,
Classic.
folks. We're here tonight to talk about Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson and a recent interview he gave. But before we get to all that fun, let me just give my guests the opportunity to introduce themselves, starting with this very well-dressed Allosaurus next to me, Dapper. Tell us about yourself.
Daniel!
Wow.
Wait, Ceratosaurus? Is Ceratosaurus?
Yeah, it's Ceratosaurus.
Sorry. I knew it wasn't
Wow.
Ceratosaurus Rex. It's been so long since we've done the what is Dapper joke. So I'm glad we did that one. That's good.
All right. Well, now that I've been,
Well, I'm here with my one friend.
genus profile.
Identified. Interesting.
Goodness. Well, I'm happy to be here with my two gorilla friends, obviously. I'm Dapper Dinosaur. I am in fact a Ceratosaurus. You can find me over on Dapper Dinosaur if you want to see my pseudoscience debunking stuff. If instead you want to see me do nonsense, goofy stuff like TTRPG actual plays or stuff like that, you can check out my second channel, Top Hats Off, where I don't wear a top hat. Except sometimes, because sometimes I forget to take it off. Anyway, that's me. I do mostly young Earth creationism, but there's some other stuff in there. I've done some flat Earth nonsense. I've done a little bit of pseudo-archaeology stuff. I did a video talking about how this one guy from the Thunderbolts Project who was talking about electrical use in ancient Egypt was very clearly just talking about his own personal fetish.
Ooh.
Okay,
I don't like
well,
that.
that's a thing.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I gotta be honest.
Well, then don't watch that video.
I mean, I'm not going to judge, but nope.
No, I will.
Yeah.
I'll judge.
You can
No,
judge.
I'll do it.
Look,
I'll judge.
I'm not going to judge him for having the kink. I'm going to judge him for then trying to foist that onto an entire ancient civilization that has nothing to do with it.
That's fair.
It's an odd
That's fair.
thing to do.
Okay,
Yeah.
also fair. This super chat.
Yeah.
Costucom for $2. Dang, Dan, 12 theropods look alike to you. That's fair. That's
That's
fair.
what I'm saying. It's messed up. I'm just saying, Deborah, I've never mis-ID'd your taxonomic rank at the species
I
level.
have
I've
at
never done
least
that.
3 times.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, Erica never has. So
Couldn't be me.
we can tell who my real friend is here.
Built a little different.
Erica, how are you?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. For those of you wondering, I'm doing some arts and crafts over here while we're streaming. I have 4 hominin feet. I've created little stands for them, little personalized stands, but I have to customize the calcaneal imprint so that I can make sure they actually stay up while they're in their little stand. Because right now they're like slipping and sliding. Rejoice, feet people. There will be feet on screen. Just
Yeah, I was going to
fun.
say the Egypt guy doesn't get to indulge in his fetish,
Yeah.
but Erica
Yeah.
does
I can
apparently.
indulge in mine. No,
Oh,
you'll see.
man.
You're gonna see my feet on stream, but none of them are
Not,
fleshed.
yeah,
None
not
of them
like
have
that.
viscera or flesh. I'm good though. Yeah, I'm good. Just doing the deal. Busy,
Have you,
busy.
Erica,
busy.
have you been involved in any, I don't know, recent publications? just hypothetically, that you might want to direct people's attention to?
Thank you so much for asking. Yes, I have been involved in a publication. Actually, my second copy is right here. This is my, oh wait, hold on. This is my pre-release copy, so it doesn't have the little Smithsonian sticker or stamp up at the upper left. But I am an author on DK and Smithsonian's recent book, Humans: The Evolution of a Species, edited by Alice Roberts. It's pretty sweet. I wrote the cast of characters chapter and the reproduction chapter, all about mating systems and hominins and pair bonding and dimorphism or lack thereof. So if you like me and you want to support me, this doesn't really support me at all because I don't get a cut of like books that they know as
royalties. You gotta negotiate
but here's the thing. You're supporting me in spirit in my endeavors. So you can find me in the author list. Don't dox me, please. Although I don't know how many people named Eric are researching the Miocene. It's a good book though. I really like it. It turned out really well. Good figures, things like that. So if you want, check it out.
I'm absolutely going to pick that book up. I'm excited because it's going to fill all the gaps in my knowledge on human evolution, of which there are many. And
it's actually a great primer for exactly that. I only got to fact check my sections. Obviously, I didn't get to read everybody else's before it went to press, but I know some of the people involved, and I think their work is great. And what I've read now that it is out is really wonderful. So.
Chat, you're being very funny right now with all the foot jokes, and I just want you to know that I see it and I appreciate it. And we've been going for almost 7 minutes, and we're already that far off the rails. So let's see how the rest of this goes.
Well, I think Erica should open up her very own OnlyFans that just has reconstructions of various hominin feet.
Yeah,
and it's for the nerdiest foot people.
It's like come see my feet, come see my hips, and then it's like a bunch of like defleshed ilia. Like
that is...
I'm like, yeah, boy, look at that. Come see the pelvic inlet. Whoa.
No lies. Not even a single lie there.
Not even a single lie. It's gonna be great. Science OnlyFans. That's gonna be eventually once the authoritarian state reaches its final form. That's how we'll have to get the information.
No, that's already a thing. Some like U.S. researchers on marmots already put marmot footage on OnlyFans to fund their defunded research.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's actually amazing.
Isn't that so tragic too, though?
It's tragic and amazing.
Yeah, it is. Look, silver linings. You just gotta.
Look, I'm glad people are happy to fund adorable marmots on OnlyFans. Yeah. It sucks that they have to.
That's a good way. That's a good way. Templar Warden for $5 New Zealand says, "Damn, Erica managing the multitasking of hobbying and streaming. That's really impressive feat. I hope that was a pun. I hope that was disappointing. Be gone." It was.
That's definitely a fun.
Am I a mod on their channel, Dan? Because hold on, I'm about to bring it.
You're just gonna.
You're gonna time out, Temple Warden. I have to pull up the stream. You better hope I forget by the time I pull it up.
All right, folks. We are here tonight to talk about one of our favorites, Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson, who holds a PhD from Harvard University, and also, more importantly, his real claim to fame is having been nominated multiple times for a Cambrian bunny and having never won, to the point where to pull a Jeanson is to be nominated for more than one award in a year.
Correct.
And fail to win. And the full Jeanson is when you are nominated for every category and win none of them. And to date, Dr. Rob Carter is the only winner of the full Jeanson.
That was so messed up, by the way. I just want that on record. That was really messed up when that happened. It shouldn't have gone down like that, Carter. I want you to know, I believe you were snubbed.
Erica thinks, you were a team Carter sweep, right? You wanted Carter to win all of them.
I was hashtag Carter sweep. Get it right.
Well, that is what happened in a way.
In a way, he swept it away, didn't he?
Yeah.
It was, if you go back and watch that stream, the moment when Dapper announces Rob Carter as the runner-up for the last category, all of us just spontaneously burst into cheers because it was just such an amazing moment. It was, yeah. It was
Amazing,
but-
like Injustice, I would say.
Yes, those are over on my channel, Dapper Dinosaur. I started the Cambrian Bunny Awards for our younger. Well, I guess for our creationist friends. I guess I
it's all.
opened
I think
it up to
non-young
old
Earthers
Earth.
have one, yeah.
Yeah, intelligent design, old Earthers. That's fine.
Everybody,
As long as
yeah.
you're denying basically evolution, we'll put you in
You're
there.
eligible.
You'll
Yeah.
make it.
So Jeanson did that, and which again, congratulations on your non-award, Jeanson. We're gonna skip the beginning of this stream. We're gonna start. I have it starting 4 minutes in, and
Oh,
because
wait, Dan, where's this happening?
we're gonna
on
we're gonna
what-
get there,
on
Erica.
what
Don't worry. We've got
channel are we?
backstories.
Okay, good.
Don't worry, we got backstories. So
I'm making
we're gonna skip the part of the interview where Jeanson gives his supervillain origin story, because we're gonna provide a little bit of that, because Jeanson,
it.
straight out of Harvard with his PhD, went to ICR, and they did a profile on him.
They
And
sure
here it is.
did.
Here it is. New
Love that.
ICR research associate Nathaniel T. Jeanson, PhD. This is from 2009, right when he earned his PhD. Went to Institute for Creation Research. Now, he gave this interview, and this was a very, I'll say, candid interview on his life's work to date, his goals, kind of his purpose. And what always struck me in this is what he said down here. So I'm just going to read this line to you. With a promising and lucrative career in medical research open before him, Jeanson said he underwent a career shift at Harvard. Quote, I asked myself, how can I use and abuse my training to influence eternity rather than for temporary gain? And
The rest is history.
you're not supposed to say out loud that you got your degree so you could lie to people.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
just not
that's
supposed to say that out loud, but here we are.
Mhm.
I feel like that word use and abuse, like that kind of speaks to the intent here, right?
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
as well as some of the other shenanigans
Abuse.
that we know Jeanson has sort of been involved in. The abuse
He-
part is a little weird wording there, guys.
Jeanson is, I think, the poster child for a phenomenon that I think we have all pointed out, which is that nobody has less respect for the non-scientific young Earth creationist audience than the credentialed young Earth creationists.
Yep.
Like down to his explanations. Like I found that watching and we'll see if this holds true to today.
we'll
but
see.
he doesn't feel the need to. He doesn't trust his audience enough to explain anything to them.
Oh,
Which-
that's foreshadowing.
Wonderful.
Look, there's-
Great. I'm so glad.
There's a rule of thumb that I have tried to adopt, and I'm not always successful. But my rule of thumb is to always assume that my audience is intelligent enough to understand anything I'm going to tell them, but to also assume that none of them have any vocabulary. Which means I explain vocabulary words, but I do not assume that they do not have the ability to understand what I'm going to say after I explain what the words mean.
Yeah.
And I don't think any creationist has ever adopted that particular version of how to talk to their audience.
I think that is a very good approach for science communication, because by definition, the vast majority of your audience will be non-experts in whatever field it is you're talking about. So you have to
Exactly.
establish
Yeah.
the foundation, but then you also have to have the respect for your audience that once you do that, they can follow everything
Yeah.
that flows from there, right? Jeanson does not do that, as
No.
we will
No,
see.
he does not.
He does not do that.
No, he does not.
He, for example, and I'll give one more example, because I have a whole video on this that I really should put it in the description. I have a video from a few years back called Nathaniel Jeanson Thinks You're Stupid.
Which he sure does.
And he really genuinely thinks you, the young Earth creationist watching Nathaniel Jeanson, he thinks you're stupid, because he will tell you things like, hey, a frog zygote can develop into a full-grown frog in 2 years. So why can't the ancestral cat kind evolve into all of the living cats in 4,500 years? He will say that with a straight face. And, like, I don't feel, speaking of respect for your audience, I don't feel like I have to explain why that's stupid.
Yeah.
I feel like too. I don't know. I feel like too. He has to know that the only people who are consuming young Earth creationist content are either people who are young Earth creationists who are genuinely interested in the topic, who for the most part will understand the difference there, and us. Like,
Right.
so, you know, like typically, like your layman creationist who wouldn't know the difference, who wouldn't know why that's like, who would not appreciate why that is an inappropriate comparison, is not going to be the person who is watching a Nathaniel Jeanson video.
So
Yeah.
so apparently we've got a flood of, wait, what the are we gonna, so people are not familiar with the development versus evolution thing that Jeanson did. So I'm gonna pull up this paper right now because let me tell you folks, this is something. I gotta find
It's
the right
kind of a-
one.
It's kind of a hood classic. I'm surprised it's
Oh,
not
here it is.
gotten
I
more
got
play.
it. I found it. I found the exact publication. Folks, I got you covered. Let me just share my screen real fast. We're gonna make this work here. I need to get rid of that, and then I need to add a new one. And then I promise we are gonna get to this video, because folks, I haven't even told you what interview
What
we're
we're
doing yet.
what
It's
we're
so much,
watching.
but you all have no idea what you're in for. I can tell you the names, and it gets worse with each name, starting with Jeanson, and it just goes downhill from there. We're gonna get there, but first I'll show
Yeah.
you all the development versus evolution thing, because whoo man. So let me just pull this up real fast. I got it right here because I have all of Jeanson's publications downloaded, because of course I do.
Yeah,
Due
why wouldn't you?
diligence. You're Jeanson's #1 fan.
All right. Okay, so this is the publication, and he wrote this with Jason Lyle for some reason. And I actually got to talk to Jason Lyle one time, and I asked him about this, and he was just like,
too.
"Look, I just did the math. I don't know."
Yeah, Jason
Oh,
Lyle.
rough.
When you talked to Jason Lyle, was it when he was on? Yeah, for me as well. I already
It
know
was
we were
the
gonna
same
say-
show that Jeanson was
It was
on.
the same
Yeah.
show.
Yeah.
Epic.
So here's the figure right here, figure 2 in this paper. The wood frog develops from a single cell to a sexually mature adult in less than 3 years, undergoing massive phenotypic transformation. By contrast, over the course of 4,365, very precise, the 37 cat species that existed today arose from a common felid ancestor, a much smaller level of phenotypic change. Thus, producing extensive phenotypic species diversity in a few thousand years is not an unreasonable postulate.
Damn. God damn it. I hate it so much.
Everything about this is stupid. Like, okay, let's just go through this, right? 1, evolution occurs over many generations. Development is within a single generation. Evolution is populations. Development is a single individual. Evolution involves genetic change. Development literally involves all of the cells being clones of each other. And now, here's where the whole Jeanson thinks you're stupid thing comes in. This man has a PhD in developmental biology.
Sure does.
So he knows all the stuff I just said, he knows.
Can I just say too, what's the point of this? Like, even taking him at face value here, if you can get all of Felidae in less than 4,365 years, couldn't you get all of life from a eukaryotic ancestor in
Erica, you're not supposed to think about that
4.1
part.
billion years? Like,
No.
this, following the logic to its conclusion, Dr. Jeanson, like, what's the limit?
Oh, see,
Especially because
the limit is kinds, Erica.
Yeah.
Kinds.
I'm on a real mean streak. I'm on a real heater with created kinds right now, as far as like what's allowed and what's not allowed. So, but I'm sure we'll talk about it today. I'm positive. I'm sure we'll get there.
Oh, we'll get there. So yeah, folks,
Beautiful.
I'm so glad I could bring the Jeanson frog development versus cat speciation thing into all of your lives. By the way, he ignores all the extinct cats in there. Is actually have to account for over 100 species post flood, but you know, that's whatever.
And you don't have 6,000 or 4,500
No.
years.
You have-
Yeah.
Not even close.
You got
Yeah, you
400 because once you get to Middle Kingdom Egypt, like they're all there. So
Yeah.
Yep.
all right, should I pull up the video? Should I? Well,
it,
first we have to introduce the video. So you two are both going into this cold, so you know what channel it's on. And so folks, first of all, this was a very special occasion because if you're at all familiar with Answers in Genesis, you know that Ken Ham keeps his folks on a very short leash.
Yes, he does.
Well, Daddy Ham let Nate out of the basement to give an interview, which doesn't happen very much.
He's a deformed Victorian child.
And the prestigious venue that landed this interview was the Standing for Truth Ministry.
I gotta know what Chad is saying on this. I gotta know. Is this on the no petite flower better?
Nope. No. So this is Donnie is interviewing Nathaniel Jeanson because if you're going to let Jeanson out to give an interview, obviously you're going to go to the premier Young Earth ministry on YouTube,
Clearly.
Standing for Truth. And I want you, Dapper and Erica, did either of you watch? I know you're both coming into it basically cold, but did you happen to click on it, watch it, see who is the co-pilot for this one? Do you know who the co-pilot?
No, I have two guesses, and they are both for different reasons equally ridiculous.
All right,
But
so Erica, give us your first. Who do you think is give us who the co-pilot is?
I mean, so if you are an OG Standing for Truth watcher back in the day, you would say that the co-pilot would be Ramat. You would say that it would be
that's the
Matt
reasonable.
Taylor. That would be who you would go with. But for these newer gen Standing for Truth watchers, you'll know that the more recent co-pilot has been Sam Redefined Living, the preceptor extraordinaire and professional time waster. I would genuinely rather talk to Ramat than I would talk to Sam, and it's not even close. I'd rather talk to Ramat for 8 hours than Sam for 10 minutes. Sam
totally.
is just so irritating. And he doesn't know anything. Genuinely, Ramat knows more about biology than Sam does. So I'm going to guess, since this is newer gen, unless this is a throwback, I'm going to guess Sam.
You're correct. Sam is the co-pilot.
Well, there it is.
Excellent. I'm so excited. He's going to add so much to the conversation. Whereas with Ramat, we would get some kind of classy, tasteful, and how does this play into living to 800, given that he's a gerontologist?
Yes, he does claim to be a gerontologist.
He does claim
Yes.
to be a gerontologist.
And an ordained Essene. You can't forget about being an ordained Essene.
Instead, we're going to get a big load of nothing from Sam.
No, you'll see Sam's contributions. I will say they are more substantive than usual.
My general impression of pre-suppers is that they walk around saying, but have you considered that I'm right because I really say so a lot?
They're like, where do the laws of logic come from?
That's
evolution destroyed.
Wow.
Right,
also,
folks.
as if that does anything to the theistic evolutionist as well.
There's that.
I know.
The Chad theistic evolutionist stands unfettered by the accusation.
I just love that there have been, and I promise chat, someone was like, how far into the video, someone in chat was just like, how far into the video are we? We haven't even started the video
0%.
yet. Haven't even started yet. We'll get there.
Video.
This is what we do when it's the three of us. It's fine. In
We
several,
just have to shoot the shit for a little bit too.
right, in at least 2 recent debates on evolution, where Donnie and Sam were the creationist side, the evolution side has completely ignored Sam the whole time across 2 debates, to the point where in one of them, Sam would say something and they go, thanks, Sam. Anyway, Donnie, back to the just straight up like,
Are
nope,
you serious?
I'm 100% serious.
Wow.
Good.
It was Austin Sims and it was amazing. It was just
That's
like,
just delightful to me.
he was just like,
He's such an unpleasant person.
No,
it
he's
just
awful.
because I know that makes him mad, and to me
yeah,
that
seething
so
over the
funny.
fact that nobody took him serious. He was just literally, it was just like, thanks, Sam. Back to this. And
that's
amazing.
that's so funny.
Okay, so we're gonna pull up Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson here, And by the way, that particular debate that I just referenced was on the Nazi Bar Modern Day Debate, but you can watch it in its entirety on Austin's channel, including the post-debate panel thing where
How did
Sam
it
rage
go?
quit. It was good. It was good.
Okay.
It was good.
Because I saw Donny post the other day as somebody who is still subscribed to Donny, so I get all his community posts, which is actually way as you know, Dan, it's more fun than it sounds.
It's more fun than it sounds.
He posted a poll taken from the Modern Day Debate audience about how 60% of the Modern Day Debate audience thought creation won. And so I thought that was kind of funny, knowing Modern Day Debate's audience makeup and knowing that they couldn't secure higher than an 80%. Knowing MDD's audience makeup is kind of crazy.
That's right. That's like when you get like an approval poll of like, what's Trump's approval among Republicans? And it's like 80%. And it's like, you know, that's bad, right?
Yeah.
That's
That's
real
not
bad.
That's not good. So, and but you know, it's never been a better time to be a young Earth creationist, I guess. So.
I've heard that. It's weird.
I've heard that repeatedly for the past 6 years.
It reminds me the video of Charles Jackson that I'm going over with Jackson Wheat over on my channel once a month. It's about how evolution is a theory in crisis and it's going to be defeated any day now, and it's from like 2005.
That's right.
It's
after
amazing.
I debate. That was right before I debated Dr. Charles Jackson in college. That was in 2008. That was in 2008.
Now
Like,
I might give it a few years
remind-
either way, but it's around that time. Yeah.
Just to remind our viewers here, like it's just fine. Like you can just accept evolution in the ancient age of the earth, and like it's just fine.
And
like,
also
You can just be a Christian.
It's
Yeah.
really good. Like it's
It's
fine.
fine.
No one here cares, and no one in real life cares. Like it's
Nobody cares.
it's chill.
Yeah.
It's
It's
fine.
fine.
In fact, according to them, even the young Earth creationists don't super care. Because like, well, it's not a salvation issue. All right, well then
Then we're good.
who cares?
Go for it.
Okay. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. Sorry. I'm ready.
Are we ready for Jeanson? So
Yeah,
we're
we're
gonna
ready.
do. I've got my timestamps. I've got my notes. I've got everything ready to go. We're gonna do just a first little bit because you get some basic little history bit wrong here, and then we'll get into replacing Darwin.
Oh.
And I hope you're all prepared.
As if we have not already replaced Darwin.
As just hang on. All right, here we go.
Working on that. So my initial work worked on the origin of species that
By the way, I did cut out all of the like degree, career trajectory stuff. We're just going right into it. So here we are.
led to the book Replacing Darwin, The New Origin of Species. All along, my goal has been not just to rebut evolution, but also to replace it and to meet the court standard that was laid out in the court decisions at the Supreme Court and federal court levels in the 1980s that kicked creation science out of the public schools. I'm happy to report we've met that standard and continue to meet that standard. That's part of the title, Replacing Darwin, instead of just rebutting Darwin. And
Okay, I just want to point out here that the standard was don't be overtly religious. And you haven't met that standard because your whole thing is overtly religious.
Yeah.
So for a split second there, I was like, oh, now this is interesting, because if there were ever a time in history to try this, it's right now. And so I was thinking, oh man, like what bad timing. Like if only they were a little further along in their goal. Because I was thinking in my head, this is something like the Discovery Institute, wedge document down the line. We're planning on having this ready. But no, he seems to think that it's ready now. But then where's the action? Creationism has never been less popular politically.
Yeah.
Where's the action?
And the thing is, I bet if they threw it in front of the Supreme Court now, they'd win.
It's a fair chance, yeah.
Because the Supreme Court is run by overt theocrats, including someone from my hometown. I grew up in the same. I went to high school with Sam Alito's kids.
You know what? I actually see. Here's my thing. I actually don't think they would win. I think they would win some ground, but I don't think they would get. I don't think you could get creationism in schools, not in public schools. I think that they could win maybe some tax dollars for private schools that teach it. I think maybe they could win like teach the flaws of evolution, which they already do, so that wouldn't change the curriculum anywhere. But you guys, I don't think it would happen. It didn't happen in front of a Bush-appointed judge in 2005 when the evidence was less.
Yeah, but he was like normal. He was normal.
He was.
Jones was normal. Like you've got Thomas, Alito, Cav, Gorsuch, and Barrett. I think you've got those five. I think you've got those five. You don't even need
You're
Roberts.
forgetting the Catholic influence, and the Catholics
Yeah,
are
but
down.
but they're not like the normie Catholics. They're theocrat Catholics. They're
Yeah,
like J.D.
but
Vance
so-
Catholics.
So is Matt Walsh, and Matt Walsh is still an evolution believer who thinks creationism doesn't belong in schools.
Fair enough.
You know,
Fair
like
enough.
if you
I've
look,
got
if
chat
you-
pushing back on Gorsuch too. Fair enough.
I don't think it would work. But here's what I do think: it would be too close.
It would be
I
too
don't
close.
think it would work, but it would be too close.
Should be 9-0, and it might be like 5-4, 6-3.
That's I could see it being or 9-6, like or 6-3. I mean,
All right,
I'm a
so
cynical bastard, so I probably shouldn't give too much of my own opinion.
I'm with Dapper on this one. I think it would win because. All right, so now we're getting into the actual substance of it, and my notes for this section that we'll play just say replacing Darwin stuff. And when I wrote my notes, I trusted myself to know what to say in response to replacing Darwin stuff. So, you all know the deal. Shout or give me a timeout gesture, and we'll pause and we'll ridicule them. Here we go.
Replacing Darwin, that the evolutionary interpretation of genetics doesn't fit the actual data very well. And so I'm wondering, what were the key discoveries that led you to conclude that the genetic evidence points away from Darwinian or neo-Darwinian evolution and towards a recent creation?
That's a good question. Let's take it in steps, kind of the way I laid it out in the book. So one of the first things that surprised me in coming across this data wasn't necessarily a genetic point, but a general put Darwin in context point, was how many species have been discovered since his work first came out. Another way to say this is Darwin took a gigantic risk when he wrote a book on the origin of species because there were so many species he didn't know about, and he was trying to propose a comprehensive answer to all of them. Now, it could play
I actually
out
think that's fair.
as
He did take a gigantic risk. The previous or the most recent century and a half or so have shown that he was right, which is really what makes a scientist famous, right? Is you go out on a limb with a big idea, and then it turns out, you were right about that.
Yep. A really fun example of that I just learned about was, and I don't know the correct pronunciation here, but Dmitry Mendeleev is how I hear it in my head for arranging the periodic table. And,
I believe it's Mendeleev, but
Mendeleev, yeah, okay. And someone else, and I forget the guy's name, discovered a new element. It was gallium, and I think it was gallium, or maybe it was yttrium or terbium. It was one of the Swedish ones, and it was that town. Literally, 6 elements were discovered in the mine, were first isolated for. Anyway, it was one of those. And the guy who discovered it was like, here it is, it's got da-da-da-da-da. And Mendeleev was like, no, you're wrong. These are the actual properties. And subsequent experimentation proved him right. And it was just based on the periodic arrangement on the table.
That's ballsy.
He was like, the guy who did the measurements was like, here are the properties of this new element. And the guy who was doing the theory just based on arranging the table was like, those numbers are wrong.
Mm-mm.
And he was right about that when they went. It's subsequently
That's
fixed
super ballsy.
that was real ballsy, right? And to I think this is the first and only time we're going to say. And Jeanson, he raises a reasonable point about Darwin.
Yeah,
going out on a limb because no genetics, no inheritance, no DNA, but he's like, here's how it works.
And damn it,
It's
true.
Right. Turns out he was mostly right. Yeah.
Yeah, he got inheritance pretty badly wrong, but that's about it.
Yeah, well, there's writing from later on where he's walking up to the line of particulate inheritance, which is really interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's from later on, and he never directly interacted with Mendel's work.
Fair enough.
But it's really cool.
My apologies, Darwin.
time passes, 150 years or more, since his book comes out, that his conclusions hold true. But there's a second gigantic risk he took, which is dealing with the field of genetics. And DNA is the only direct record of a species' ancestry. Fields like anatomy and physiology, paleontology or the fossil record, developmental biology, all these are indirect records of who a species comes from, who its ancestors are or were. And The field of genetics didn't even exist in Darwin's day. Mendel's experiments, which are the beginning of many modern genetics textbooks working with pea plants, post-dated the first edition of Darwin's Origin of Species, and discovering DNA as the substance of heredity wouldn't happen for another 100 years. Watson and Crick in the 1953, I think is what it was, the major announcement in Nature of the structure of DNA. It solved a lot of questions and pointed towards DNA, not proteins, as the substance of heredity. So Darwin...
Aside, some of my favorite experiments of all time. I love teaching that series of experiments. It's fantastic. It's great science. Just wanted to throw that out there. It's really fun stuff. Look up the protein versus DNA inheritance experiments. They're really fun. Anybody else have any contributions so far? Basically, this is fine. He's just like, Darwin didn't know stuff, and he was still basically, well, then we can say, and he was still basically right.
Yeah.
No,
Shame about all the race realism that came out of the discoverer of DNA, though.
Yeah, Watson was a world-class asshole. And
Yeah.
Does it surprise either of you that Rosalind Franklin gets no mention here? Because it doesn't surprise me.
Nope,
No.
not at all.
I mean,
even though she did all the direct measurements of the molecule with her X-ray crystallography, the diameter, the distance between the bases, that all came from her. But yeah.
Oh, good. It's
yeah,
fine.
but as a woman, it doesn't count. Dan, you're forgetting.
Not that one. This one. There we go. Chat moves too fast. Watson and Crick didn't figure out the DNA was the material. Correct. That was Hershey and Chase figured out that it was DNA. Watson and Crick did the structure along with Wilkins and Franklin. But it was Hershey and Chase finally got everyone on board with DNA is the molecule of inheritance. So yeah, which is fun. Okay, here we go.
Took this gigantic risk having just a fraction of the data set we have today in terms of the number of species, so that we know what is that exactly the problem we're trying to solve. And secondly, the most important tool didn't even exist in his day. So now, of course, the conclusion you were referring to earlier, what does genetics actually say about the origin of species?
I'm just going to say, it says that evolution happened and all cellular life shares a common ancestor. You're welcome. All right, folks, this has been...
But Dan, have you considered how much cooler it would be for Jeanson if it didn't say that?
Oh, man. Wouldn't it be cool if the evidence wasn't what it was?
Yeah.
I would make life a lot easier for young Earth creationists.
Yeah.
The arguments that evolutionists use to support their conclusions are almost unchanged from Darwin himself. Yes, they've updated the fields of science to include genetics and DNA comparisons and so forth, but the arguments they make to support Darwinian evolution and the universal common ancestry of all species are the same logic that he used. So look.
It was at that point that I had to stop myself from throwing my monitor across the room.
Yeah.
Because
Go ahead. I'm building up a couple of thoughts here.
We had just went through how Darwin proposed this idea with no knowledge of DNA, genetics, the mechanism of inheritance, any of that stuff. And then he turns around in the next little paragraph and he says, and the arguments haven't changed since Darwin. And sir, we have DNA sequencing now.
I feel like what he has to mean is the concept of common descent and the concept of change over time. I feel like that's what he has to mean. But if that's the case, then creationism hasn't changed either. Right? Like what are we to say?
That's the hypothesis, not the argument, not the evidence.
Yeah, but I think that's what he's trying. I think that's what he means. Like, I don't think he knows the difference.
Well, he has a PhD from Harvard, so he should know the difference between a hypothesis and conclusion, evidence, an argument, right? I think he's abusing his credentials.
Mutation and substitution, though.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. He should know all those things.
He should know.
Doesn't.
He should. Erica, say that again, because I think we stepped on you a little bit there.
No, it's okay. I said, shouldn't he also, with that PhD, know the difference between mutation and substitution rates?
We'll get there. I wonder if Donnie's going to ask him directly about that.
If there's one thing you got to give Donnie credit for, it's that when he's not the one in the hot seat, he's willing to throw anything at anyone in order to get a better answer.
Chat, guess if he's going to get a better answer. No, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. All right, let's do it.
Looking at, for example, homology. That's just a fancy word. Ology is the study of, and homo, of course, means the same. Homo sapiens or homosexual, same sex. So homo
No,
sapiens.
what? No, that's a different homo in Homo sapiens. What are you doing?
I was
Jeanson, why?
was going to say the same thing, Dapper.
Go. Do it.
No. Homo is Latin for man, and it's Greek for same. Latin, homo. Greek would be anthropos. But we're not doing Greek in Homo sapiens. It's not the same wise, same guys. It's not that. Oh my God. Jason, you got a PhD, man, in a biological field. You should have learned a few set words in both Latin and Greek during your time training as a scientist, my guy. Like, what do you... You know what? I'm going to go pour a bunch of alcohol into a glass, and I will be right back. Feel free to continue so that I don't crash out more.
Erica, before we go to you, I just want to say, when I listened to that, I knew Dapper was going to lose it at that moment. And I am so happy I got to experience his live reaction because, chat, audience in the future, whoever, neither of my esteemed panelists, my guests tonight, have seen this before. So knowing that I get to experience their unfiltered reactions is just a joy. You'll see as we go. Oh, there's going to be some good ones for you too, Erica. Don't worry.
Oh.
I knew that moment was going to be amazing because even my dumb brain knows that all of the Linnaean names are from Latin and the words mean different things in Greek and Latin.
I know we say this a lot. And we say this on pretty much all of these shows, but it's like...
Sorry, can we just appreciate this?
Literally. That's so true.
That's pretty good.
That's so true. We say this a lot, but like there's a bare minimum that I think you need to know about a subject before you talk off on it, right? Like maybe he's just misspeaking, but I feel like knowing Jeanson and knowing the things that he regularly gets wrong and speaks overconfidently on, I feel like that's not what we're looking at here. So we'll see.
I'm just gonna, while we're waiting, Dapper, are you back?
I am back.
Do you have any further thoughts?
Just that as a Christian who I believe is a Trinitarian, he should probably be more familiar with like the Greek terms here because like, I don't know, there's this little thing you might have heard of called the First Council of Nicaea that involved some of the vocabulary that he just messed up that I would presume he might be at least passingly familiar with as a member of a Nicene branch of Christianity, if you will.
Ooh, assumption. Don't know about that.
Well, you know what? Maybe he's a oneness Pentecostal or something, and I just don't know about it. It's possible, right?
Let him go.
I just want to say that the audience that's here right now is having a wonderful time with this, and I am going to show some of your comments right now because they are very, very funny. You've got, I'm a wise sexual.
There you go.
I bet he's a big no homo guy. That is an excellent double entendre there. I'm so glad Dapper didn't watch this ahead because that was amazing. YOLO sapiens and same sapiens. I think that is excellent. And also there are some super chats that I should go through because we're here. Dan, what courses or resources, free or paid, would you recommend to someone wanting to pick up genetics and can be decently trained as a lay person to challenge YEC and grasp genetic scholarship? So first there's the berkeley.edu evolution. It's evolution.berkeley.edu is excellent. And then if you want to know specifically genetics with like specific focus on creationism and genetics, there's a YouTube channel I know that covers this in detail. It's called Creation Myths, and you should totally subscribe to it because that guy does exactly that.
To be fair, my recommendation for genetics and creationism is Dan's channel. If you want a good background in genetics, I would also consider doing like Crash Course. Crash Course has got a great genetics baseline. Also, I know Words and Witness. They were on my in my super chat or in my chat the other day. Hello.
And we've got a meta geeky platypus librarian, which is a delightful combination of words for $2. Thank you. Sleep deprived, so we'll enjoy this at work tomorrow. That's a great way to spend your time at work.
Oh
listening
yeah,
to
for
this
sure.
nonsense.
It'll pass
And
the
then-
time.
And then Chip for $1.99. How have you not done a video on that paper yet? That paper being the frog cat thing.
What is there to do a video on though?
It's in the Nathaniel Jeanson thinks you're stupid video. So that's if
Done
you
and
want
done.
it.
Done and
That's in
dusted then.
there you go. All right, let's continue with this nonsense. Dapper, I'm so happy you didn't watch that ahead of time just so we could get that.
Yeah, it turns out it was the right
amazing.
call.
That
And
was-
yeah, turns out that my emotional exhaustion from having days of like taking people to hospitals and having my computer break, this is a silver lining.
A very small silver lining,
Very
but one
small silver
nonetheless.
lining. But here we are.
Study of homology, is the study of biological sameness or similarity. It took the form of anatomical and developmental biology compared.
Erica's just like, no. Do you want to elaborate or just leave it at
No, keep letting him go. Honestly,
just-
like this is the same as last time, right? Like if we stop every time, we'll never get there.
If we, it's an hour long, not an hour. The last one we did was an hour and a half long. This one's an hour long. People before we started were like, how long is this going to go? Because that's,
A long time.
What a silly question.
it'll take as long as it takes.
It'll
That's how
end when
long
it
it's
ends.
gonna go.
We'll get there when we get
comparisons
there.
in Darwin's day.
Get there when we get
Now, of course, evolutionists use similar DNA sequences across different life forms to argue for their common ancestry.
Yes,
Anyway, my point is the arguments are 150 years old, and they have
They sure are.
Well, now they use DNA sequences. The arguments are 150 years old.
Well, yeah. The thing is, like, the basic of the argument, like, is there this thing, like, is common ancestry true? Do fossils support it? Does what we observe in nature right now support it? Like, those kinds of arguments, yeah, sure, they've been 150 years old, and also they're undefeated. But we've added new arguments on top of that are newer that he is not going to bother trying to address.
No. Well,
This
Donnie's
is-
going to ask him.
This
Oh,
is
good.
what I mean when I say that's what I thought he meant. Like when he's speaking on like what he thinks about the arguments not changing. I'm pretty sure he just means like the central conceit. But that's not a very honest way of pitching your idea, especially when your idea, as in Nathaniel Jeanson's idea, is in the same boat.
ready answers. Some of them I learned from the intelligent design community. For example, on the question of homology, when you look at how humans have designed things, we tend to design things in homologous patterns. If there's a structure or a particular design, a blueprint that fits one particular function, we reuse it, reapply it across very different applications. And if you think scripturally, then God makes mankind in his image. And so if we look at how we design things, this would give us some insights perhaps into how God designed things. No surprise then that homology would fit a designer. It fits what humans, the way in which humans design things.
Go ahead.
I
Erica.
forgot this is where Donnie got this from. For some reason, I got it in my head that was a unique Donnie thing that we can figure out how God designed things by looking at how humans design things. Like I forgot that was not
Donnie?
the Donnie original.
Donnie has not conveyed an original thought on his YouTube channel since I've been watching his YouTube channel.
Rough.
Prove me wrong.
Yeah,
Find
no, that
one
does seem to be the
original
case.
thought that man has come up with.
I mean, to be fair, that is most of young Earth creationism is just unoriginal thoughts, just incestuously swirling around the young Earth creationist thought sphere.
Oh yeah, you
Yeah.
fools. Well, show me in the creationist literature where the accelerated nuclear decay is responsible for the Neanderthal both homozygosity and hypermutation rate. Then how about that?
Okay, all right. You know what? That is
How about
that
find
is-
that?
They
Don't worry,
lived in-
Donnie. You got shooters in these streets. It's me.
They lived in
I'm
caves.
7-year-old here.
They lived
that
in
is
caves.
that is compelling.
Yeah. The Neanderthals lived in caves with the radioactive rocks, and that's why they have more mutations. That might be an SFT Brain Trust original, and credit where it's due.
Yeah, you best
And to be fair,
you best recognize his name.
the old uranium sinks to the bottom more from Raw Matt was also an original.
That's
thought.
a brain trust original. Is the old uranium, the heavier uranium, the old uranium.
Raw Matt is full of those gems. To be fair, Raw Matt is full of those gems.
That is such a take.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Things you can
Thanks
actually
for that,
argue that homology is evidence for design, and so on. So the arguments go. The arguments
But you
from
can't,
genetics
though.
for
Okay,
evolution.
hold on. The thing is, we don't just recognize homology because there's similar bits, right? There's a whole system that we go through of seeing, like, does the genetic pathways that cause development match up? Does the actual process of development match up? Does this actually match up with the wider suite of traits that we're using to assess relationships? Does it match up with the phylogenies that we construct from, like genetics and things like that, right? All of that goes into it. And the thing is that we have analogies for homology in human-made things, and we have disanalogies, right? So, for instance, an area that Jeanson might be interested in is biblical textual criticism, right? What did the Bible actually say, as well as we can reconstruct when its authors were writing the various books? And the way that we do this is by checking for things that are analogous to mutations and homologies within the text, right? Like, which biblical manuscripts put the Principe Adulterae, the story of the woman caught in adultery, in which section? Because it changes in different manuscript families. And we also have older manuscripts where it's not there. And we also have it floating around as its own separate text at very early stages. And so when did that happen? And which areas did that go through? And that's what textual critics do. And the only time we find things like these, like that are similar to homologies, in things that are actually intentionally being designed, which these manuscript traditions aren't. They're going through accidental changes, like mutations. Scribes are accidentally changing things. The only time we find something like that is when people try to do it intentionally in things like hypothetical evolution thought experiments, like you can find on various speculative evolution things, projects on the internet, or with like Tolkien trying to artificially change his elf languages to form a language family, right? Where you're intending to do an evolutionary process. Otherwise, what you actually find is just this wild mixing of things, right? Like different cars with no other similarities will use this exact same engine block. That's not a homology because it doesn't match up with all the other evidence, right? All the rest of the quote unquote phylogeny stuff is mismatched there. And it falls apart. The only time humans ever do this is when they're not intentionally changing things, but they're changing things accidentally, or they're intending to make it look natural.
My favorite example of this is such a silly one. The fact that actually designed things don't follow this pattern is, I forget what car it is. It was some Lamborghini, really, the fanciest, the fastest, this hypercar. I forget what car it was. Car people will. It was some Lamborghini. But you all know the blinker stalk on your steering column where it's you hit the thing up and down to blinkers. The Lamborghini used the blinker stalk from some random European sedan. And it was just they shared the same factory for some of their parts. So they were just hey, give me some of those so we could stick them on to work the blinkers for the. And it's that's not a nested hierarchical pattern of homology. That's just some random, take this part, stick it on that thing. Let's not, you actually look at the examples they use, putting aside all the stupid, as someone said, someone in chat was you ever seen a car give birth to a non-car? Put aside all the absurdity, it doesn't actually work because of the way we actually build things and steel parts. You can look at airplanes the same way, and I forget what airliners it is, but it's the Boeing 707 and the Boeing 737, I think it was. It's the same cockpit. They just were just take the front nose area, just boop, boop. Aviation people are going to be Dan, you're wrong. And I'm I know, I'm a passing aviation nerd. I'm not a way down the rabbit hole aviation nerd.
How many hours do you have in Microsoft Flight Simulator, Dan?
I have 0 hours in Flight Simulator, but I've read the entire back catalog of Admiral Cloudberg, and if you know what that is, you know.
Cloudberg?
Admiral Cloudberg. It's a fantastic blog. You should read it. It'll take you a year.
I feel that might not be the name that his parents gave him.
She, but
I'm sorry.
Damn, Dapper. Okay.
My
then
apologies.
It's 1 and 1. It's
In
1
fairness,
and
you
1
wouldn't know.
tonight.
You wouldn't know from the name Admiral Cloudberg. That's fair. That's
Yeah,
you
but
can't.
this is
You
this
can't.
is the doctor.
At
the
least-
doctor's mother.
At least
riddle.
I didn't assume that she was some kind of like,
You didn't assume
I
she
don't
was an
know,
orangutan or
like a
something. Yeah.
Siamang or like an
Okay,
orangutan.
okay.
Yeah.
True,
Yeah.
Okay,
so
okay,
true.
Dapper.
So I would like to add to this. Cars don't have a through line of heredity.
They do
Right?
not.
Like, how many times do we have to go over this with Donnie and his kin here? If you don't have a through line of heredity, there is no way to tell that anything is related to anything else at the individual level, right? Like you and your mom could be common design unless genetics works to be able to tell that to confirm rather that you are actually related.
Yep.
Yeah, fair enough.
Good point.
You'd think Donnie, a former new/used car salesman, would know better about this car analogy. You would
Look,
think. You'd be wrong.
If you go to the Ford factory and one Mustang comes off the assembly line and then the next identical Ford Mustang comes off the assembly line, you know what the genetic relationship is between them? Nothing.
Yeah, 0.
Literally zero.
Because they don't reproduce. Here's a good question. How is Jeanson's common design falsified? God did it. Cannot be measured. Yes, it can. Because we can look at how mutations happen and the pattern of mutations. And if you have separately created groups, even if they were created with a nested hierarchical pattern built in, subsequent mutations in those groups would be uncorrelated with each other because they don't actually share common ancestry. So instead of those mutations occurring in the more distant common ancestors, they would have to accumulate in each group independently. Those independent stochastic mutations would not form a nested hierarchical pattern of similarity when you compare across the separately created groups, aka the kinds. But we do find that pattern, which mathematically disproves the separate ancestry argument, even if you start from a nested hierarchical common design position. That's
All right,
the answer to that question.
But Dan, you know that they can just go to God is controlling literally every single mutation in every single cell at the level of the nucleotide to make it look like that natural selection and common ancestry is true. At which point you have a liar God, but like
it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like at that point, it just doesn't matter. Remind me when we no doubt get to the functionality of the genome section, which I'm sure is going to be in here somewhere.
I forget if it is. It might not.
Is it? Should I just say my piece now?
Just say it now, and then we'll reference back if we need to.
So I have a new novel-ish argument that I've been working on with regard to genome functionality that I think is a little bit more intuitive than the ENCODE conversation. And wouldn't you know it, it boils down to you et al. 2025, my favorite paper and the bane of my existence.
Yeah,
If you guys will recall, if you use the entire genome base pair for base pair, humans can be as different from other humans as like 15%, which is insane, right? If the entire genome is functional, and I don't think that it can be because of the Grauer et al., et cetera, and the 2016 purifying selection paper and all of
wait a
that.
minute. He retracted that. That's got a correction on it. There was was a long name. It was Galeota Sprung 2021 or 2020. It was one of those two. It was Galeota Sprung fixed Grauer's math. He corrected it. He acknowledged his math was wrong. Just FYI.
But then didn't he republish it with a slightly different estimate?
Yeah, but it's significantly higher.
Is it
Galeota
not?
Sprung 2021, I think it was. It was either 2020 or 2021 superseded it. Yeah.
Is it not still a max of around 25% though?
Nah, it's higher than that. It's like they were like, it depends on the conditions and the population size, but we identify no upper limit.
Okay. I need to
So just
lock
FYI.
that in. No, I need to lock that in. Okay, here's my argument for why the genome can't be 100% functional. Because humans can differ from other humans base pair by 15% if you're looking at the entire genome. And humans are exactly the same as other humans in that they behave like humans and reproduce like humans and they are built like humans. And so if that 15% is a functional difference, where the hell is it? What's the difference if humans can differ by that much and still you result in a regular old human? So I don't think, does that pass the sniff test?
I mean, well, Erica, I think given the other positions that tend to accompany the political right that are often young Earth creationists, I'm going to defer to one of the most astute political tweets of all time and just say, oh, you know the ones. And if everyone knows what I mean, then you know what I mean. And if you don't, just Google that. Oh, you know the ones.
Oh, no, I hear you. It's that humans can just be that different from each other.
Yeah.
And it's, you know the ones which are that different
But
from
where does that
people.
show up in phenotype? Oh, you know the ones.
You know where. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
you know.
then how about this? Even if you deal with somebody who's like a piece of shit like that, you can just be like, okay, well then how come humans and chimps are only 1.5-ish to 2% more different than that? Oh, actually, I know what they'll say. Never mind.
You know the answer. You
Yeah.
oh.
I
you
know what
the
they're going to
ones.
say.
You
Actually,
know
good
the
point.
answer. Yeah.
Good point.
We see where this is going. Yeah.
They're
All right,
going to
let's
go,
continue
not
with-
all people are members of the humankind, I guess.
You've recently encountered one of those people.
Yes, I have.
Separate ancestry, but for creationism.
All right,
Epic.
before we move on, I got a super chat for $5 from Pibblepunk. The creationist, the creationist creed: never give up a talking point, no matter how stupid, so long as it remains rhetorically useful. That sounds right to me.
Sure does.
Okay, here we go.
Evolution are essentially new versions of old arguments that have ready answers. I've just given one of them. What goes beyond that, though, and really to get back to a point I was making earlier, meeting the standards of the courts from the 1980s, the courts demanded not just that we come up with arguments in favor of our position, but that the gold standard for science is to make testable predictions. Say something about the world, make a prediction about how the world is going to be, make a prediction that future experiments could reveal to be true or false. And that's what replacing Darwin does. It says existing evidence either does not adjudicate between young earth creation or evolution. That's really part 2 of the book, if I remember my numbering scheme. But logically, that was part 2 in my own head of here's what evolutionists say, here's why they're wrong, or here's why it doesn't actually distinguish between what we know about young earth creation and evolution. And then the question of predictions.
Before we move on, I just want to point out that this is another Erica. We talked about original thoughts in your head earlier and what is it? Non-discriminatory evidence that Donnie loves to use.
Yep.
There you go. That's not a
I
Donnie thing.
also-
That's a Jeanson thing.
I also thought that Donnie had been the one, and I guess the reason why I thought that was a Donnie thing instead of a Jeanson thing is that Donnie has these little love affairs with replacing Darwin. Like he comes and goes with how much he uses and pulls from it. I don't remember him using it during his first sort of like round of Jeanson, affection or whatever. And so it's like, I guess I thought that he'd come up with it since then, but it could just be that he just didn't remember it.
Nope, that's a Jeanson thing. That's a replacing Darwin thing. Just like just like Stadler's book, The Scientific Approach to Evolution, kind of ebbs and flows, and we get high confidence as a catchphrase.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's similar to that. And the thing is, though, Jeanson is wrong about this because in science, the whole point is predictions. And if one side can accommodate a nested hierarchical pattern and the other side explicitly predicted the nested hierarchical pattern, then
And
the
a
side
specific
that
one at that.
predicted the specific pattern that we then subsequently find, that's evidence for that side.
Sure is.
So,
But Dan, what if not though?
Shoot,
you
Dan.
shut your face.
What about nuh-uh? Damn.
Yeah,
Forgot about
no
that.
one ever takes into account nuh-uh.
Man, I
I literally forgot all about that.
haven't
Shoot.
run the statistics on nuh-uh. I should do that one of these days.
That's your
oversight.
evolutionary bias shining through
It
right
is.
there.
I refuse to do the detailed work on the nuh-uh
Nuh-uh.
hypothesis.
Yeah.
It's quite good. It's very powerful, very robust.
What do we see about the rate at which DNA changes, or where we'd go looking for new DNA sequences? Anyway, very important forward-looking genetic questions. Creation science has the upper hand, objectively so. And really, what I've seen with the human DNA research,
Can we just appreciate the lack of self-awareness?
It does? That's crazy. I didn't know that.
Amazing. He'll contradict himself on that in an amazing way later on, and I'm not going to spoil it for anyone.
Oh, I don't doubt he will.
I'm just going to not spoil it because later on Donnie's going to ask a question, and
Oh, which one? Perhaps.
we're gonna get there. It's going to be amazing. Trust me.
is those predictions have been confirmed time and time again. Really, the book Traced represents the fulfillment of predictions I put down in Replacing Darwin in 2017. Traced came out in 2022. So the creation science model is working very well. And that, to me, is the strongest scientific argument in its favor. It keeps making predictions that work. And you can't ask for anything better, according to the courts and really according to the nature of.
Does he give any examples?
I don't want to spoil anything, but let me just say,
that's fine.
not accurate ones.
Great. Let's let him keep going.
Which predictions? There's going to be a bunch of things here where you'll see everyone watching and guess where he's just like, and we have evidence for that. I'm not going to get into it. It goes to a different school.
Yeah, of course we're not going to get into it.
We'll get there.
It's in Canada. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry. You never heard of it. It's fine.
You're kidding.
No, you'll see. Just
awesome. Great.
We'll get there. We haven't even gotten to the good stuff yet. This is the boring stuff.
All right.
This is the
let him keep
mundane
going.
stuff.
Science itself. So it was work in Traced that probably brought me the biggest relief on this question. Yes, it is looking at a single species, but it's the species for which we have the most data, aside perhaps from some bacteria. And so we're looking at a field, human origins and human DNA comparisons, that are one of the most abundant data sets, biggest.
Sorry, I'm feeling petty. I don't know if this is an alt for our friend Mr. Wilford, but we've all got opinions on Jeanson's aesthetic choices.
I'm not commenting on that.
I'm not going to comment.
You know,
I will just say, go ahead, Dapper.
I would also make a similar choice to Callisto, in that I would think a few times before wearing this particular facial hair choice. Not solely because it's associated with Wahhabism.
With
but
what?
Wahhabism. Oh, the ultra-conservative fundamentalist Islamic ideology that is the official religion of Saudi Arabia, the place that let a bunch of schoolgirls burn to death because their hair wasn't covered.
No shit. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a hadith where Muhammad says that you shouldn't wear your hair like the unbelievers with growing a mustache but not a beard. You should do the opposite. And so if you look at Wahhabi clerics in Saudi Arabia, they often have beards but no mustache.
Okay.
He's got youth pastor. He's got youth pastor hair. I'm sorry. I appreciate your contributions to this very important discourse.
This is very
Just disappointed nobody mentioned the faux hawk, honestly.
Well, that was that right there was the youth pastor hair is the faux hawk.
Yeah, this is faux hawk.
Yeah.
Data sets on the planet, and is strongly confirming and continues to confirm the predictions that have been made replacing Darwin, predictions I continue to make that followed it. And it's a model that keeps bearing fruit scientifically, which is why I keep chasing it.
Dr. Jeanson, I love it. It's creationists that are making
There we go. The panel reveal. Sam is our co-pilot for this one, along with Donny, because we know that Sam is going to make just really insightful intellectual contributions.
It just wouldn't be, it wouldn't be complete without Sam's input. He really is a gem. I learn something every time with Sam, like how to.
Is it how much you hate yourself?
Down. No, it's like how to keep my lunch down, how to remember to take my antacids in the morning, that kind of stuff.
How to control your blood pressure.
Definitely.
Yeah. Deep
Definitely
breathing techniques.
Yeah.
Right.
Which antiemetics work the bestest?
Oh,
There you go. Here we go.
testable predictions and meeting the gold standard of science. You mentioned Traced, so that's your follow-up book where you have fulfilled or confirmed predictions there. And before we expand,
hold up, Donny. Hasn't Nathaniel Jeanson walked back some of his major conclusions from Traced recently?
Oh no, hold that thought. Just don't say anything more about that. Trust me.
Okay,
Trust me.
I'll shut up.
Just hold that thought. Trust me.
I trust you.
And also from Templar Warden for $5 New Zealand dollars. Predictions. Yes. Novel genetic predictions, scientific literature. Yes. Do you have any examples? No. pretty much. We'll get there.
That's
We'll get
that's
there.
steamed. That's got to be esteemed Ham's reference.
Yes.
Though
Located
I am
the guy
curious,
entirely
based
within your kitchen. Sorry. go ahead.
At this time of year.
We're good. Good.
Yep.
on a couple of your points there, which I think it's an excellent argument to point out that the arguments since Darwin's day are largely unchanged with some updates in light of what we know about.
Largely unchanged with some updates. Strikes me as similar to binary with exceptions.
It
That's
sure does.
weird. That's so weird.
Yeah.
Has it unchanged or are there updates? Like those are not.
To be fair, by hedging it with largely, it's not technically contradictory, but like it's definitely one of those things where it's like, don't worry about any of the updates. They don't matter very much. You don't have to worry about that.
That's literally what many professional creationists will say to their audiences. Like Purdom is a pro at that, saying, here's a paper I'm citing, don't read the paper.
And you don't need to worry about the details, but the general summary is...
Don't worry, but just look, here's what they said in the abstract. Don't read the second half of the abstract, but here's what they said as a problem in the abstract. Just like...
Don't you dare read the next sentence.
Genetics, they apply the argument from homology and nested hierarchies to genetics now in mitochondrial DNA and nuclear DNA. And so I like the way you explained it with homology. I also like the way you explain it in your book with nested hierarchical patterns, one of their favorite lines of evidence. If human engineers design in homologous patterns and design in nested hierarchical patterns, why shouldn't God? It's largely those
Because
pieces of evidence are largely agnostic to point out. So
sorry, that's it. That's all I had. Humans don't do that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm curious. The critics will typically follow up by hand waving that away and saying, well, you can't compare biology to engineering or things that man makes, because in biology, organisms are passing on their genes. It's about gene flow, reproduction, genetic drift. You don't get any of that in modes of transportation, in vehicles, or when it comes to so-called transitional forms.
Yes. Like the whole point is that the mechanism of inheritance facilitates populations changing over time. So if you don't have vertical transmission of inheritable traits, then it doesn't work. Like, yes, cars don't reproduce, therefore it's not a good analogy. Thank you. That's the argument, and it works. Erica, did you want to say something? It looks like you were ready to say something.
No, because I said everything about this earlier. Like, again, just to be abundantly clear, if we follow this logic to its completion and say that because cars that look similar have common designers, that means they're not related. That means you can't use similarity in genetics or similarity in morphology to glean relationships. Then you can't tell that you and your mom are related. Because the way that we know that you and your mom are related is because of the genetic similarity between them. We shouldn't be able to create genetic, like use phylogenetics to recapitulate the family trees that are known via observational events by just looking at them. That shouldn't be able to happen. And yet here we are with it happening every day, all the time. So like, what do you do? Yeah.
Erica, that's just micro relations, though. Have you considered macro relations?
That's my problem, though, because it's like and this has been my those of you who have been, with me at least here on YouTube for a long time, know that I've been screaming this since the first months of my YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
What is the line and why is it drawn there? How can you tell? I've rephrased this lately into how do you tell where design ends and descent begins? You can't. If this is true, you can't tell.
Oh, this is
like within species even. It's ridiculous. Except, and like, just to be clear, I'm not like begging the question there. We know that we can tell within species because we've tested it.
There have literally been, Dapper, go ahead and then I'll.
So this is actually not super related, so you should finish whatever thoughts you have, and then I'll go.
I just want to say there have been experimental validations of phylogenetic techniques showing that when you do phylogenetics, it does actually resolve known relationships. One of my favorite papers on this is I think it was 1991, Hillis et al. Determining a known phylogeny, where they experimentally split populations and then sequenced the descendants and then reconstructed the phylogenetic
Was that the one
history.
with bacteria? Because that's the one that
It was in, or it was viruses. I forget, it was microbes.
It might have been viruses,
And it was Hillis, I think it was Hillis et al. 1991, generating a known phylogeny, whatever. And it's experimental validation of these techniques. And yes. Dapper, go ahead.
So this, at least for now, might end up being a Creation Myth exclusive, but I was thinking of at some point taking a little trip and being minutes away from Donnie's former dealership place of employment and seeing if perhaps anyone there remembers him and might remember the circumstances by which he ended up going from the main floor to the used cars lot to the not employed there anymore.
Oh my.
I think Donnie
I'd watch
is
that video.
I genuinely, and I mean this, I'm not even saying this facetiously. I think he was probably a great used car salesman. He's got that attitude down, and he's personable. I think he would be good at it. I doubt he was fired. I bet what actually happened is that he had some kind of experience, or maybe, I know his brother is really into this stuff. Maybe his brother got him into it. It could have been any of those types of things. The real question is, that I have is, and I don't know that you could figure this out, but I'm just curious how he's doing this full time. Because I checked over, Donnie, this is going to sound mean. I'm just making an observation here. I looked over at the live chat, and Dan, you've got 160 something people watching live,
which might be an all-time high for me. So hi, folks. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it.
That's good. There's a lot of people, right? Donnie was live, or he was premiering a debate. He had some kind of premiere, or maybe it was live. I can't remember. It was either live or premiere, and I'm sure those have different numbers. So maybe that was the reason.
Yeah, they do.
But I continued to check in, and there were 24 people in there, here and there. And so I'm thinking to myself, okay, how? Because he's got more subscribers than you do, Dan, and yet, he releases more content than you do as well. So if there's never been a better time to be a creationist, where are all the creationists?
So it's a compelling question.
Just I'm just asking, because and some channels do better, right? Answers in Genesis does better, ICR does better, but they get dwarfed.
Those are the big ones, though.
They're the biggest ones, and they get dwarfed by non-corporation conventional science channels. You know what I mean? I know people, Milo Mini Minuteland, Professor Dave, Lindsay Nicole. I mean, these are people who all have bigger channels than the biggest YEC orgs do, and they make conventional science content. So has there never been a better time to be a younger creationist? You guys have the Speaker of the House, right? And you can't get any creationist legislation passed.
You have any legislation passed. That's not just creation. They can't pass nothing.
True. But they've got the Supreme Court. You would think, again, I have to bring this up again because, and Joel Duff was in the chat earlier, and he did a video on this a while ago, but Jeanson's next book is all about how we're creationists and we're turning the tide. I think you might be delusional.
I agree. And there's going to be a moment that is extremely on point for that later on. So I want to put a pin in that.
Okay.
And we're going to hold that for later on. It's later on in, it's coming up. It's about half an hour in. So we're getting there. We'll get there. Okay.
Just I know we're being mean, but I'm just trying to put my cards on the table here. I don't
deserve it. Okay.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
I don't see it either. I don't see it either. We'll talk about it more later. Trust me.
Good.
Here we go.
All right.
I like how, again, in your book, you point to military amphibious assault vehicles. And so I'm wondering, what do you believe would be the best response to critics that use that argument?
It's a clever attempt at a counter argument. The first point I would say is my argument is an analogy, not an identity. Yes, of course, cars are not creatures, but I'm using cars as an analogy for understanding principles of design and what predictions that design makes. And design predicts nested hierarchies, design predicts homology. And so that's exactly what we see in the natural realm. Another way of saying it is they're trying to argue that.
Go ahead.
Wait, what are you talking about? Like, did he just give away the whole ball game there? Like, did he just kill his own argument for good by being like, yeah, it's an analogy. Obviously, cars don't reproduce. Okay, but it's not an analogy that works, because the nested hierarchies that we see in designed vehicles have endpoints, individual to individual. They don't in nature that we've ever been able to find, and we've looked. So it doesn't work. What is he talking about here?
I also, so I had a similar reaction. I had a similar reaction, but it was on the other part of the sentence, which is design predicts nested hierarchies, then show it mathematically. Because you want to talk about testable predictions, there you go. Show me how you can start with a nested hierarchy, have within kind evolution that goes through that flood bottleneck, and then you maintain that nested hierarchy through all that speciation. Show me the math, because the math has been done and it doesn't work.
Or like, if I may, Dan, show me the history, right? Like, you guys know for the past couple years, I've been on this kick of like history of creationism here and there. And like, there is no prediction of transitional forms or nested hierarchies. It doesn't exist. The closest we would it would be something from McCready Price or the Deluge Society or coming upwards Whitcomb and Morris and Gish, and it's nowhere. It's not in any of those organizations. And when you know it, every one of those organizations had a maximum lifespan of like 5 or 6 years before they became old Earth and then theistic evolutionists. So like, where is the prediction? Like, you can't say they would predict if they haven't predicted it anywhere, or if you don't have a model that you can point to retroactively and say, when we put these observations made in the present, it follows naturally that it would predict. Instead, what you have is George McCready Price and Dwayne Gish and Whitcomb and Morris both saying there is no such thing as transitional species.
Yep.
They don't exist. Over and over and over again in the literature. And when I say the literature, I mean the books that they published.
Right. Well, I think there's something that... Sorry.
Go ahead.
I think something that all of us have said is that creationism always accommodates and really never predicts.
Yes. Yep. And it never has predicted. And when it has predicted, I shouldn't say, I should rephrase this to be more clear. There has never been, to my knowledge, an accurate prediction made in advance that was predicated on the assumptions of young Earth creationism to the exclusion of deep time or evolutionary theory. I am aware of none of these. There are like a handful, maybe a dozen or so predictions that were made by young Earth creationists that turned out to hold water or be completely correct, but they weren't predicated on young Earth creationism. And that matters. Especially when you compare it to the legion of conventional science that makes accurate predictions every day.
Well, that's the strength of a model, right? If I can use a theoretical framework to make accurate predictions, then I'm good. If I make accurate predictions independent of a theoretical model that I also happen to believe in, those predictions do not automatically support the model. It has to be model, therefore prediction, and then you go out and find that. And that's what evolution has been doing for its entire history. Every discovery of DNA and genetics and on and on and on, those were all predictions or they were all tests of evolutionary theory, because evolutionary theory predicted we need a mechanism for X. That mechanism has to work in this way, on and on and on. And as we hone our knowledge, it's consistent with what we expected, right? Show me the same for creationism. You can't.
I want to hearken. I know this is coming later, but I'm going to reference it now before I forget. But I was just looking at chat, and Joel Duff said something that I agree with, agreeing with my point from earlier, boys, which is that if you can't get young Earth creationism to stay in the curriculum in Oklahoma, you're not sitting well. You're not sitting pretty. If the heartland, if the bastion, the last place of young Earth creationism where it still does well, can't hold on to it, I want to give my 2 cents on this as well. I taught for 4 years here at my university, 3 as a lab instructor, and then 1 year as an honors lecturer. And for across all 4 years, we had creationists come through, and sometimes they came and spoke with me, but I can count on one hand the number of creationists across all 4 of those years. Every single year, every single semester, probably more than once, we'd have somebody who took issue with talking about diversity, human evolution, race not being real, or sex and gender being different things and stuff like that. That part is alive and well. But the creationism part, and I'm in a southern state, similar to Oklahoma, right? If it's going to be anywhere, it's going to be here. But I think, frankly, they don't give a shit. The youth today don't care about creationism. It's irrelevant to many of them.
Although, so one thing is, I'm not sure how much of a change that is, because I remember being a young Earth creationist youth, and the only people I knew who cared went to my specific church. Now, granted, that was in Massachusetts, which is not exactly a hotbed for evangelical Christianity, so maybe that's a weird thing for me, but my experience generally, including going to a Catholic school that had a lot of, well, not a lot, but a fair portion of the student body was Protestant and not Catholic, because, well, academically the school was better than the public school. I still remember being the only person I knew at school who cared even a little bit about that question.
It's just not. I don't think it's as cool as it once was. And I have reasons for. Well, I have my reasons why I think that's the case. But
how could it not? How could it not be cool with spokespeople like Nathaniel Jeanson and Donny?
It's a compelling point.
That's so true. No, that's actually so true and so important. There's no Bill Nye the Science Guy of young Earth creationism. There's no, Milo Mini Minuteman of young Earth creationism. And there are no young people who are cool and showing that.
I was thinking there's no Theo Vaughn of young Earth creationism.
Yeah, there's no and right. you get the Theo Vaughns and you get the Joe Rogans who are far right, or even your Elon Musk type, and they are as Christian nationalist as Christian nationalists can be. And the second that you have Stephen Meyer on, Joe Rogan's really, you don't believe in evolution? Or Tucker Carlson is I don't believe in evolution, and Joe Rogan's this guy's crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of weird seeing Joe Rogan of all people giving pushback on young Earth creation or just anti-evolutionism.
It's just not tenable. It's not a tenable position to hold. Anyways, we could go on and on about this. I'm sure we'll come back.
We could, but let's get back to Nathaniel here. We're going to change gears in about a minute of this video. Less, it changes gears significantly in a fun way.
Kind of trying to conform creation to evolution. So no, creation is not evolution, and there's going to be an analogy to the design world and to the biological world. The analogy holds, and they can't refute it that way. It makes the design analogy makes predictions that are confirmed. So that's one element of the argument, one refutation.
Does it?
We don't have to belabor the point, but it doesn't.
No.
Like what? That's it. It's not even just it doesn't. What?
Just do
Give me an example.
Do the math.
Give us some examples. And he's going to say, "Oh, well, in my book Traced, in my book Replacing Darwin." Okay, let's talk about that.
Of their attempt to wiggle out of it. Anyway, that's what I'd say is the main argument to it.
All right, just prepare yourselves. It's Sam's turn.
No, please.
Okay, cool, great. That's terrific.
Yeah, here we go. Here it is. It's Sam's turn. You all ready?
Yeah.
No.
Very good.
No.
I like it, Dr. Jeanson. Sam, a follow-up?
Yeah, thank you. So about 3 years ago, you had a kind of an impromptu debate with Dr. Dan Stern Cardinal, who is an evolutionary biologist.
I just want to say, rent free.
Mm-hmm.
Just burrowed in there and never left.
And a critic of your work. And so in your conversation, he made it very clear numerous times that he is familiar with your work. Yet when you asked him when he asked you how you tested Neanderthals, when he asked you how you tested Neanderthals, it turned out that he wasn't familiar with your work. So for critics like Dr. Dan Stern,
Is that what happened?
That's a great question, Dapper. Is that what happened?
Because that's not how I recall it. I recall you giving extremely accurate summaries of his work, and then him saying, well, I don't think that you read my work, in a sort of shitty bullshit way.
So here's how that went down in that, and so that's a lie meme. That was a lie. So what happened was Jeanson he put up on screen like the header of one of his Answers Research Journal articles and said, have you read this? And I said, I've read all of your articles and I have them all in a folder and I've read all of your stuff. And he said, okay, what's my argument in this article? And I said, I don't know which one that is. What's your argument in that one? And then this is what happened. So I actually have the video clip, because here's the thing. When you have a conversation publicly online, you can just go look it up after to see what happened. So the question I want everyone to answer here is, did I or did I not know the argument that Jeanson uses in this article? Let's go to the videotape and find out. So we're going to switch videos for a second.
We're
Here.
back.
Oh,
Put in print is that
I wasn't expecting this, actually. That's awesome.
Here we go. We have the exact moment. So this is
All right.
Here
All
we
right.
are.
I'm impressed.
one of the things I put in print is that so many disagree with creation science because they don't actually know what we say, and I like to have live illustrations of this.
Can I
Okay.
can I ask a brief question, just
Yeah.
very briefly, just to make sure we're on the same page? So, are you treating the Neanderthal sequences for the purpose of traced, right? Are you treating the Neanderthal sequences as valid sequences, or are they unreliable in some way?
For traced, I'm following the logic that I advanced in this paper. So I'll derive it for you now.
That's not an
Let me
answer.
actually go back to the top here.
Oh, is this using the branching, the number of branches
It
and
is.
correlating population? Yeah, that's not how phylogenetic. I'm sorry, I have to say that's not. You can't derive population
Yes,
size from
thank you.
phylogeny like that.
Thank you. You put this in your video. I encourage everyone to watch your video because it is one of
can't
the
do
greatest
that.
gifts to creation.
And Dr. Joel Duff.
So
So hold on. You anticipated his points.
I said, oh, this is the paper where you did XYZ. And he goes, yes, this is the paper where I did XYZ.
Something you couldn't possibly have known had you not read the paper.
So it seems like I knew exactly what the argument was.
A little bit.
And yet
Well,
Sam is lying about it.
Well, okay,
Weird.
hold on. I mean, Sam, to lie about something, you have to understand it in the first place.
Okay, that's
So
fair.
Yeah.
fielding that with Sam is, you never know with him. What was he going to say? The greatest gift to creationism. What are we getting into that later?
Oh no, I just wanted to just show the clip that I was like, oh, is this the paper where you did X? And he's like, yeah, this is X. So like, great. So I knew what it was without you having to tell me what it was.
I have
Like,
a memory of this stream because I remember when this happened because it was a huge deal.
it was-
And I remember in our community, and I remember that after he said that, I remember thinking, how could he possibly think that? And I remember he says something after that, and I was like, you got to be kidding me. I can't remember what he said though.
well, what he does there. So for anyone who hasn't read Jeanson's work and doesn't know all of his arguments,
Fools.
Sam, you'll be getting a shout out from Sam for not knowing the thing you're criticizing. What he does here is he takes basically the exponential growth of humanity, and he correlates that with the increase in the number of branches on the human pedigree over time, basically saying as like individuals reproduce, you are increasing the number of branches on your pedigree. And he says that he conflates pedigree and phylogeny because he doesn't realize phylogeny, or he's lying
But
about
shouldn't
it.
that result in longer branches, not more branches?
Thank you. Yes, if you have an exponentially growing population, you don't get more branches, you get longer branch lengths.
Yeah.
Yes,
Dan,
because
do you
yeah.
do you remember what I told you? We were seeing how long it would take to switch.
that was
Remember
that's
that?
the moment right there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
Got it.
I was drinking soju. I am gonna go get tequila because that is the point where I just broke. Because I'm sorry, but was it a Harvard graduate, Nathaniel Jeanson?
Yeah. Mhm.
I personally think that Nathaniel Jeanson probably should know whether population growth lengthens or multiplies branches on a phylogenetic analysis, and that he should be right about that because I think he has the training for that. And I am having trouble coming up with an excuse other than just straight up dishonesty.
Well,
and
as Bitcores remind us, used and abused.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
How are you going to write Replacing Darwin, which talks so much about phylogenetics and not know the difference?
Because Erica, does he know or is he just lying? The man is lying. The man is lying. Okay? The man is lying. For folks who don't think about evolution and population genetics and phylogenetics all the time, I don't know what it's like. First of all, I don't know what it's like to be you.
Must be nice.
That must be nice. But also, the reason for this is that what branches represent on a phylogenetic tree are populations that are isolated from other populations. And the way we can document that they're separate from each other is that there are mutations that are fixed in those separate lineages, right? They have a mutation that the other lineages don't have. So we can say this group of organisms is their kind of own entity, and this other group is a different entity because they have different mutations that are fixed in those different lineages. And when you have an exponentially growing population, it's very difficult for the branches for you to have splitting with fixation, because with so many individuals, fixation slows down. This is something that, like I will say, creationists agree on. Rob Carter from CMI has talked about this at length, that with exponentially growing populations, fixation rate, it slows down a bit. This is just a very general thing.
Rob Carter sets the standard as usual.
We're not going to go into the math of it. This is just like a general pop gen thing. Okay? What Jeanson is saying is that as the population grows exponentially, every mutation that occurs becomes fixed in its own isolated lineage, so that the number of branches increases exponentially, correlating with the exponential increase in population size. That is the most batshit crazy way to interpret a phylogenetic tree that I've ever heard in my life. It is insane. And Dr. Herman Mays has done a number of articles on his blog and videos on this. He did an interview with me on this a few years ago where he actually drew it out on screen. It's crazy to the point where on the Peaceful Science forums, which is a great place to hang out. You should check out Peaceful Science.
Peaceful Science rocks.
There was, it's a lot of like legit scientists, like actual
like
big name,
legit, yeah.
Like legit. And one of the creationist users on there actually posted pictures where she drew this out on paper and actually did it like by hand and was like, oh, I get why Jeanson's wrong now. Like you can do it by hand to show why he's wrong. It's really easy. And he's just been doing this for half a decade, and it's crazy. More than half a decade. It's legit crazy that he thinks you can correlate the number of branches with population size.
But he's obstinate. Like, he's been corrected on this many, many times.
Oh yeah.
And like I don't know in his head how he manages to like continue saying the things that he's saying, because again, Harvard educated PhD.
He knows.
This is like as basic gets in phylogenetics, almost as basic as mutation versus substitution rate is in genetics.
Oh
but
man, it's almost like should know why those are different.
Anyway,
he does know. That's the thing. He does know.
He knows. He's lying.
And I have tequila.
Everyone in chat, the answer is he's lying. This isn't even a hard one. He's just lying.
Yeah.
Use and abuse, baby.
There you go.
I have some Jose Cuervo Especial, which is not terribly especial, but whatever.
Go for it. Just, you gotta, we've been going for about almost an hour and 40 minutes, and I give me another hour and a half. We'll see if we can finish then.
Oh, us?
Yeah. I can pace myself. You can keep going. I don't care.
Let's do it because this is gonna, speak of keeping going, they're not gonna stop. They're gonna keep going.
Ramp it up.
How do you deal with perhaps isolated groups such as Neanderthals?
Yeah, so this was that was a really interesting exchange with Cardinal, and a wonderful example of you can lead a horse to water, you can't make him drink. So I can't remember if I literally held up the paper or what, but as I'm giving my answer.
No, you
to
didn't
his
actually.
No, you put it on screen. You didn't literally. hold it
Oh,
up, but,
okay.
you know,
Well,
he
not
shared,
holding
he
up,
screen
but-
shared. Yeah,
He said literally.
yeah, yeah.
Criticism saying, no, I tested experimentally Neanderthal DNA with data in 2019, published it open access paper.
It was an Answers Research Journal, so it was a blog post. Just to be clear.
Open access.
Yeah,
Wait,
no,
are you serious?
he's talking about ARJ. Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's an ARJ. It's a blog post.
Interesting.
Yep.
Well, it's super interesting that he says open access paper because that implies peer review by relevant expert, doesn't it?
It does.
So he
It does.
knows what he's doing here.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
He's moving his coffee cup around and not literally plugging his ears, but obviously tuning me out. So give your criticism, but at least have the
that's
courtesy
not
to
a
listen
thing
to what the
that
guy
happens.
says.
I mean, it's on video.
Anyone can check.
You can check. It's on video. I did a whole review on my channel of that conversation. Like that, it's on video. You can just check.
Bold to say that in the digital age.
Bold to just lie about something that happened.
What a fucking piece of shit.
I mean, that I feel like epitomizes so many of the critics. Sadly, it's not an intelligent response. It's not rational, but that's the best they have. Herman Mays, of course, I realized after I did the debate with him, I think it was 2017 or 18.
Drink for Herman Mays.
Drink
Didn't
for
read
Herman
the book
Mays.
before. Yeah. Did you read the book? If
I
you've
was just going to
did
make
you-
that. I was going to make
Yeah, I
the
remember
same
that.
joke.
If you've got did you read the book on your bingo card, you could check that one off.
On
Jeez.
replacing Darwin, had posted on his blog saying he thought the era for debates was over. Or another way of saying it is he didn't think there was any point debating creation scientists. We should just make fun of them. And his attitude and his unfamiliarity with what I actually said, just as a side story, I keep giving a by the way, but I found out his presentation about
Herman May's characterization was off in a few details, but his primary points were spot on.
It was spot on. It was
Right?
spot on.
It was absolutely spot on. And being like, oh, well, you got one of my numbers wrong here, when basically he's pointing out that your entire technique is fucking bullshit. It doesn't matter if he got one little detail wrong because the point stands. And instead of refuting the point, Nathaniel, what you did was just like, well, that's slightly different than what I said. So I guess I don't have to address this devastating fucking criticism.
He also, I like pointing out that in that conversation with Mays, Jeanson repeatedly cited an intro kind of level textbook for his coalescent equation and repeatedly mispronounced the name of the author of that book, who is Douglas Fatuma. And
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
yeah. And it just is like one of those things. It's like, this is a man who's literally never sat in a population genetics classroom. Because if you had, you would know that name.
You would have heard it. Exactly.
You would have heard
Right.
his name, right? You would have, like, it's just one of those things where it's an unintentional tell of your lack of actual, foundational
Understanding,
knowledge
yeah.
on the thing you're talking about. And I
find his attitude so off-putting. Like Nathaniel Jeanson has so much arrogance about him that you don't see in a lot of other people who are in this space, like even other creationists or the jerkiest of the conventional science side. Like he's just so like prickly about everything, right? Like it doesn't matter to the point that he's trying to make. But it's
the three of us have a long history with a bunch of these people, and in contrast, for example, is like Rob Carter can take a joke and like have fun.
Dude, Rob Carter, I could gas Rob Carter up any day of the week. Even when he pisses me off, I'm still ready to gas Rob Carter up. Like,
I feel like this is a guy, like you'll see some of his like fake laughing in here, and like I feel like he doesn't know how to laugh for real, but like he doesn't just enjoy things. And Rob Carter, I think, does genuinely enjoy things, and that's you can feel it.
I'm eager to see how he admits that he was wrong on the node situation.
We'll get there.
Because I've seen Rob Carter admit when he's wrong. I've seen Donny admit when he's wrong. Like I've seen a lot of creationists own it. let's see if he can own it too. I've admitted when I'm wrong. All three of us have been
Yeah.
wrong.
Oh,
on
yeah.
stuff
Oh, yeah.
before
Oh, yeah.
And owned it
Oh,
because
yeah.
that's what you do. It's responsible. So I'm eager to see what he does.
Yeah, and this is the point, right? I remember covering Fatuma in undergrad, and I did make that mistake, but I quickly corrected it. Yeah, because you were in a class and you heard the name, so
Yeah.
you know.
And you learn, right? Like
Yeah.
you learn and you do
Donnie,
better.
admit he's been wrong. Yeah, like in a debate when he uses an argument that he knows is wrong, and then the person knows the response, and he didn't think they would know the response. And then he goes,
Yeah.
"Yeah, okay," and then he moves on. But he dishonestly uses the argument anyway. First, that's what I've seen Donnie admit that he's wrong.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen often.
He'll also admit that he's wrong if he feels like he has a good alternative. Like when he abandons CPT for hydroplate or hydroplate for CPT
Yeah,
once
he goes
every
back and
month.
forth, right?
He'll be like, I can't believe that I supported the previous idea. Look at him, we'll get a load of this guy, and then it's like that's gonna be you in 1 month again.
Uh-huh.
Right.
I would love to canoe. I think we all would. None of us would mind a kayak with Rob Carter narrating whatever river we're on. That would be fine.
I'd get a beer with Rob
True.
Carter. I'd see a movie with Rob Carter.
be
Like
fine.
that guy seems downright pleasant. I think he seems
other
like
than
a
the yak.
guy.
I'm sure there's other stuff because yak rarely travels
I-
on its own. But
I
you
am
know.
sure too, but I will say if there was anybody out there that was actually like secretly a little bit more progressive than they let on, Rob Carter would be up there for,
I mean,
for
he
my
was doing
guess.
he was doing all the pro-vax stuff, trying to
Yeah.
convince people,
True.
Exactly.
True.
and his audience was having none of it. And then him and who was the other guy? It was him and Sarfati in like
Yes.
Facebook threads, like hundreds of comments deep, arguing with anti-vaxxers on Facebook.
They're like, please, I'm begging you. Like this is not up for debate. you're gonna something bad's gonna happen to you. Like
It's one of those things like, how did we get such an anti-science audience? Yeah, I don't know.
How did why are the
like,
leopards coming for my face?
Crazy. How could this happen?
So weird.
So weird.
About 2
All right.
hours before we went live. And that's when it hit me. I'm like, this is no different from what he did with Kent Hovind or others. I'm like, there's nothing in here that shows evidence he's read anything I've published. So,
Except for all the evidence.
why
of
are we
the
doing this
thing
debate?
of
But
him
anyway,
having
the
read
answer.
your things. Yeah,
All the
which
very
was
specific
overwhelming.
critiques.
Yeah.
Wait,
Like-
this is what he did with Kent Hovind? What were you expected to what illustrious paper has Kent read that Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson feels you didn't do your due diligence in reading?
His dissertation, Hello, my name is Kent Hovind, which also includes a poem about grass and also lists far more chapters that are actually present in the publication.
Poor
That's-
Kent. If Kent had been born just 40 years later, he could have just cheated with ChatGPT like
So much easier. It's so much
but we
easier.
wouldn't have the gems that we have. So in a way, what a blessing.
Answer is he doesn't believe in debating. He just believes in mocking, which is what he tried to do. And then
I mean,
was shown,
successfully, but
obviously,
okay.
being unfamiliar with my work, which
No.
how do you make that a rational argument if you don't even know the other guy's side enough to try to refute it? You just
By the way, folks, if you haven't seen the Jeanson-Mays debate, it is the genesis of the "Have you read my book" meme that circulates in this community. It's from that.
Also,
was mocking it.
okay, also mocking, yes, that's part of online content creation. Most of us engage with it to some degree. Usually we
Mhm.
engage with it in a lighthearted way. So do the creationists, right? Like I don't know if Nathaniel Jeanson has ever seen anything Calvin Smith has ever put out. But let's not pretend like this is a one-way street.
Or any of Donnie's thumbnails.
Or any of Donnie's thumbnails. Yeah, the guy he's talking to. Goodness, like, and Nathaniel Jeanson, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Like, just because you phrase it that way doesn't mean that you're immune from petty BS. There, Doc.
Let's keep going because we were kind of placing our bets beforehand at 3 hours.
Yeah.
There's
Go
no
ahead.
way. There's no way.
Yeah, no.
anyway. So Cardinal was saying, and this is a common thing you'll find on the internet.
your
I
name
just
wrong, too.
ignore Neanderthal DNA. No, the answer is, and this is a
Hey,
Answers
Nathaniel
Research
Jeanson,
Journal
have you ever
textbook.
read any of Dan's work? Because then you might have noticed his name isn't Cardinal. Have you ever read any of Dan's work?
So
ever-
true.
Because I'll bet
Okay.
that when you publish things, Dan, you don't publish under Dr. Cardinal, do you?
Well, my first two papers are. The third, the
Okay,
more recent
sure.
one is not, because in grad school, I have publications from before I was married and then after.
Fair.
There are pre-name change publications, so fair. Yeah. That's fair. It's confusing. I get a little bit of charity with that. Now, once you learn the name, and to be fair, Jeanson also brought up at some point a conversation we had on Facebook in like 2016. And I'm like, first of all, you're not beating the rent-free rap on that one, buddy, okay? Because I don't remember that conversation, but he brought it up. But at that point, my name was Stern Cardinal, so like, come on.
Damn, you really are rent free. That's wild.
He literally brought up, it's like, you said this thing on Facebook, and I was like, I said a lot of things on Facebook in 2016, dude.
Right.
Like,
Right.
I think the title is something like Testing the Predictions of whatever model I was proposing. The independent data set that I was looking at was the history of human population growth. So you can look at archaeological sites, you can look at records from even the Roman era or the Han Dynasty, I think, in China. There are sites around the globe that go back to antiquity, and they did censuses of their populations. And
yeah, so he's doing the population thing, matching the branches, and that's BS because an exponentially growing population exhibits longer branches, not more branches. There's not that complicated math behind that. I did a video with Herman Mays. He explains it. It's like, this is so dumb. This is so stupid. And to be like, this is an independent data set that confirms my hypothesis. No, it's not. You're just doing it wrong.
Also, like, again, this should match his historical record claim as well. Like, he claims that a lot of his stuff is backed up by the historical records, but they're simply not. You've gone over several of them on your channel, Dan.
We'll get to a Y chromosome one later on that significantly revises the history of all of Europe.
Oh, epic.
Oh no!
It's fun.
Their rule,
So
Roman, of
unfortunate.
course, being the major empire around the time of Christ, Han Dynasty being the big one in East Asia. And anyway, it's known from non-genetic fields. That's my point. Non-genetic fields give us an estimate of the history of human population sizes. And just to give some numbers, of course, today the world population is beyond 8 billion. The estimate for about 1400 AD, so just about 600 years ago after the Black Death hits Europe, it's a global population estimate of about only 350 million. So 20.
Yeah, whatever. We don't care. I'm gonna skip us forward a little bit here to about here. We're gonna go there. Here we go.
Not it didn't fit what I wanted, so I threw it out. It's empirical confirmation that this gives me very strong, upwards of 90% match. Throw Neanderthal DNA, that match drops to 14%. I can use numbers, math. This is an experiment, experimentally rejecting the idea that that the Neanderthal DNA is somehow useful, or the interpretation of it is somehow useful. The point being, we have a
That was an admission right there. That if you throw Neanderthal DNA in it, it gives you a different thing, and therefore it's not useful. Like that you're not supposed to say that part, dude.
Right. Yeah. The reason you would say that it's not useful is if you had some model of what you think like paleo DNA should look like, and it doesn't match that model, but then you have other examples of like ancient DNA that do. And you're like, well, something happened to this ancient DNA that it's not working, or you have some model of like, what should the genome of any population look like? And Neanderthal DNA doesn't look like any population that is currently extant. Then that would be a reason to reject the Neanderthal DNA. But instead, he's just like, well, it didn't fit my hypothesis.
And not only that, but we have biochemical confirmation that Neanderthal DNA is perfectly valid, because there are three things. One thing that happens in DNA if you're not actively correcting mutations is cytosine goes through a process called deamination, and that results in cytosine turning into uracil. So when you recover environmental DNA, you can determine the age of that DNA based on the uracil enrichment, right? How much of the cytosine has been converted to uracil spontaneously. The second thing is fragmentation. The DNA actually breaks up, so you can look at just what's the average length of the chains that you're recovering. And the fragmentation, the older it is, the worse the fragmentation is. And those two things, like we can look at Neanderthal DNA, and we can look at the fragmentation, and we can look at the uracil enrichment, and it's just like, there it is, and we can, like, that tells us it is approximately as old, it's in the range that we expect it to be, right? The third thing, and I know both of you know this about Neanderthal DNA. When we sequence the Neanderthal genomes and compare them to each other, how do they compare to each other? What do we know about Neanderthal populations?
Lots of homozygosity.
Yeah, later on they tend to be particularly inbred.
Lots of homozygosity and evidence of inbreeding. Now, if that DNA was spontaneously degrading to the point where the sequences were no longer reliable, Nathaniel,
That would erase
they
that.
all look the same?
Yup. Jeez, I didn't even think about that point.
Like,
This is so fucking dumb.
like clearly, and so in this longer conversation I had with Jeanson several years ago, I said, you've got the uracil enrichment, you've got the fragmentation, and you have the high level of homozygosity, all consistent with the mainstream ages for Neanderthal DNA. You say the Neanderthal DNA isn't reliable, justify that. And he was like, but the population growth curve, yeah.
Well, also, there's a reason Rob Carter accepts the aDNA.
Yeah.
Because
Everyone
Rob Carter
does.
has it. Because Rob Carter has more of a genetics background than Nathaniel Jeanson does.
Yeah.
He worked on bioluminescence in fish, so he knows how this works.
Knows the genetics.
It is not coincidental that Rob Carter, of all of the creationists, is the most clued in on the genetic stuff. It's not
a
by
coincidence.
chance.
It's not a coincidence that he accepts the ancient DNA and he acknowledges that the mitochondrial mutation rates are too slow for YEC and they need to find an answer to that.
He also acknowledges that human chromosome 2 looks like a fusion between ancestral chromosomes as well.
Shocking.
Like,
Yep.
Positive confirmation of how it should work, and here's a rejection of Neanderthal DNA. That's all been published, and is going on 7 years old now. And the flip side of that too, an additional argument in favor of what I'm proposing, which is to stick to DNA from the living, is it keeps working. I can make predictions as to, hey, I want to understand this aspect of human history, 1000 AD. I want to understand 400 BC. I want to understand 1500 BC.
Hold on.
I know where in the world I need to look.
I know you told me to keep an eye to put a pin in this, but I want to remind people of the pin. Perhaps some people have come in or forgotten. I feel like of late, Nathaniel Jeanson may have been walking back some of his supposedly confirmed predictions. Okay.
interesting.
We're getting there.
Like I said,
Spoilers.
I just want
Spoilers.
to remind people of the pin that has already
Just
been placed.
Put a pin in that one.
Yeah, it's already there. I just want to remind people that pin is there.
There may be some football spiking a few minutes later in this video.
Okay.
In our responses to it. Just saying. Somebody on this panel might spike a football or three. Just saying. Just saying.
I know how many men I need to sample to have a fighting chance of getting the branches I'm looking for. And the fact that this particular prediction, based on the young Earth timescale, keeps working is what gave me such relief and convinces me this is the right track to pursue it. And I've yet to hear a rational argument against it.
It's hard to hear the rational argument when you're going la 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 la. I can't hear you.
It sure
Well,
is.
Dan, you can lead a horse to water.
Yeah. Hasn't heard a rational argument. It's a bunch of people straw manning his work because literally no one that criticizes Jeanson has ever apparently read any of his work.
Well, you can tell because if they had read it, then they would just agree with him. Obviously.
That's got a sting for Rob Carter. Like he's like, I haven't heard a rational argument why I shouldn't be believed, and like other creationists who are more qualified than him on this topic are like, okay.
He literally, when
Interesting.
Rob Carter reviewed Traced, and it was not a particularly favorable review,
I
Jeanson's
forgot about
response was, he doesn't seem to have read my book.
Yep.
That's, bro, he's delusional. That's crazy.
Uh-huh.
He's
His
leveling
response-
you. Did you read my book to the other YECs? That's nuts.
He did you read my book to Rob Carter?
Poor Rob. Rob saw that and he was like, why does it seem, boy, first Tompkins and then Jeanson? Like, what is going on with these guys?
To be
Why did
fair, I did not
Oh my
watch
God.
Rob Carter read Nathaniel Jeanson's book, so technically, maybe he didn't.
I'm not going to say the whole name of the article, but that is a prime example. The Rob Carter with the anti-vax and the Jeanson, why didn't you read my book response, and the Tompkins stuff. This is Rob Carter having the Onion article. Why do all these? And if you know the article, you know you know what I'm referencing. It's Rob Carter having one of those moments is what's going on.
Yeah, a little bit.
Poor Rob. My empathy meter goes up again for poor
No, it
Rob.
doesn't, because he made his own bed, honestly.
He'll piss me off next week, and I'll be mad at him again. But
he made his own bed. It's his own fault.
Yeah, thank you. So in that same conversation with Dr. Dan, he
know
brought
what
up
he's talking about, Sam. Come on, man. That's crazy. Thank you.
Sam, just,
Sam,
you said
what
words.
does DNA stand for? Tell us what DNA stands for, Sam.
I know.
But to be fair, though, when Sam says that, it's not that much different than when Donny says it. Because then Donny will go on the next day to demonstrate that he has no clue in the world what was happening, or that he's just a dishonest piece of shit, and we'll let that be an exercise for the viewer, because he will then go on the next day with a different guest to say something absolutely, completely contradictory to what was just said.
That is true. He has done that.
He will. I think later on in this, Donny is going to show a little more awakeness, we'll say, than Sam. And that he'll be like, he may ask a follow-up question even.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll see.
And
Here we go. Here, let's see the next part.
Group of people called the Canary Island people. The argument there is that those islands were settled a few thousand years ago, and there have been
they're called?
Migration since.
I feel like they might have an ethnic identity other than the Canary Island people, but what do I know? Although I do follow an artist who until very recently did live in the Canary Islands. So, hey, go follow Valdevia over on Blue Sky. He's got a bunch of cool projects coming up, and he's got a cute cat.
Nice.
The viewers here have heard him make that same argument. The argument is that the mutation rates do not work when applied to that group of people. So I'm wondering if you can address that and let us know why that argument
It's an actual good question, though.
And that is a legit question. Could you address the fact that we know when these islands were settled, and your predictions are way the F off? Like,
not just when, but also from where, so we can compare to the ancestral population.
So we know the sister group. Yep,
because we know it's basically from the Western Maghreb, which is like now like Morocco area.
Yeah, it's Morocco. It's Morocco, and we know because they're like literally in the 2009 paper where I got this. Hidden in the supplements, they're always hiding the good shit in the supplements.
The supplements.
Every time.
How dare they?
There is a giant phylogenetic tree of mitochondrial DNA, and you can be like, Northwestern Africa, Canary Islands. Like, you can see it, and it has not just that, it has the branches are annotated with the number of mutations.
Oh no! And do the number of the mutations line up with Jeanson's mutation rate, pedigree rate?
Let's see what Jeanson says.
Okay.
Man, that sucks. I just
it's right there. The numbers are right there.
Should it be embarrassing to Nathaniel Jeanson that Eric and I, who do not have degrees in genetics, are able to be like, why are you so bad at this, Harvard graduate Nathaniel Jeanson? Should that be embarrassing?
He doesn't have respect for his viewers
or himself.
That's why I'm couching it in conditionals. Like, should it be embarrassing? Not is it embarrassing?
Yeah, it should be. It should be.
Okay.
Here, let's see what he says, and then we'll see if like the errors that he says. Like, here's a possible explanation, and then I'm going to tell you the real numbers, and we're going to see if it's possible. Ready? Here we go.
Yes.
This particular case, if I remember correctly, I think he's talking about mitochondrial DNA, the female inherited DNA, not the Y chromosome.
Correct.
And I think in the discussion we had, whatever it was 3 years ago, I said, well, how do we know that or I should say, his whole argument depends on some sort of assumption of a timestamp. Like, are these recent migrants or are they the original descendants? Which he poo-pooed. It turns out that's the exact argument the secular researchers raised in their own paper.
I'm sorry, the recent migrants are primarily from the Iberian Peninsula. Are you telling me, Nathaniel Jeanson, that we can't tell the difference between an Iberian Y chromosome and a native Canary Islander chromosome?
Mitochondria,
Y chromosome? Oh, mitochondria, sorry. My bad.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah. Oh, okay, because I feel like we absolutely can tell the difference between those two.
I think we can.
Weird. Huh. Oh, hey, cool thing. The Canary Islands is also where that whistled version of Spanish is from. So Canary Islands are cool.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Is we don't know if it was a more recent migration event, which again is gonna be
Great.
primarily European,
what
whereas
are
the
you-
original
what are you
settlement was from
talking
North
about?
Africa. Sorry, go
Like,
ahead, Erica.
What are you talking about? No, I interrupted you, Dan. Sorry, but like what is he talking about here? Because specifically, part of the coolness of that paper that you bring up, Dan, is that it maps with historical records.
The genetics
So,
and the
like,
historical records
this
overlap.
is-
Yeah.
This is like,
Uh-huh.
I mean, for those of you who are watching, like this is what it's like to deal with certain groups of
Like,
creationists. It's
this is
whack-a-mole.
stupid.
It is perpetual whack-a-mole, not just with subjects, with entire fields where they'll just ignore the inconvenient data.
Yeah.
Like not all of them, obviously, but these ones for sure.
And it's not like this is in like the super distant past. The Canary Islands were settled in approximately 2,400 years ago. Like we all agree that like there's human history that we know happened that young Earth creationists say didn't happen, right? Because it's too early.
Yeah.
This
May
is
I make-
not that.
May I make a bit of a comparison? Nathaniel Jeanson's point here relies on the idea that, let's say we were today take a broad sample of, say, North American mitochondrial DNA, and then declare that, well, we can't really tell whether or not the person that you sampled actually has mitochondrial DNA from Europe, or if they're actually like indigenous North Americans whose ancestry is primarily pre-Columbian.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Right.
you absolutely
You can
can.
You
You
can
for
tell.
sure can.
Yeah.
And not, again, like just to emphasize this, not just genetically, via historical records that, as Dan pointed out, we all agree on. We're all on the
Yep.
same page. This happened.
In fact,
this happened. And
all
so,
you
and
would-
like, what a
sorry.
cop out. Like Jeanson is just like, oh, but maybe it's the wrong history. What if it's not?
But what if the history is wrong? Okay, so we're going to go through how I'm just going to throw some numbers at everyone here, and we're going to see just how wrong it would have to be for his numbers to work. Because I actually did the math, and I have a video on this of like testing Jeanson's predictions. And is it actually linked? I think I might have put some stuff in the description. I forget if I put this one in there. No, I didn't put anything in the description for this one. I should link this one though. It's where I actually was like, given his rate, his proposed mitochondrial mutation rate, how many differences would there be between that North African sister group and the Canary Islands group versus how many are there actually? And the difference, at a minimum, is a factor of 6. Not 6 mutations, a factor of 6. So let's say,
What are we doing?
and that minimum difference relies on a mitochondrial. You want to guess what generation time? If you because in a supplemental in
Oh,
Jeanson's
please
article,
tell me. Please
it
tell
has
me.
it has like different scenarios based on the generation time. Do you want to guess what generation time gets you the minimum thing that we need? Do you want to guess
No,
what his
tell me.
15
Oh, that's
average
a very short.
generation time?
That's
Epic,
a
dude.
wow.
No, that tracks. That tracks.
That's some Daily Wire level generation length in terms of peak fertility actually pushes glasses
yes,
up.
that's exactly what that is.
Epic,
So
dude.
if you
That's
were,
so
so
cool.
if we assume that our history of the Canary Islands is off by half, it's off by 1,200 years. It was actually only settled 1,200 years ago, not 2,400 years ago.
Jeez.
If you assume that, and you use like reasonable numbers, like we're not using a 15-year generation time, it's still off by a factor of 6, because if you use a 15-year generation time, it's only off by a factor of 3 at that point. Not 3 mutations, 3 times.
This is amazing.
300%. So Nate, if you're correct that our entire understanding of the history of the Canary Islands is wrong, and we can't actually genetically document which populations are which in the Canary Islands, if we spot you half of the known history of the Canary Islands, you're still off by 300%, buddy.
This
right.
should be so easy for him to counter, right? Like if he's right on this, then this should be very, very easy to counter our point here.
Sarek in the chat, Sarek2535, makes an excellent point, and I think we need to give
That's a good point.
Jeanson
You're right.
props for this. Yeah.
You're right. You're right. It's the same order of magnitude. It's a good point.
Yep.
Damn, that's
Oh,
Which, to be fair,
Well,
is what I usually spot creationists.
Well, okay. Here's
Uh-oh.
the thing, though. I was giving you the best case scenario numbers. If we use more conservative numbers, like a 30-year generation time, he's off by a factor of 60.
Ooh.
damn.
Well,
If you use because there's a mutation in the canary lineage that's not fixed. So if you use if you stick only to the fixed mutations, not every mutation that's different from the North Africa population, and you use a slower so you have fewer mutations and a slower generation time. Or sorry, I said that backwards. If you use all the mutations in a slower generation time, it's a factor of 60. So now it is
Yikes.
orders of magnitude.
That's rough, man. That's a rough one. You hate to see it.
yeah, that does feel bad.
It's it feels bad, man. Yeah. So that's we don't have to belabor the Canary Island stuff. It's really bad. And also, that's not the only example of this. You could do the same thing for Madagascar, Iceland, Vanuatu, and a bunch of other places on Earth. Like, it doesn't, no, because we know the histories of those places too. You literally have to dispute when the Vikings settled Iceland.
No,
Don't you also have to dispute when King Richard III reigned?
Yes, that's the other one. Well, it was Anne of York because it's mitochondria, so it's his sister.
Okay, sure. You have to dispute when Anne of York was alive.
When
But
Anne
like,
of York was alive and had kids.
pretty
yes,
well
and also-
established.
Yes, that was. I'm pretty sure we wrote that one down at the time. Yeah.
yeah, maybe. Look, as a guy who has a history degree with a minor in Renaissance and medieval studies, I am very confident that we have a very tight, range of time for when Anne of York was alive and when she was born
would
and when she
hope
was
so.
pregnant and all that
And when
stuff.
she
Yeah.
had
would
children
really
and
hope
their
so.
descendants to the present. Yes. We
Right,
know
right. Yeah,
when-
it's pretty tightly constrained. Like if you get back to like Athelred the First, okay, sure, maybe we're a little up in the air, but like that's not where we are.
No.
Yeah. So it's the amount of history you have to dispute to make his math work is astonishing. And if he wants to dispute like a few centuries of when the islands were settled, be my guest, dude. Not going to help you.
Oh,
And he
It's-
can't put it too far back because he has to put it post-flood.
Right.
does.
So you can only go so far. Yeah.
God, that flood is
No,
so
but Dapper, if it's further back, that hurts him because that slows the rate down. It has to be
Oh,
more
yeah,
recent.
you're right.
It has to be more
He
recent.
put it
to
super
work.
recent. You know what? Maybe the Canary Islands were actually first settled in like 1612. How do you know?
Because
Screw it,
people
man.
were there
Last
and
year.
they wrote it down.
Yeah, but what if they lied?
Yeah,
If the
it's all
Portuguese
the
just said
it's
they've
all
been here
weird.
since the 1400s.
Right? The
It's
Portuguese getting there in the 1600s, they were like, "No, we've been here for 200 years. Trust us."
Yeah. This is a great example of were you there, Dan? No, but the Portuguese were.
Right.
Wasn't that the Spanish? Because oh
Or the
no,
Spa-
because
I don't know. It might be the Spanish. I don't. It was one
so
of them.
it was Iberian, and
It
I
was
know
the
that the
Iberians,
Spanish own
yeah.
it because like the Pope drew a line on a globe.
Yeah, the Treaty of Tordesillas or whatever. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take it up with the Europeans.
Take it up with
the
Pope
Pope.
whoever with
Yeah.
the line of demarcation. Yep. Oh my God. Okay. I'm just gonna
man.
jump a little bit here to about 25 and change because we don't
amazing.
need to beat this dead horse anymore. All right.
Although I
this-
kind of want to.
Yeah,
That horse
it's
so much
deserves it.
fun because this is so stupid. Like we
Well,
don't
it's
know the
so-
history of the Canary Islands is such a dumb thing to hang your hat on.
It's so easy, and this is why, like, he gets so indignant that people didn't take replacing Darwin seriously. And when I say people, I mean everyone. Like creationists.
Even creationists.
Like this was not. He was
Oh.
expecting how he thought he cooked with that. Like he thought that it was going to be in every Christian private school in the United States, but it wasn't because
Nothing.
people were like, "Yeah, okay, dude, sure, whatever you say, sure thing, Grandpa." And like, yeah, and like the people, yeah, get a load of this guy. And the people who did read it were like, "Hey, here are some serious problems," including other creationists who were like, "Hey, here are some problems with this." And he was like, "You didn't read my book." And then he threw a fit and was like, "I'm going home." And then now he's wondering why this isn't taken seriously. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say on it.
In my review of replacing Darwin, I literally show screenshots with my highlighting on screen, and I bet he would pull a "you didn't read my book" on that.
For sure.
And it's like
For
literally
sure.
like here's the ebook
Okay.
with the highlighting.
There-
You didn't
there's a
read it.
weird there's a weird thing with Nathaniel Jeanson, right? Because he has not found like any success, even with creationists, right?
No.
Even AIG has largely like stopped doing a lot of content about his work, right?
He does his own YouTube stuff. He's got like his own.
But
thing.
no, that's what I want to talk about, because the weird thing is that a large portion of his YouTube stuff is stuff that's being either like is being manually captioned into or is being like later dubbed into Arabic.
Mm-hmm.
He has decided that his target audience is Muslim creationists who want to show that like
That is
the flood is real.
wild.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
That
like
it's weird.
So
he's
interesting.
given up on, I don't want to say he's given up on, but he seems to have largely given up on. There we go. I'm using the weasel word largely. But he seems to have mostly given up on like reaching other Christian creationists. And he's like, well, you know what? Maybe if I switch which religion I'm targeting, maybe I'll
Then
be
it'll
taken seriously then. Which, like, you know what,
All right.
man? Good for you.
I
That's
don't
what you
know
wanna do.
what to say. That's crazy.
That's funny.
It is.
All right,
Okay,
we
let
are-
him keep going. I have to pee, so I'm gonna watch the next clip and then I'm gonna pee.
All right, we're getting to
Because
a
I
good
wanna
part
be in
here.
the know.
You're gonna wanna see this.
That's
so
why I'm
here we
staying.
go.
That's why I'm staying.
themselves raises the same questions I did, and Dan has to just assert certain things as assumptions for his.
My assumptions are recorded human history. To be clear,
Right.
That's my assumptions. Just
That the historical record is more or less accurate.
argument to hold. That argument makes predictions, which data from the Americas has now rejected soundly and confirmed the young Earth timescale.
so. This is the part I wanna
it
get to
really
see.
is an amazing time to be a biblical creationist, as I like to say.
Bingo.
Thanks,
And-
Donnie.
I feel a lot of the criticisms and objections, Dr. Jeanson, that these critics bring up can be countered, and you've done such a good job pointing this out, by asking the
Has he?
question, okay, if there's so many problems or challenges, then why are these predictions working so well? Why is the research so fruitful? And I'm curious, because we're discussing mitochondrial DNA here, and going back to your book, Replacing Darwin, in that same exchange, and a lot of this, the starting point of it all has to do with the mutation rates, the mutation rate data. And so in Replacing Darwin, in that debate, in a lot of your presentations, you show the mitochondrial DNA phylogenetic tree.
Oh no.
And Dan and
I'm just
others,
gonna let him go for a minute. Trust me.
they've criticized that because they'll say, well, the L, M, and N haplogroups, M and N came from L, which you're so familiar with that criticism. But we can't take this seriously, and therefore we can't take any kind of conclusions from it seriously, because it's not rooted, it's not a real reflection of the mitochondrial DNA. And so
Can we just appreciate, like, this is not the first time Donnie has done this, but it is astonishing when he does something intellectually honest, so it's worth pointing out that he's
Yeah.
actually like, this is a reasonable articulation of the critique. Like, it's an unrooted tree, and when you root it, the groups that you say are separate are actually nested within each other. Fair.
Yeah.
that works.
Credit where
I'm
it's
curious-
due.
Credit where it's, you do not have to hand it to Don, but in this one case, fine.
Yeah,
Dr.
it's a minor
Jeanson,
case.
what is the best
No, that was
way
it. Sorry.
for us as creationists to respond to those kind of criticisms?
Yeah, so the claim it's not rooted is basically saying that you haven't put a beginning on the tree. Number one, that's factually incorrect. There is a beginning that I very clearly articulated, which, by the way, as a side note, just to update my views, because this is a significant revision in Replacing Darwin, I talk about there being three major groups.
Eric, are you ready? You ready
Donnie's
for it?
face. Wait, just Donnie's face. He goes, really?
Wait, hang on, let's go back. Let's go back a second. Just watch Donnie. Let's go back a second. Here, let's go back.
Just to update my views, because this is a significant revision in Replacing Darwin. I talk about there being three
Yeah,
major
that's-
groups which seem to correspond to the sons of Noah. It's a
Oh,
valid
no.
hypothesis. It was a good working model to explore. I've since rejected it based on these new discoveries, and it still fits, I think, very clearly the flood account and such.
Does it? Oh man, it's
Sam-
almost like
Sam, like-
all those times any of us have said, "Hey, Nate, where you rooting that tree there, buddy?" It's almost like that got through to him.
Sam goes like that. Like his reaction is like, oh shit, this sucks. This is gonna get clipped. Brother, you know it's getting clipped.
You know it's
That's-
getting
that's-
clipped because
Mhm.
I that demands the Baroque music treatment just on Donnie's face, as that's like
Yep.
the minor key orchestral, you
Flashes
know.
over to Sam. It's like
Oh man,
dun
shit.
dun 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 dun.
Yup, exactly. That's exact. Yup.
But
mhm.
like you know, okay, credit where credit is due that Nathaniel Jeanson is owning this, right? That's a good thing. We always
Yeah.
want to like give
Yeah.
like praise when people admit when they're wrong, because we're all wrong sometimes. However, the reason that we're making fun here is not because of what Jeanson is saying. It is because of what Jeanson is saying in light of the past 6 years
Yeah.
of what Donny and Sam have been saying
Mhm.
about how everybody
And-
else is crazy for doubting Jeanson that this unrooted tree is inappropriate in its application to the 3 sons of Noah's wives. But here we are again. Yes, it's inappropriate. What do we do?
It's so much better than that, because I brought up this exact issue to Jeanson that time we talked. And do you know what the answer to that question was? And I didn't clip it. I should have clipped this a little bit, but do you know what the answer to that question was when I brought up the 3 nodes and how it doesn't form the pattern that he says and he shouldn't do that?
Tell
Was
me.
it, have you read my book?
No, it's better. That's wonky things pre-flood.
Oh my goodness, the wonky things. I forget
That's-
about the wonkiness.
Okay. That's actually really important. That is really important context, because that means that Jeanson knew that it didn't work then.
Mm-hmm.
That's really important.
And
That
now
means
he's
that
just
this
saying.
isn't updating his beliefs. This is covering his ass for future dunks, right? Like that is like, I don't know, man. I don't think you
I'm-
can say there was an unexplained mechanism, and then a couple years later be like, yeah, I've abandoned that idea, and have people not just kind of narrow their eyes a little bit and be like, okay, but
Okay.
then
What
how are you
happened?
getting away? Yeah, what happened?
What
Right,
happened, man?
exactly.
What
What
happened?
happened? What specifically made you abandon that idea?
I don't know, but if I had a football, I'd be spiking it right now.
Oh, love it. Very,
Yeah.
very interesting.
You know, you can pretend. You can
Like-
pantomime.
That's okay. I won't embarrass myself.
All right.
It's fine.
Fair enough.
It's fine. I just you love to see it. Now, folks, there is a really funny addendum to this, because Donnie, as you may or may not know, you know, he makes his rounds on the debate circuit. He's been working out those old debate muscles. And he did a debate recently, a couple weeks ago, and he did another one just this past week, and mitochondrial DNA came up in each. And anyone want to bet if he used the mitochondrial phylogenetic tree, or if he followed Nathaniel's lead in saying that's not well supported as a creationist argument anymore? And
I'm gonna guess
he did.
I'm going to guess that he ignored that Nathaniel Jeanson just was like, no, you can't do that.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what
Wow.
happened.
How did I know?
Yep.
I must be
that's-
psychic.
That's exactly
Only
what
explanation.
he just. So the guy who came up with the idea said to Donnie's face, "Yeah, I don't think the data support this. I don't use that argument anymore." And within a few months of that, what does Donnie do? He uses that argument anyway, even though he knows better, because the person who came up with it has said that the data don't support it.
Well, look, this is a very typical Donnie thing to do, right? Because Donnie has a long history of just agreeing with whatever he most recently heard about that agrees with his like biases. In fact, I would argue in this way he's very Trumpian.
Mm-hmm.
The most recent person to talk to him who accepts and reinforces his biases is who he's going to parrot next.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's also a very Joe Rogan thing of just like, yeah, that sounds plausible, right? And
Yep.
it just like doesn't matter what it is or who it is. It just, yep. And as I was saying that, literally as I was saying it, dopamine gets to the same point. Yeah. This is also an important thing in terms of using arguments he knows is wrong. Donnie does this all the time. He bets on his opponents being unprepared. So he'll make the 3-node argument knowing that even Jeanson acknowledges that it's wrong, but counting on his opponent to not know the reason why. He'll make the Y chromosomes are such and such percent different, knowing that that's a bad argument, not counting on his opponents to not know the reason why. And so Donny will continue to use this argument as he has just literally within the last week, despite Jeanson saying to his face that it's not supported.
Has he used it in the past week? Do we know?
Erica, you missed it. He's used it in the last 2 debates, both of which occurred within the last 2 weeks.
He has not.
He has. It was like literally last Thursday or whatever. He did it. Yeah. He used the tree with the 3 nodes. Yeah.
Are we sure?
I watched it the day after.
Wow.
Yep.
Yep. So
yeah, I'm not really sure.
We were like just a few minutes ago complimenting Donny's intellectual honesty, and then,
well, you know,
don't have any expectations, and you won't be disappointed.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. You know me. I'm fighting hand over fist to try to give people the benefit of the doubt here. I genuinely don't know what to say to that.
I want to know what he's saying there, and then we want to go to like 29 minutes because that's the next really great part of this. So let's start here. I just want to know what he says at the end of this bit, and then we'll do the bit at 29 minutes, and because that is an all-timer. Trust me, you're all going to like it.
These new assumptions play out in the natural world, what predictions they make, but to be able to think outside this wooden evolutionary framework sometimes seems impossible for these people. I don't mean to insult their intelligence as much as it just is so irrational.
No, let's just be clear. He does mean to insult our intelligence, but
please don't play dumb. At least we're honest when we're being mean.
Like we in all honesty, among us, both publicly and privately, in our secret cabal lair, we like debate with each other of like, are they lying or do they genuinely not understand it? Like we hash that out privately and publicly. Right.
Not only that.
See if amongst the 3 of us you can guess who's wrong most often.
but not only that, we have had multiple conversations about how we could do young Earth creationism so much better than they could. We could get their ideas to align so much more closely with the data.
Yeah.
And they just don't.
Minimal assumptions too.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to beat my favorite drum on this, which is
I know it already.
You know it already. If the arc lands on Kilimanjaro, if Kilimanjaro is Ararat, everything is so much easier, guys. Just do it.
Seriously, just why not? Who cares?
No,
who cares?
Dapper, you know why.
Yeah, I know why.
We know why.
We know why.
Yeah.
But seriously, it makes it solves all their genetic problems. If you just honestly, I've got half a mind to like come up with a pseudonym and submit like Ararat equals Kilimanjaro and do like a phylogenetics pop gen biogeography thing on human genetics for Answers Research Journal, and just like, guys, it solves so many freaking problems. It solves so many problems. Seriously.
I am sorry to do this, but I have to get more tequila.
Wait, okay. Because the part, I think you need to wait until you hear the next part.
Okay.
It's a good opportunity to go.
All right. I will listen to the next part, and then when we pause, I will let you two go, and then I will give my thoughts after I return with additional tequila.
I might step away for a minute because we've been going for a long time, and we're not stopping anytime soon.
No.
Here we go. Are you? This part is fantastic.
I'm ready.
Here we go.
I don't know how to do it. I learned evolution growing up. And to me, that's just debate 101. You should know your opponent's position better than he does.
Is that the thing you want to be? Okay, I'm gonna.
You really want to play that game, Nate? Because you're gonna lose. You're gonna lose.
Right.
And if you can't even step outside your own framework to understand the other guy's side, let alone critique it, I just don't. I don't know how they.
My guy,
rationally and sleep at night.
Self-awareness level 0.
You know what? Nope. I'm gonna respond to that when I come back.
Okay. Wait. No. That wasn't Dapper. That wasn't the part I wanted to hear.
Oh my God! You're not kidding.
Oh no. It's the part coming up is amazing. Trust me. Trust me.
Okay.
Trust me. Everyone's got to trust me.
I want to say this, and then Sam, I know you had a question, but as we move forward in this interview, and you're giving us great answers, I appreciate it. We're talking a lot about some of these critics on YouTube, but I'm curious. Whenever someone challenges a major scientific consensus like you're doing, Dr. Jeanson, critics inevitably respond. But I'm curious, how is the greater scientific community reacted to your work?
That's a good question. They largely ignore it, and there's a history that explains it. Going back to the 1970s, Henry Morris, Duane Gish were doing debates on university campuses, thousands of students coming out. You can read about it in the old archived Acts and Facts issues, the ICR publication, Institute for Creation Research publication that's been going on for quite some time. They had it in the 1970s. I've got copies. I've got a stack of it back there. Anyway, of some of the old ones in book form. And they give reports about all the students coming out, the evolutionists they were debating. I think the evolutionists themselves will say about that decade in the 1970s that they were unprepared. They didn't expect these guys to stand up and make scientific arguments in support of the biblical record, in support of creation science, or creationism, I guess they would probably say. They thought they were just going to quote Bible verses. And so it took about a decade for the evolutionists to regroup and say, wait a minute, we should probably be prepared better for what they're saying and try to refute it. That didn't last that long either, because eventually the evolutionists just said, we're going to stop debating. I think it was Gould, the famous paleontologist, Stephen Jay Gould, who said, the best we can do in a debate like this with the creationists, like Gish or Morris, is a tie. And the tie doesn't help evolution. So let's just stop doing it. So they shut down the public discourse because it wasn't helping the evolutionary cause. Clever move. So it shuts down the conversation, doesn't expose college students to creation science. And the other key thing that was happening around the same time was
Let him cook.
Late 70s, early 80s. There were at least a couple states, Louisiana and Arkansas, who mandated the teaching of creation science in the public schools. These were equal time laws, creation science alongside evolution, not exclusively creation. So the evolutionists said, we got to do something about this too. Won the court cases, the federal court case for Arkansas in 1982. McLean, I think, versus the Arkansas Board of Education is the case. And then Louisiana was, I forget who the case title.
It was Edwards v. Aguilard was the other one.
How can you not know this? If you are giving a spiel about the reason why you are not being taken seriously, there's two big ones.
Is this the part you wanted me to get to?
No. Well, it's this whole section. So if you want to step away, Dapper, you got the gist.
All right, I'll be right back.
It's what has been the response? The response has been nothing, and it's because they ignore us. And oh boy, Erica, what are your thoughts on the fact that the entire scientific community ignores the groundbreaking, dare I say, Galilean work of
You know
Dr.
what?
Nathaniel Jeanson?
I'm actually going to take a different approach here, one that maybe you're not expecting. They don't ignore creationists. When creationists write work that can be passable in a secular journal, creationists get published in secular journals. It's very rare compared to conventional science, but it happens. And usually the journals are a little bit more laissez-faire, like theoretical biology kind of stuff, but they still get in. So to me, if I may, the reason is because your work isn't good, because other creationists are doing it. Now, as for why is creationism not being taken seriously at large, I guess in general would be a better way of putting it. The reason is because, in my opinion, that it's a sort of multi-pronged reason. Number one, the data has become even more overwhelming than it was, and by a substantial amount, because our quest for knowledge is exponential in the modern age. And so we've learned more faster. And so you just can't argue, like in human evolution, it's particularly stark because in 2002, we got the human genome sequence. In 2005, we got the chimpanzee genome sequence, and we've sequenced many, many genomes since then and explored chromosomal fusions, areas that are unique to each species, population genetics taken backwards in time, and of course, discovered oodles and oodles and oodles of transitional forms within the hominins. So I would actually say for hominin paleontology, we've more than doubled the number of fossils from 1980 to now. And so because of that, the data is just smothering. Creationism doesn't stand a chance. But more importantly, and I do mean more importantly for public sentiment, it's lame. Creationism is lame. It's not normalized within society to any degree anymore. It is thought of as fringe. And part of the reason for that, I think, is the internet. And part of the reason for that is the absolute smackdown that the Discovery Institute got in 2005, which set them back legally, potentially even forever, knock on wood.
Decades at least.
Yeah, at least. And part of it is, as I've hinted at many times, in that interim time period, that critical period when creationism needed to rally, the young earthers went off and started the homeschooling industry and put all their eggs in that basket and left the DI floundering in their defeat. And they were unable to recover from that. What happened then? The culture war moved on and it left creationism behind and picked up a new bag. And so that's the summary of why Nathaniel Jeanson is not being taken seriously. If you want to hear something just sad, it's that he sent Replacing Darwin to many, many people. A lot of people read it, but not that many. And of the people who read it, fewer cared enough to send feedback.
Yep.
And of the people who did provide feedback, Nathaniel Jeanson looked at it and said, "You didn't read my book."
So
he dug this grave for himself.
Oh, totally. So here's my take on this, which is somewhat different because of a very funny experience I had in grad school. Because the question here was like, what's been the response from the scientific community? And the answer was, well, they've largely ignored it. And I think it was, here's the comment here, Callisto 9166, they ignore it by the clever tactic of being completely unaware that he exists.
Mm-hmm.
And
Part of it too.
I experienced this in graduate school because, I was the weirdo who was like following what the creationists were doing. And at one point I brought up to some of my colleagues, like in my lab, like some of the other graduate students and my advisor and a couple other people, we were just like casually chatting one day. I was like, by the way, you know, this guy, Nathaniel Jeanson, have you heard of this dude? And like his like trying to whatever. And then this was pre-replacing Darwin, but he was at ICR and he had moved to AIG by then. And I was like, tell them about it. And they were like, what the fuck are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. Like nobody. And it wasn't like a couple, it wasn't like two people. It was like, I don't know, 6 or 8 people in the field of evolutionary biology. Nobody knew this man existed. Nobody had any idea of like his work. And that is his own fault because instead of, publishing blog posts at Answers Research Journal, if he thought he had the goods, he could have been like submitting real papers to journals. And it doesn't even have to be like the top tier journals. It could be kind of mid-range journals. He could go to conferences and present a poster at a conference. He could just do a poster at a conference. They let anybody do that.
Sal
did it. Sal did no, he did an online presentation. He did more than a poster.
Well, okay, but it was during like COVID stuff, wasn't it?
No, he did. It was the online component like a couple years ago. It was they had an in-person thing, but
I'm feeling generous. I'm going to give it to him.
No, I nominated him for Cambrian Bunny for that. I think that he actually like did it. And I also did a review of that talk, and it was the worst conference talk I've ever seen in my life. But like power to him for doing it, And like Jeanson, at any point since he got his PhD in 2009 and was immediately hired by ICR, at any point since then, there's an annual conference called Evolution.
Yeah.
He could have just gone and presented a poster at any point.
Dan, do you want my rant?
I do want your rant. Yes.
Okay. Nate. May I call you Nate? I don't care. Nate. The reason that the scientific community largely ignores you is the same reason that NASA doesn't give a fuck about the evidentiary requirements of flat earthers to prove that the Earth is a globe. Because on the one hand, they almost certainly have never heard of you, as Dan pointed out. And on the other hand, even if they had, they don't care because you're not actually producing anything of any value to them that is challenging anything. You are producing childish nonsense that a layman like me, who not only does not have a genetics degree, but doesn't have a degree in any science field. My degree is in history, and it's only a bachelor's degree. And yet I have managed to figure out why you're dumb on the basis of, I don't know, paying attention to how genetics works. in my, I was going to say my spare time, but that's not fair because this is technically my job. So like, but still, on the basis of just looking into it, I can not only understand your arguments, but also why they're wrong and why they're laughably wrong. And let's be fair, the level of genetic like awareness of like genetics as a science that it takes is like sophomore undergrad. You get to that point, and that's why we know you're wrong. So like the average 20-year-old in a genetics program, or just any STEM field that involves enough genetics to be taking genetics as a class, that person knows why you're full of shit. And the fact that you parade around your Harvard degrees doesn't make your arguments more impressive. It makes you as a person seem more dishonest. So if you want to be taken seriously, you have to do the same thing that the flat earthers have to do. You have to actually produce a model that does not violate well-established aspects of science and that makes predictions that are actually true instead of your predictions which are either trivial or untrue, and with a model that violates well-established parts of science. And if you can't do that, then you need to actually go through and show why those well-established parts of science are actually wrong. And you haven't even attempted that as far as I can tell. So to summarize, here's the real quick thing. The reason that you don't get any attention from science is the same reason that the next Artemis mission is not going to follow the recommendation of flat earthers.
No, cosign.
I
Thank you.
also cosign. I
Thank
didn't
you.
hear the entire thing because I did get up for a moment, but yes.
But that's the gist of it. Is the same reason that NASA ignores flat earthers is the reason that everyone ignores Jeanson.
Yeah. And like he could opt into like the scientific community anytime he wanted and try to persuade people. And he has
Quite easily, too.
Yeah, he could just like try. Just try.
But he
And
knows he'll
he's
fail
just-
though.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. But then he'll just say those biased scientists, which honestly is the card
Those
he should
jerks.
play. He should try and then like get laughed at, and then he could play the "they never read my book, they're biased, wah wah wah" card. But this like they go. I'm just going to say like this like they don't even engage with my work is weak sauce because that's your fault. Like you could do it in such a way because he has a legitimate PhD, so he knows how this actually works, and he is opting out of it and then complaining that no one listens.
That's a great point. Because you know what none of the flat earthers have is the actual, knowledge of how to engage with the scientific method and actually like engage scientists in the field. But Nathaniel does. So Nathaniel Jeanson, I need you to understand, you are more pathetic than the flat earthers. JM Truth, freaking Sleeping Warrior, the guy who pissed on stream into a bottle while he was on camera.
Based.
Fucking Eric Dubé, those people are your superiors because they at least have an excuse that you lack. You are more pathetic than the flat earthers, my man. Like, just fucking shape up.
That's a perfect. Oh, go ahead, Erica, and then we'll move on to the next section.
I have a question, but like, I mean, I might be able to wait for the next one, but I was just going to say, like, you know, if he wants to be taken seriously by the conventional science community, why was replacing Darwin a layman's book? Why was Trace a layman's book? He did enough work to compile them into a manuscript. Just submit it to a journal.
The real answer is because all of this complaining about how the scientific community isn't taking him seriously is just for his co-religionists who already agree with his nonsense. He doesn't actually want to be taken seriously.
I agree. I'm just pointing a hole in the facade.
Yeah. All right, fair enough.
So the next section here, I'm going to skip about 10 minutes in this. It's actually a little more than 10 minutes from where we are here because he complains about nobody paying attention to him for
poor
a
baby.
solid few minutes here, and we don't need
care
to indulge his nonsense. You can just like try to publish your stuff and just like go to a conference and present a poster and like actually try to convince people. And until you do that, I have no sympathy for you. So we don't need to go into all that part. The next section, which we're going to skip, is all about like there's no actual data in here, but it's like predictions. And he wants other people to test his predictions. And
I
once
remember that.
again,
Yeah.
this is a man
Yeah.
who knows how science works. So that's your job.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you make a prediction, you don't get to go, you should prove me wrong. No. That's your job, is to show that your prediction is accurate.
Here's a blast from the past. Dan, do you remember years ago when we reviewed a paper purporting to demonstrate that one wing of a fly carries a
Yes.
disease and the other wing carries a cure for said disease?
You
So
do?
a lot of the comments that I got, especially in the initial like phase of that video, because it's actually had like 3 or 4 weird bumps in the algorithm since then, but like whatever. A lot of the comments I first got was like, well, why don't you do these tests to test this? And my answer is like, that's not my job. I don't think this is a worthwhile hypothesis to test. If you do, then you go test it. I'm not going to test every bullshit claim that comes across my like consciousness. That's not my job.
I am reminded of a joke Barack Obama told at one of his White House Correspondents' dinners back in the day, before our society collapsed.
In the before times.
In the before
Sounds
times.
woke.
And it was a joke
Yeah,
about how he needs to do
woke.
more to try to get along with Congress. People would say, well, you should just go and have a drink with Mitch McConnell. And he makes this face and goes, you have a drink with Mitch McConnell.
Right?
And it's like, you need to test my no, you test your predictions. Like, that's your job.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure at this point that Mitch McConnell is not drinking under his own power anymore. So
I am not going to comment publicly on Mitch McConnell.
I will.
Sorry.
Fuck that guy. Hope he's dead.
I'm not going to comment publicly on Mitch McConnell.
I am so interested in hearing what predictions he thinks he's made are accurate. So it
You know
doesn't
what?
surprise me that
You know what,
he's-
Erica? You know what? Just for that, we're going to watch that section.
Why would you do that? You know I was being serious, but also not. Okay, fine.
No,
let's
we're going to
it.
watch it. Let's see. Let's just watch a couple minutes of it, and then we'll go from there.
Harsh.
Here we go.
All right, so yes,
that's
as
Sam.
creationists, we have a model, and of course the evolutionists have a model, and so now what do we do?
No, you don't have
so
a
the
model.
question here
You don't have a model. You have,
don't have a model,
assertions. They don't have a model. They don't have a model.
is: have you made any novel position or predictions that have or are currently being tested, and do you have any predictions that are out there that the critics can test as well?
Not my job.
Yes, and I think this explains some of the response on the part of the evolutionary community. Again, I think for the vast majority, they don't know this exists. There's been no response.
True.
In my anecdotal experiences, when exposing even theistic evolutionists to, hey, no, I'm actually arguing that science says the Earth is young, that humanity is young. They have a very visceral reaction.
Those
which I'm
aren't the
familiar with.
same thing.
Not necessarily on this issue, but on theological issues where I've been challenged in times past, and I haven't thought through, well, why do I believe this? That's my instinctual response, because I don't know what to do. I don't have a response to this criticism, this new criticism I've heard that I've never had to think through before, and it affects me
What the
viscerally.
hell was that?
So I recognize
I don't
that
know.
response,
I don't know.
which is again consistent with I've
Okay.
never heard of this before. What do I do?
Hey.
And they can either go on marginalizing it or
Sorry for the jump scare, everybody.
Yeah,
that
that
was
was
in the
a jump
original
scare.
video, by the way. That was unedited. Just saying.
All right, whatever.
Just saying.
trying to ignore it, make it go away, or eventually wrestle with it. But anyway, with respect to predictions, I think part of the reason that the responses of the critics are so lousy, and I don't mean that insulting as much as I think objectively
do.
so,
Yes, you do. Yeah.
Yes,
is
you mean it that way.
we've got a
Sure.
historically verifiable track record of predictions and fulfillments. So it's a historical fact. Replacing Darwin came out 2017. I made predictions about finding the history of civilization in human DNA. That confirmation gets published in 2022, 5 years later.
Which
you can't-
publication?
Bro,
What
okay,
did you
hold
refer
on.
He's
Sorry.
talking about books. He's talking about Traced.
Right. So here's something I just have to point out, right? Genesis has this thing called the Table of Nations, right? It's just before the Tower of Babel story, even though the nations are supposed to be coming after the Tower of Babel story, which is one of the ways we know that it wasn't just some guy who wrote it, it was actually cobbled together from a bunch of different sources. But that's neither here nor there. And here's the thing. It tells us who are the ancestors, supposedly, of these nations, right? And it tells us this in the patrilineal line. So if the Bible is correct about who the ancestors of these nations are, according to patrilineal descent, then we should be able to say that these nations should all fall within the same Y chromosome haplogroups, according to who their ancestor is, right?
Right. Yeah.
But here's the problem. I did that for the descendants of Ham. And while the majority of them are haplogroup J on the Y chromosome, a whole bunch of them are just all over the place in terms of like actual ancient DNA as well as living descendants and which Y chromosome haplogroup is predominant among that group. And it just doesn't work. And it's not like well, if you squint, then maybe. No, it just doesn't.
It doesn't work at all.
Like, not even close. And also, I would just like to point out that a number of the nations in the Table of Nations that are being presented as being around in the Bronze Age are actually like late Iron Age arrivals to like the Levant and like North Africa and these whole areas.
Dapper.
And
it's so much worse.
There's that.
Continue.
And so like everything about this is indicating that this is something that people made up in the Iron Age as a way to explain to people their current situation and how they're relating to other nations on Earth or in their region, and not an actual historical record of the things that actually happened in history, because none of it works. Jungle Jargon might disagree with me. That's cool. I don't care. Jungle Jargon thinks that the way that you charge a phone is by dumping a bunch of electrons into it.
That's a deep cut.
Do not invoke that here, Dapper.
Don't. That's like.
Are you telling me not to cite the deep magic to you two?
Tempting fate.
Yeah, tempting fate. That's more what I'm.
You know what? In the comments now.
I hope he does. Jungle Jargon, show up in chat.
So Dapper, I have two things for you. One is one of the pleasures of my life in this space was that when Traced came out, I had the distinct thought of, oh my God, Jungle Jargon is going to love this. And then Jungle Jargon made I forget if it was a video or a comment about how it was all wrong and I got all the Y haplogroups wrong.
He was like, this is offensive to me personally.
Yeah,
like he hated it.
The crazy thing is though, he's right that it doesn't get the Y haplogroups right.
Yes.
But he's also wrong about what they should be. But whatever.
He was more personally offended by Traced than I was.
Yeah, than anyone I know, actually.
Right. He took it personally like, oh, this Jeanson is no. Second thing is, if you want an idea of just how wrong Jeanson's accurate predictions are, there's a Y chromosome haplogroup called R1b. It's a European haplogroup. R1b is quite old. And there's a very famous, very well-studied specimen. It's a Stone Age burial site in northern Italy, from which R1b Y chromosomal DNA was isolated. They isolated the DNA, they sequenced it, was haplogroup R1b, Stone Age. Now, I do not know my human history well enough to put years on Stone Age, but if anyone here does, Dapper, approximately, when was the Stone Age?
So it's a little bit complicated because it changes depending on where you are.
Yeah.
But
generally
speaking, the Stone Age is going to end sometime around, like,
I'm going to tell you,
7,000 to 5,000 years ago in most places in the old world.
I just want you to not worry about your approximation.
Because, there you go, 7 to 5.
Okay, so this was a Stone Age specimen. It's a burial site, Stone Age burial site, because archaeologists know the difference between Stone Age versus Bronze Age versus Iron Age. We know the difference between those things, right? Stone Age specimen, northern Italy, haplogroup R1b. Nathaniel Jeanson puts haplogroup R1b migrating into Europe. You want to guess when he says it migrates into Europe? Anyone want to guess? Chat?
800 BCE.
What was that, Dapper?
800s BCE.
Yeah, that's the wrong suffix. I'm sorry.
Hold on. You're. You just.
So
Wow.
this is a joke. And it's more accurate than Dapper's answer.
Are you kidding?
According to Jeanson, that haplogroup makes it into Europe in the Middle Ages.
What? So
Dapper just
post
locked that in, by the
800
way. He will never forget
CE. Because more so, okay, one thing I need to explain to people is that
Yeah.
like the Middle Age, the medieval period, like that's a very Anglo-centric term.
No, I just
And
want to
we
say
talk about it.
Yeah, no, this is within the mark. Like, if you were to put like a confidence interval around the number, that is in the number.
Yeah, like
that's in the confidence interval.
like that's like 1200 CE.
Yeah, no, that's It's like 1000 CE
Jesus.
is when he says it gets to. Yeah, and it's
What?
like post-Roman.
Oh my god.
And it's a Stone Age burial site. So either there was a cryptic Stone Age settlement in northern Italy during
maybe.
the Renaissance.
Fucking hell. Wow.
Well,
Wait, does he actually put it into like the 1600s, 1700s?
I think the range was like 12 to 16 or some bullshit. It was
All right, well, let's call it
ridiculous.
medieval then,
Let's
because
call it
the
medieval.
Renaissance is the end.
Let's call it medieval.
Far
Let's call it
end.
medieval.
Okay.
There was a cryptic Stone Age settlement in northern Italy during the Middle Ages, or archaeologists have no clue how to identify things.
I like to imagine that Hannibal is marching past this
Yeah.
Stone Age village with his elephants.
Cro-Magnons.
Yes, he's got Cro-Magnons.
Yeah.
Who's just like, what
Yeah.
the hell's going on here?
Who are you guys?
Interesting.
Why don't you have fabric? Why are you wearing those furs? That's weird.
Okay, no, I want to say about fabric. Fabric probably comes from like 150,000 BC in Africa, so they had fabric.
Well, they might have had. Okay, fair enough.
Because there were no humans there were no Homo sapiens
no.
in Europe 150,000 years ago.
Dapper, they
That's
forgot
right.
all that technology after the flood.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, they were the guys who dispersed from Babel who didn't have the
God
weaving
damn it, Erica.
technology.
They forgot
Yo,
it. So
Oh, how
Don't
could I be
warn
so
me.
stupid? I'm such an idiot.
Oh my god, you could have warned me. Oh, BSS is here.
crazy. Like this is
apparently
crazy.
Bad Science Sunday ended and they're all here now. So hi, Bad Science Sunday.
Hello.
Hi
What's
everyone.
up, Bad Science Sunday?
This is a lot more bad science on a Sunday.
This is so much bad science on a Sunday, but it's
Oh.
not Bad Science Sunday.
Does he does he explain why he thinks there's a discrepancy, or does he just ignore it?
What do you think the answer is?
Yeah,
to that
come on,
question?
Dapper.
Okay,
please.
so I
Please,
think he
dude.
ignores it.
Come on.
You're
But
right.
like
You're
I
right.
want to ask. Okay. fair.
I'm gonna answer your question with another question.
Okay.
How many times in Traced do you think Jeanson mentions Neanderthals in the whole book? How many
say-
times does the word Neanderthal appear?
In Traced.
Which
Interesting.
recall,
Traced,
according to-
okay.
in Traced, remember, according to Jeanson, NAIG, and most Yex, Neanderthals are a post-flood population, right? Descended from Noah. How many times do you think he mentions them in Traced?
Okay. My guess is 3, because I think he might bother to address the fact that he doesn't want to use that. And then
That
he'll
is
say
the exact right answer. The word Neanderthal appears
yeah!
3 times in Traced.
3. That was my thought process was like, that's about how many times I would have to mention something to say I'm not going to account for it.
Yeah, that's basically
Awesome.
exactly what it is. Yeah, you nailed it. Yup, that's exactly correct.
Amazing.
Friendly reminder, Rob Carter thinks it's fine and thinks Jeanson he gave Trace a bad review and part of that. Like,
No, Rob, he gave the bad review without reading the book. Come on, he didn't read
good
the book.
point.
Obviously.
Because if he had read the book, he'd agree with it, Erica.
of course,
Yeah.
everyone
Erica,
would.
what is wrong with you?
Come on,
today?
Everybody
Come on.
would if they only
Now that
knew.
we've gotten 1 minute into this 10-minute segment that I was gonna skip, but Erica made me not skip it, we're now gonna skip the rest of it because I think everyone's gotten the idea there. Everyone good? You know what?
No,
Can I just say I'm very
unironically-
happy about my guess of 3 and that my reasoning seems reasonable for that guess?
No. you're-
Unironically,
Totally.
a blunder of that magnitude though does mean you are pretty safe in writing off the rest of his work.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh, yeah.
It's
I
literally
mean that
like
genuinely.
I forget the name of it, but the specimen that I talked about, the R1B in Italy specimen that I mentioned, it's so famous. Like, it has its own Wikipedia page, it has a name, like I forget what it is because it's not my field, but like it is one of like the things. And he's just like, yeah, Middle Ages. Like,
That's so.
it's yeah. Okay.
Is that worse than ignoring Neanderthals, or is that better?
That question doesn't make any sense to me.
Alright,
I
fair
don't think I've ever seen Dapper rendered speechless. He was hominin. He was like,
I just love it was when I said, I wish you were on camera so I could see your face when I said wrong
I
suffix.
am on camera.
You know what I mean.
You wish I was in my human
suit.
yeah.
I wish you were in your furry human suit.
I do too.
It's
Excellent.
itchy and it needs to go to the dry cleaners.
It's more expressive. Your face is more expressive in your human suit. So I just wish I could have seen that reaction when I said wrong suffix.
I'm sorry that you evolved a bunch of facial muscles so that you could suck on nipples. I didn't.
And hard candies.
Yeah, well, sure. But like, I'm sorry that my reproductive strategy doesn't involve nipples. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm not. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's keep
So
going.
wait, you're happy that my
Moving-
reproductive strategy doesn't involve nipples? Is that what
everyone just we're just gonna cut it off right there.
Sorry,
You know
Dan.
what? You know who else doesn't have lips? Is monotremes, because they also don't have nipples.
Because
So
they have sweat glands that are modified to secrete a nutrient-rich fluid. Yep.
they're sebaceous glands, actually.
Sorry.
Same with the
God
kidneys.
Damn it.
Yeah, well, that's why I said monotremes.
And actually, I believe they are potentially apocrine glands.
Oh yeah, they
Oh
might be
my
apocrine.
God, I can't even make a joke with you two because I
Hey,
get well
yo!
actually, and I
Okay,
just
okay.
want you to know that that's why we're friends.
Hey, if you want to learn more about the evolution of breastfeeding, my chapter, humans.
There you go.
Talk about it.
You're gonna get that book. Oh man. Okay. We are getting to one of the major linchpins of this, and I'm going to go a little bit further
good.
here because, well, I won't spoil it. You'll see. Here we are. Are we ready for the home stretch, folks? It's about 9
right,
minutes.
bring it.
No, but let's do it.
Nobody's ready.
Bring
Nobody's
it.
ready for this shit. Here we go. I'm going to preface this by saying to everyone, Dapper, Erica, chat,
yeah.
Donnie is going to ask a question, and I'm going to ask this again on the far side of Jeanson's answer. I want you to be thinking the whole time, is he answering the question?
Got it.
Okay.
Walked in.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
And so it just continues to work then, Dr. Jeanson.
Exactly. Yes. That'd be a good summary.
I'm sorry. I just need to say, everyone that's here right now watching, thank you. I just had 200. This is the first time I think I've got 200 people watching.
Nice.
So, like, thank you all for being here. I have no idea why everyone's here at midnight at my time watching us dunk on a creationist, but I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
This is what I'm saying. There's never been a worse time to be a creationist.
Never been a worse.
I love it. So, okay, as we wrap up here, I just want to ask you one quick bonus question.
We do that. Where
We do, yeah.
We nailed that.
Yeah,
Classic.
Great.
And then we're going to wrap it up. This has been great. Your answers have been detailed. And so this really helps us understand the work that you're doing, the research that you've done, and you've given us really good summaries of replacing Darwin, traced, and they had names. So I want to encourage anybody watching, anybody in the live chat to check out those books and also your research. You've got an abundance.
We'll get there.
God, get his
technical
cock out of
articles
your
over the
mouth,
year.
Donnie.
Dr. Jeanson. I spent a lot of time reading and studying. And so I just want to get this question in here because I know the critics are going to comment with it. And so maybe kind of put it to
Right.
bed, which in many ways you have, even in this program. But you've talked about your fulfilled predictions. It's working. The critics are not engaging it. They failed essentially. But they'll keep going back. People like Dan, they'll just keep going back and saying, well, you know, in a way, the predictions, the findings, especially with history and trace, and they had names. We don't need to pay attention to those because the mutation rate data that originated with these predictions, if I'm understanding correctly, the faster rates in mitochondrial DNA, faster rates in the Y chromosome, they'll say none of that really matters because Dr. Jeanson he's treating a substitution rate as a mutation rate, or we should be focusing on the fixation rate.
I just want to point out that when I talked to Jeanson, I said, this is what you're doing. A bunch of people have said that I'm wrong about this, but is that what you're doing? And his exact words to me, quote, I'm treating the mutation rate as a substitution rate. He admitted it.
I remember.
Like, straight up, like, to me. And at that point, literally, I talked to him for an hour. The other 59 and a half minutes didn't matter. Like, none of it mattered.
That was actually huge.
That was it.
Like, the fact that because literally for years, I had been arguing online, he is treating a mutation rate as a long-term substitution rate. You can't do that. And many people were saying to me, no, Dan, that's stupid. Of course he wouldn't do that. You're wrong. Stop lying about his work. And then I asked him if that's what he was doing, and he just like, boom, like that cop to it.
To be fair to those people, it is stupid.
Right. They were right about that.
Right.
Yeah. But that is also what he's doing.
Right.
So I just want to make sure, like,
Same page on that.
Got his ass on that one, like straight up. So that's what we're talking about here. And this is an important point that Andrew brings up. Friend Andrew, welcome. I know you've been here, but good to see you. I'm sure Donny even said that in a conversation with me and David Neff in 2021. We were talking about this, and Donny said, of course the substitution rate is slower than the mutation rate. Everyone agrees with that.
Yeah.
But now Donnie's on the mutation rate equals substitution rate train. Why do you think that is?
Again, mind you, because this has happened before, because time is a flat circle.
So true.
I know. So let's see how Nate wriggles out of this one. Oh, I should have said Donnie because it works. See how Donnie... Anyway.
Yeah, both of them.
It works.
Rather than the per generation rate, because selection removes a lot of those genetic variants over time. Or I know this is a big question, so feel free to just give a nutshell answer. But you know, perhaps he's including somatic cell mutations. I know you're familiar with all this. So as a way to kind of wrap up the program with a bang, the critics are going to use this argument. What's the best way to just shut it down and get everybody really focused on the work that you're doing in books like Traced and They Had Names, Dr. Jeanson?
Dan has really been a great gift to creation science in this way, because if you watch his videos,
thank you.
I think it was the one in response to Traced. He tries to bring up that point, but his justification. So let me back up and just find the terms. So substitution rate versus mutation rate.
Oh, hang on. Before I just want to remember, the question was, they criticize you for saying the substitution rate equals the mutation rate, and they say that's wrong and you can't do that. Why are they wrong? Right? That's the question. Right. And I want to remind everyone, the game is, does he answer the question?
Right. So his response should be, you can use the mutation rate as the substitution rate in my model because...
XYZ. Right.
Right.
It is appropriate to treat the per generation mutation rate as the substitution rate. Yeah.
Here is where it matches with the data. Here is where I've made predictions with it that have come to fruition.
Yeah,
in some, it's appropriate,
right,
and so on and so forth.
So let's see how he does.
What I had been arguing going back 15 years or so replacing Darwin 2017, but the research precedes that. I've been looking at mitochondrial DNA early on, female inherited DNA, looking at how fast or slow do mothers. Let me back way.
She said
way
female
up.
Only, but whatever.
I
Mutation rate.
just want to say, time is a flat circle. What is it? I don't know if this is a serious comment or not, but you need to watch season 1 of True Detective.
It's
good
really
show.
It's a very good.
Season 1 was phenomenal. Season 2 fell right on its face.
Yeah.
And I think season 3 was somewhere in between. But
I was going to say the most recent season I liked.
Oh my god.
The Alaska one?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that one yet, but all right.
You should.
I just want to say it's season 1 of True Detective is all-time great season of television.
Also, I believe the most recent one passes the Bechdel test in spades. So there you go.
Which the first one emphatically does not.
That's actually a part of why the most recent one did, because they were like, we want to mirror that season, but give it a lot of feminine energy and female characters and whatnot.
And I think season 2 did, but also the story just wasn't as good.
Yeah.
Counterpoint, Fargo regularly passes the test.
Fargo is so good. I
There
love
you
that
go.
Fargo
show.
rocks. And season
Fargo is so
5
good.
of Fargo especially passes the test.
Oh,
and rocks.
yeah, season 5 is really good. I think I've only seen up to 4. Anyway, let's keep going. Anyway, this aside, let's just keep going. Sorry, everyone. We're just hanging.
We're nerds.
It
It's
is
fine.
how fast or slow does mom mutate the DNA to daughter? 'Cause we're
No,
talking female inherited DNA.
already
And I've
off
been
to the
saying
bad start.
based on,
That is the smallest problem.
Okay, I just
I know.
want to point out that already the first thing he said is irrelevant.
The smallest problem.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
But just saying.
the literature, which is fairly contradictory. So I just took all the raw data and pooled it,
Yeah, we know. You can't do
and it came out to about an average of 1 mistake every 5 to 10 generations. Way too
Mistake.
fast
Fuck
for
you.
evolution. Very good confirmation of the young Earth timescale. I've been saying that measurement in the present,
Mhm.
get mom, get daughter, how many differences are there? That's what the data was based on.
Okay. Yep.
I had been assuming that rate had been had been consistent in the past. It's basically uniformitarianism.
What? That doesn't matter.
A mouthful of a
No,
term meaning that present is the key to the past. That's, of course, what evolutionists love to do
Oh
in
my God.
geology,
Mhm.
and don't bat an eye
no.
about doing it there.
Oh, is this
Whichever of you. Just
okay?
yourself
So
out.
the question isn't whether or not the mutation rate has been consistent in the past. The question is, do mutations get removed from the population by any processes at all? And if the answer is yes, then you cannot assume that any mutation rate that you ever measure is going to equal the substitution rate, because it's always going to be higher, because some of those mutations aren't going to persist long term. It does not matter one lick whether or not the mutation rate is the same in the past or higher in the past or any of those things. The problem is, do they get removed? If yes, then you cannot equate those two things.
But Dapper, that's not even what uniformitarianism does in geology.
Also true.
That's not
Also-
even how geology works, Nathaniel
There
Jeanson.
we go.
Oh.
It's not, they don't even use uniformitarianism anymore.
That's
There's
not
that too, yeah.
Just anymore. Not just anymore. Rates differ depending on the sediment in question, all the way back to 1800, 1750.
Oh my God.
Which means that similarly, when you're talking about mutation versus substitution rate or introducing fixation, you're also simultaneously talking about two things. You can't just take the like one concept and pretend it's a different concept. They don't do that in geology. They've never done that in geology. And he has a PhD from Harvard.
Yeah, Nathaniel, you
What are you
can't just
talking about?
pretend one thing is a different thing. Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson, watch me.
Yeah, I guess I can.
Bet. Wonky pre-flood. Bet.
Wonky things pre-flood, they're the same. Boom.
There's so many reasons that is not only just a non-response, but even if it were a response, it still would be dumb as fuck.
The best part is Donnie knows this is bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
well,
Donnie-
you'll see him.
Okay.
He does know, and he's gonna be like, huh? Just watch. Just because again, the question is, does he answer the question?
Creationists have spent a long time saying, no, a flood would dramatically change rates of change in geology. So it's ironic, if not hypocritical, for the evolution.
This he does that fake laugh thing throughout this. This is a man who has never actually laughed in his life. The closest I feel like you get like major JD Vance energy.
Wait, are you accusing Nathaniel Jeanson of having carnal relations with furniture?
I no. I'm saying
I
Nathaniel
am.
Jeanson might have trouble casually ordering a donut.
Well, that too, but also Nathaniel
I am
Jeanson, I
not.
want to see your search history, because I want to see how many couches are in there.
I just want to say I'm not saying that for the record.
I'm not saying that he has had carnal relations with the couch. I just want to know, have you, Nathaniel? That's my question. Donnie's question was about substitution rates and mutation rates.
Questions.
My question is
Different
about
questions.
furniture. Yeah.
Different strokes or different. Never mind. That's not the appropriate phrase to use.
Well,
in this situation.
if it's a leather couch, maybe
Right.
that would work great.
Just let's not.
Okay.
Just now to turn around and say, oh, wait a minute, you can't assume the present is the key to the past. I'm like, well, you've been doing that for decades. So
Jesus Christ.
we're only allowed to question it if it contradicts evolution. Number one, it's hypocritical. Number two, so that
That is literally the dumbest argument he makes, and that is impressive.
It's
That's a substitution.
I'm not sure how to pronounce his name, but what looks like QLQNEN says creationist casting couch. Oh,
Okay. We're having
that's a lot even for me.
this is we're in the after dark portion of the stream, which
It is after dark for all of us.
We started there, so
Actually, not for me. No, it was before dark when we started for me.
no, I'm just joking about Erica's feet.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
hold on. For those who haven't here, who weren't here, my feet. I have many of them over here.
We've been
Erica's gonna get this place demonetized
We've
with all
been
that
on my
feet
feet all
stuff.
night.
feet.
The feet channel now. I just like this is flat earther logic.
Yeah.
It is.
Mhm.
It's Dapper.
Yes.
What are young Earth creationists?
Oh, they're just flat earthers who are better at geology. Sorry,
There you
geography.
go.
There we go.
Flat
Geography.
Earthers are better at geography. That's it. Here it is. All right, let's keep going because you're gonna want to see the rest of this.
Rate. Substitution rate is over a long period of time, many generations, extrapolated into the past. How fast does DNA change? And the evolutionists have tried to argue that some mutations can happen, but they get lost by natural selection or eliminated by
Are you
natural
arguing
selection. or
otherwise?
lost due to drift. Anyway,
So I've covered this in my creationist contradiction series where I have a video called Jeanson versus Jeanson because he has a publication in Answers Research Journal that is an emphatic defense of natural selection. And then he's also mutation rate equals substitution rate. And my friend, you have to pick one.
Also, he has a past association with ICR, which is emphatically anti-natural selection, but he also has a relationship with AIG, which is very much pro-natural selection.
Right, and he's definitely come out on the AIG side of that. He is like not with the
Yeah.
CET stuff. Like he agrees that natural selection is real. And if you agree that natural selection is real, you cannot deny that natural selection operates on the mitochondrial DNA, because if the mitochondrial DNA breaks, you are well and truly fucked.
Yeah. And like one thing I want to point out, it's not just that he has a past association with ICR. His article in defense of natural selection came about because
Mm-hmm.
Of
he had
ICR.
left ICR in the wake of their deciding that they're actually going to use continuous environmental tracking, which, by the way, my most recent video is about the fact that I cannot figure out how that's supposed to be a thing at all, never mind be a replacement for natural selection.
It's
not even a hypothesis.
magic.
Yeah,
It's
it's
magic.
just a bunch of wishy-washy magical words, and like,
Magic.
well, what if something happened?
CET is Randy Guglielmo being like, biology can't be that hard.
Basically,
Like,
yeah.
that's it.
Doesn't he have an engineering background?
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
he does.
It's
Obviously.
always freaking
Every
engineers,
time.
I swear.
The short summary of CET is: what if creatures could induce their own genetic changes in response to the environment? And the answer is, well, we know they don't. And then the response is, but what if it's just all epigenetics? And then
What
the
if they
response
did?
to that is, well, we've
It
sequenced
isn't.
a lot of DNA,
No, it's not.
and we know it's not. So, like, what are you doing?
Well, now we get back to the Donny Deals fallacy of
Yeah. Have you considered?
Have you
But have you
considered
considered-
that it's induced
that
mutation,
is-
though?
that it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Has he answered the question yet? I don't think he has.
No,
Let's
not
find
even
out
close.
if he does. Let's find out if he does.
He's reiterated that what he's doing is the thing that Donnie said he's doing.
Okay. Let's
Please
find out if
get
he
to
answers
Donnie.
the question.
I'm dying to know what Donnie says.
Oh,
converting measurements in the present to the past has been a task. There's plenty of papers trying to do this because, again, the mitochondrial mutation rates were too fast. So they're trying to figure out a way, how do we
No, they
reconcile
weren't.
these observations with the predictions of evolution? The biggest gift, though, from Dan has been arguing that I'm wrong on mutation versus substitution rate because the textbooks say otherwise.
No, dude.
It's
Oh my God, he's
It's-
back to that.
It's so much worse than that. It's so much worse than any of you think. Unless you know exactly where that comes from.
No, let him go. I want to hear. Let's let him.
Let's hear what he goes,
his
and then
full
I'll
thing.
explain exactly where that comes from because Erica and Dapper, I don't even know if you know or remember.
I remember that it was a thing. I don't remember the exact details.
Oh, the details are amazing. It's the way he is wrong is unbelievable. And let's see what he says, and then we'll fill in the gaps.
Worth laughing at, because for so long we've been accused of being religious dogmatist fundies who say the Bible says
self-identify that way, but okay.
That settles it. Their attitude is the textbook says it.
You mean the thing Canham says repeatedly in every fucking talk I've ever heard from him? Why would we accuse you of that, Nathaniel Jeanson? What am I supposed to say in response to that, Nathaniel? Why would people accuse you of the thing that you literally do openly, publicly, all the fucking time? What are you talking about? Am I next going to accuse you of wearing a blue shirt, Nathan?
I'm really happy we're 3.5 hours into this stream.
Me too.
I'm not clenching my jaw at all. Shut up.
It's okay. It's okay, Dapper. Bruxism is normal.
I believe it, and that settles it. It's a fundamentalist atheistic religion or agnostic religion, whatever you want to call it. It's textbook religious behavior. It's exactly what they've accused us of doing for so many years. You know, if I made up the story, you wouldn't believe me, but we've got it on video. So
okay, I'm gonna pull up a stream that explains this. I'm gonna show the screenshot I'm gonna take of this. It's gonna take me a minute, but I want to show this to give everyone the context for it. Because you are not prepared for the claim he is making.
He said this before, though,
correct.
hasn't he?
I'm not sure about.
So I'm just going to show you the screenshot that he shows because, well, let's just do it here. Hang on a second. It is here. Here's the screenshot. I'm going to take a screenshot. I'm going to put the screenshot on screen. I'm doing this on the fly, so you'll just have to bear with me for a second here. Okay, here it is. Oh my goodness, you're going to laugh so hard at this just before I even tell you what he says. You have no idea. You all don't know what you're in for now. Okay, here's the screenshot. We're going to put this on screen real fast. Let me just full screen this puppy, and then I can show it to all of you. Okay, here we go. We're going to remove this. I'm going to share my screen. It's going to be...
This is how I do
By
it.
the way, while you're working on
I
that...
talk myself through it.
Yeah.
I'm
still not over.
Now, first, this is the thing from his video. This is the screenshot from his video right here. So you've got him. It's like a little fractal thing going on. It's Jeanson right here narrating me talking about Traced. Okay. Now the arrows.
Some Inception stuff right
Here's
here.
some Inception shit going on.
Is
Also
this
the bow.
AIG?
Also the bow
covering on
tie.
AIG?
What is this?
What stream is this? Where is
This is
what channel
a Jeanson video from AIG. Yeah.
Wow.
So
Okay.
it's Jeanson in his bow tie saying, he's like, look, it's Dr. Dan in the book review of Traced. Everyone see this? So it's arrow number 1, Dr. Dan in the book review of Traced. Arrow number 2, book review, Traced by Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson. Arrow number 3, genealogy and phylogeny. Jeanson gets these two things wrong. This is the fundamental error, right? Arrow number 4, here it is right there. Zimmer and Emlyn, 2016 or whatever edition of the book that is. And he's saying Dr. Dan is citing a
is it the
textbook.
figure?
It's Erica, it's the reference for the figure.
It's the reference for the figure. Oh my god.
It's the reference for the
Amazing.
figure.
I do remember that now. Jeez.
It's the reference for chat. It's the reference for the figure. He thinks that I'm getting the argument from the book that I'm citing. It's the reference for the figure. That figure is in the book. With the butterflies, and it starts with the butterfly pedigree, and then it zooms out, and it zooms out, and it zooms out, and it zooms out, and it shows how this is like the actual populations, and then this is the phylogeny that you build based on that. It's the reference for the figure.
Dan, have you considered that maybe you shouldn't cite your sources and that would actually make it better for you?
Like what would the argument be otherwise though? Like would he just be like, so what? You got it you got it from a textbook. Where'd the textbook get it from?
Well, right. Why is it wrong? Would you like to respond to the actual thing?
Because
Okay.
that is another thing. Is like, why does the textbook say this?
Yeah.
Well, that's a good question, actually.
Right, because the fundamental critique here is genealogy and phylogeny are different,
Right.
which is kind of, in a way, another statement of mutation versus substitution. Because in genealogies, you can see from individuals, you can see mutations.
Yes.
But in phylogenies, you're looking at populations over time, right? So it's a different form of mutation versus substitution. So why is it wrong? Well, Dr. Dan says it's wrong because the textbook says it's wrong.
No,
That's not a counter argument. That's a reference.
it's a lie.
It's not even right. Like, it's not even a fair characterization of the story. But even if it was, so what about it then?
Yeah, then what?
Elaborate. You know what I
Right.
mean?
So
Okay,
explain why the
Yeah.
textbook is wrong then.
Hey, here's a fun thing. Mr. Jeanson, I'm going to say Mr. because I don't think you deserve that PhD anymore.
Yeah.
Sorry, hang on.
There's this
ultimately
thing
religion. I mean,
Sorry.
called a logical fallacy. And if you commit one, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're wrong, that to be fair, because that's the fallacy, but it does mean that your argument doesn't work, right? And so you're trying to make the argument that Dr. Dan Stern Cardinal, that's two names right there. Stern Cardinal is the surname there.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for doxing me, in case anyone didn't know.
You say it all the time.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
he
I'm
says
joking.
that.
I'm joking.
Anyway,
I'm joking because
so-
of that time Rob Carter tried to dox you and picked the wrong Dapper Dinosaur.
Yes.
Very funny.
So your argument here is that Dan here is wrong because he cited a textbook. But that's what we call the genetic fallacy, right? That's where you say this person is wrong because they got the idea from the wrong place. The actual response would be to say, well, Dan just got this from a textbook, and here's why the textbook is wrong. You have to get to that second part. Otherwise, all you're doing is the genetic fallacy. And so in your attempt to answer the question, why is it that I'm allowed to use the mutation rate as the substitution rate, which is the question you were more or less asked, right? It wasn't phrased that way, but sure. Your best argument so far has been lying about uniformitarianism, pretending that humans aren't subject to genetic drift or natural selection, which is just sure as a take, given that contradicts other publications of yours.
Scorching hot take.
And then to commit the genetic fallacy. What? Okay, I know that you've graduated from Harvard. I've never been to Harvard, to be fair. So maybe I just don't know about Harvard. But I feel like Harvard does not teach its graduates to lie and use the genetic fallacy in their publications and in their schooling. Maybe I'm wrong about that. So, Nathaniel, if you ever see this, my email is the.dapper.dino.yt. I know it's long, whatever, at gmail.com. You can also find it on my YouTube channel. You can check more about this channel, and this counts as a business email, so I'm giving you my permission. I would like you to tell me, does Harvard train its students in committing the genetic fallacy as a good thing and also in being self-contradictory as a good thing? I feel like they don't, but maybe I'm wrong. So please email me.
I'm going to just tell you right away, he's not going to email you.
No,
I know that. He's also not going to watch this.
Will,
but...
I'm 100%, I'm 99.99, however far you want to go, percent certain that he won't email you. I will say, because this is a man who 100% has Google alerts for his own name, I am equally certain that he will watch at least part of the show.
Okay. Well, in that case, Mr. Jeanson, if you don't email me within the next, say, 6 months,
please don't.
I know
you're
just
in trouble. Please don't.
I know you're just a coward. That's not going to get you in trouble.
That's not going to get me in trouble. That's fair.
And that's just my opinion in case it comes to a defamation
just
lawsuit.
His opinion. That is an opinion.
My opinion is that it is objectively true that you are a coward.
I would like to see how Donny responds to this.
Oh,
I have
Erica,
to know.
that is a great, almost like you're a professional. Here we go. Let's see
Every
how
now
Donny
and
responds to this.
atheistic religion or agnostic religion, whatever you want to call it. It's
right.
It's textbook religious behavior. It's exactly what they've accused us of doing for so many years.
Says the man whose
I
only
made up the
evidence
story,
is the
you wouldn't
Bible
believe
says
me,
so.
but we've got it on video. So thank you for doing that, Dan, and showing this is ultimately religion. I mean, I've been trying to grant them generosity, be generous in granting them
Magnanimous.
good motives and trying to do science, but when they just out and out say, no, we're doing religion because you disagree with our holy book. Okay.
Erica?
I'm just saying, yap. Like,
Yeah, I know. We'll get there. Don't worry. We're getting.
and I say, I mean, I'm one to talk, but
The thing that really, sorry,
three of us complaining about
Fair.
him going
right,
on is
fair enough. Yeah,
but
fair.
what bugs me is that when someone says, "Hey, the Bible says this," and it comes up in my content, and I think the Bible is wrong about that thing, I go through why I think the Bible is wrong. I don't just say, "Well, the Bible,
you get from a book.
who cares?" I actually go through like, "Oh, you think Moses wrote this? Well, let's go through reasons why I don't think Moses did." I bother. I give a fuck enough to actually explain why I don't think that the Bible is reliable in this particular instance. Because here's the other thing. The Bible gets it right sometimes. And I acknowledge that too. Why can't Nathaniel Jeanson give textbooks the same basic courtesy that I give the Bible?
Because if he did that, he would accept evolution.
Yeah, that is the real reason.
Please. But
I'm going to shut up.
Trust me, it's going to be worth the wait.
So irritating. I'm ready to hear what Donny has to say to this.
Nothing more I can say about that. Anyways, that's been a great gift. The refutation, of course, to what he's saying is,
are we going to get an answer?
To back up, we measure stuff in the present. How do we know it's been continuous in the past? You can assume something different. You can say, well, if it disagrees with a textbook, then it must be wrong. But then we're just treating the book like a holy book, and we're not doing science anymore. We're just doing
answer,
religion.
not an answer. Come on.
What we should be saying scientifically is, how can we test whether or not the rate in the present has been continuous in the past? And lo and behold, for example, this is what.
What if we were to use a multi-generation pedigree that goes back to the 1800s?
Right.
Oh man. Well, that would be cool unless it disagrees with date here.
Damn. All right, never mind. Don't use a multi-generation pedigree that goes back to the 1800s. Never mind.
Bad idea.
How does he think? How do we test it? How do we test it, Jeanson?
Makes me laugh again. Back to that paper that Dan wants to ignore. 2019, I published companion papers, back-to-back papers on the male inherited Y chromosome DNA.
This is again an ARJ, by the way. So these are not actual papers. He's lying because he knows what that actually means.
Also, fair play, right? He called it an open access journal earlier, and now he's calling them papers.
I'm going to put on my CV, I'm going to put all my Reddit posts on Debate Evolution. And I'm going to put that as an open access journal that's peer reviewed.
All right, Dan, to be fair, that's way better than Kent Hovind's response when asked about his CV. Because when he was asked on MDD, which, by the way, was back before they became the explicit Nazi bar.
We've all been on MDD hosting Spencer and Fuentes and Southern.
Yep. So when he was asked where people could find his CV, first he had to have it explained to him what a CV was.
Amazing.
And then afterwards, the only thing he could cite that should be on his CV was that he graduated from, and I quote, the School of Hard Knocks.
Okay.
That's just like grandpa's hitting the fence. You know what I mean? Like, what do you?
But I want to be fair. Jeanson is doing better than Kent Hovind, which is what I consider to be the absolute minimum level of creationist competence.
That is, what's the word for the opposite of a compliment?
Insult, I believe.
If the positive thing you can say is he's doing better than Kent Hovind, that is mean.
Well, I mean, at this point, that is what I can say, is that he is doing better than Kent Hovind, which is true.
Which is true, and also that is not nice.
It's even fair and balanced.
Not nice.
So I'm going to come back to mitochondrial DNA for a minute. I started 2009, 2013 dealing with mitochondrial DNA and the rate of change that I said measured in the present, confirmed young earth creation. Yes, it's assuming it's been consistent in the past. My argument for saying it was that multiple independent species across phyla were all in agreement. So how can you explain that away? Anyway,
What?
it still makes predictions that future experiments could reveal to be true or false. That conclusion that I drew. Evolutionary
That's not
conclusions
true.
should make predictions as well. Well, switch over to the male inherited Y chromosome data, 2019. I say, look, based on publicly available evolutionary research, the rate of change from fathers to sons, because it's Y chromosome male inherited DNA, is fast, once again, consistent with mitochondrial DNA. But that's a testable hypothesis to assume that what we've seen in the present has been consistent in the past. Well, I tested those predictions with that same
Where?
paper that Dan wanted to ignore. That's actually literally ignoring. I'm not ignoring Neanderthal DNA. He's ignoring the paper. I tested Neanderthal DNA. I also tested the hypothesis in that paper, whether the fast rate of change between fathers and sons has been continuous in the past. And if it has, we should be able to see the history of population growth recorded in family trees based on DNA within a 4,500-year time scale. That was a complicated paragraph, but the point being, the short summary is we measured those changes, then we test the predictions. The predictions have been confirmed. Last summer, with mitochondrial DNA, finally confirmed over multiple generations the predictions that I laid out and the predictions that naturally flowed from the conclusions that I laid out for mitochondrial DNA many years ago. So there's all sorts of rebuttals to their statements. So I'm conflating substitution rate and mitochondrial. No, I'm equating substitution rate and mutation rate because the data says so. And if they can't wrap their minds around, no, this is hypotheses that you can test. If they can't wrap their minds around the fact that this is science, you make hypotheses, you test them with experiments, then there's no help. We've left the realm of a scientific discussion. It's just pseudoscientific religious speculation.
I mean, that last part is
It's
true.
just nice to have the mask finally pull off and see them do it without prompting on recorded camera so that we can see where things stand.
I would like to see.
You nailed it.
I want to see Donnie's response, and then I want to respond.
I'm going to go back just a second here to Donnie. Here we go.
We've left the realm of a scientific discussion.
Before we see Donnie, question, Dapper, Erica,
Yes.
chat.
Yes.
Was that an answer to the question?
No.
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 He said, I've tested it. Okay, how?
Right.
How?
So
He said
There are so
that-
many rebuttals. There's
I'm
so many rebuttals. All
I'm
my
gonna
friends
be-
are in the room laughing with me.
I'm going to be as generous as I absolutely can, right? So the most generous I can be to this response is to say that if I take everything he said at face value, and then I'm also going to give him a little bit of wiggle room, he has said that he has been able to test to show that the mutation rate has been more or less constant across human history. Okay. Which I don't think that you actually have demonstrated that, although I would say that that's not a super unreasonable assumption to make, right? Like, you know, why would human mutation rate have changed dramatically throughout human history? Fair enough, fine, whatever. But the problem is that the question was never, has the human mutation rate changed? The question has always been, can mutation rate be reasonably assumed to match substitution rate? And the only way to say yes, I want to be very clear. The only way to say yes is if no mutations that you ever measure are ever removed from the population. And also, that requires your measurement to be taken from germ cells. And at the risk of being a little bit crass, when we take pedigree studies, we don't harvest people's sperm or eggs. We get cheek swabs or nasal swabs or blood samples. We're not asking you to take those drugs that make you super ovulate or for you to, you know, do the thing into the cup. We're not asking that.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
Concisely is what gives away the game on that one.
You know. You gotta...
I just, because the reason I say the thing about the germ cell is because I don't think we've said this explicitly. If you take a cheek swab, right, you're going to capture mutations in the mitochondrial or Y chromosome DNA, if you're doing a cheek swab on a male, that occurred after the cells that were going to turn into spermatozoa or ova were separated from the other cells that were going to turn into other parts of your body, right? Which means that because mutations happen every time a cell divides, that there are going to be some mutations that occur in the cells that become your epithelial cells in your cheek that do not occur in the cells that are going to become your gametes. which means we're going to
A lot
capture
of them.
mutations that are not going to be passed down
Yep.
to future generations.
Yes, you are.
Which means already, even if we ignore natural selection and
Yeah.
genetic
You
drift,
already
we're
have
already
some.
capturing mutations that aren't going to get passed down.
You're
So,
already
like, you have to assume not just no natural selection and no genetic drift affects humans at all. You also have to assume that no mutations occur outside of the germline.
Which, like, just to be
That
clear,
seems fine. It's fine. You know,
that's
to be
like-
clear, you can allow drift. You can allow selection. But like mutations outside the germline, I don't know, seems fine. It's not like the germline is approximately 0.0000001% of the cells in your body or anything.
it's just like, again, like, this is like bio 101. Like, this is like meiosis versus mitosis. Like, we teach that when we're teaching basic mutation
Yeah.
in different types of gametes versus body cells.
And despite all of this, it gets worse because we're talking about mitochondria, particularly. And in the female germline, there are vanishingly few cell divisions between zygote and secondary oocyte compared to epithelial cells, for example.
Turns out all the ova a female human is ever going to have are already there by the time they are born.
So it's but all those epithelial cells and the bone marrow for the blood cells, all that stuff
Yeah, that
is
keeps
constantly
going.
dividing throughout your life.
Of
So
course
you,
it-
as
yeah.
an adult, look at a somatic cell sample, you're going to catch hundreds, thousands of more cell divisions worth of potential mutations than you are in the germline.
You know, Dan, this reminds me of a
Female germline, to be clear.
of an attempt at a paper that was written by one
Oh, don't
uncooked
you do it.
Matthew
You're doing it.
that was something about patriarchal drive, talking
No
about how it
way.
is that as your life persists, you accumulate more mutations in your cells.
I just want you to know that you're not the only person that thought that.
Oh my goodness! Thank you, Andrew Cumming. Awesome. And remind me, was it? Didn't Donnie take special exception to me having pointed out what a bullshit paper that was in a video that I did way back when?
Donnie
Probably.
always takes special exception.
Yeah,
That's
fine,
true.
Personally,
That's
let's roll this here. We're almost done, I swear.
Finally pull off and see them do it without prompting on recorded camera so that we can see where things stand.
You nailed it. As some might say, that's a mic drop answer. I like the way you put it at the end
It's
there.
not
as
an
well.
answer at all,
The
Donnie.
substitution rate versus the mutation rate are equating the two. It's because the data demands it. And I like how you bring it back to the predictions. You have a methodology, you have an approach that you've laid out in your books, like specifically Replacing Darwin, where you made a lot of these predictions. And then you got the critics criticizing, not really making their own predictions, though, are they? You know, it's you doing the gold standard of science. And then these predictions have been tested over the years.
Did Donnie just say that evolutionary biologists don't make predictions?
I'm just talking about us, so I'm eating a candy.
Oh, like us specifically, like us three?
Yes. I think he means us three.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
that's a weird stance to take.
I make predictions. I make predictions.
Do it.
I mean, I have made, like, I did a whole video of, like, here's Jeanson's predictions about mutations in the Canary Islands, and here's the evolutionary predictions, and I put them on a table side by side with the
sounds familiar.
actual data that was hidden in the
Yeah.
supplementals, and we saw
Obviously.
which prediction was correct. By the way, hidden in the supplementals is going to be a joke forever on this channel. I don't care how old it gets.
Yeah.
It's going to be funny forever.
In case anyone doesn't get it, the supplementals is where you put the data.
Casey Luskin
It's-
better not encounter me in a dark alley. That's all I'm saying.
Seriously.
I will have some choice words.
The data being hidden in the supplementals is like hiding the fork in the kitchen.
Yeah, it's like, oh man, how dare you? That's the joke. All right. So chat, I don't know if you think he answered the question, but I think you should tell me if you know what, let's do it this way. Let's do it this way.
At a
We're gonna
poll.
it's time for a poll. Did
Awesome.
Jeanson nope, we're gonna do it. Did
All right, fine.
Natty Light
Oh,
Answer the question.
Damn.
Start poll.
amazing. Oh, that is better.
Damn.
That's harsher than I would be.
Ouch.
saying something.
Hey, don't pour to Nathaniel Jeanson. Ouch.
No, there were people coming up with names. They're saying call him Nate, Nat, and I was like Natty Light.
Natty Light. Yeah,
Natty
fair.
Light. Yeah, that's. So we're gonna let this poll run for a few minutes. While we're letting it run, we're gonna go back to Donny Glazing Jeanson
Donny,
for
yeah.
that non-answer over here, because this is one of those like this guy knows better. He knows he's getting jerked around, right? Like, come on, that wasn't a real answer. Here we go.
And
Yeah.
those that have flowed specifically from what you've argued from mitochondrial DNA and the Y chromosome have confirmed your original arguments. And not just in replacing Darwin, but previous papers as well, where you've laid this out, those that I've gone through. So, wow. Dr. Jeanson, that was incredible. I know how busy you are with your research. And
Okay,
So
that
busy.
was the end. Very busy with his research.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Donnie was just like, cool. Anyways, what do you have coming up?
Right, I'm going to end the poll. Where do I see
So
the
one thing I
poll?
have to say is you said that
How do I
Sam would
put it
add
on
more.
screen? There we go. All right,
Oh, there
it
it is.
was 94% no, and
Yeah,
the
yeah.
6% of you that said yes are liars.
Yeah. So one thing I want to point out is that you said that Sam would contribute more, but like he also contributed almost nothing, including like stuff that should be best ignored. Like he just sat there like a statue for most of it. So I know that, Donnie, I know that I told you to dump Raw Matt because he was holding you back and he was making you look far stupider than you needed to be. And I'm not
Bring him
like,
back.
I'm not going to say bring him back.
We're not
but
walking
like,
that one back. That was accurate.
no, that was accurate. That was a good thing to do. But why did you replace him with Sam? What is
Who-
Sam bringing to the table?
Who has watched The Good Place?
I have.
I have. I've watched it a few
Because
times.
We're gonna get. Oh, Matt is bad, so we're gonna replace him with Sam. That's worse.
Well,
You
yeah,
You understand that that's worse, right?
exactly.
Sam-
Why?
Sam is squared up, like you said, like an unmoving statue throughout all of this. Dapper. He looks like he's attending like a court hearing to try to get custody of the kids for whatever the
Ooh.
like he's got that like pursed, nervous, a little sweaty,
Yeah.
like uncomfortable, doesn't really understand what's going on, but the lawyer said it was a good idea for him to make a showing, so he's here. It's like I find him so unimpressive, it's easy to forget that he's here at all.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, is probably the best thing. Like that's the best outcome that could happen for Sam being on a show is that we forget that he's here.
True, but like for me, I watch a Donnie stream in part to be entertained, and because of that, I miss Raw Matt. I'll say it. I miss Raw Matt. I want Raw Matt up here, tweaking.
I want
in
to
the
hear about the
corner.
old uranium.
I want to hear about the uranium. I want Raw Matt's poorly done, but authentically human-made Photoshop memes in the PowerPoint. That's what I want to see.
None of
All
this
right,
AI slop.
I get it.
I want. Yeah.
I yearn for the olden days, you know. I yearn for a great before, a mythic past where Raw Matt and Donnie were united and they were making funny content that I could enjoy instead of seeing Sam's ugly
Resting
sheen
smug
up
face.
there.
So
Yeah.
I can't necessarily agree, but it does raise a question. And as Dan said, Donnie, you're going to watch this, so I feel like I can address you directly, Mr. Budinsky. Have you divorced
Mr. Deals.
Uncooked Matthew? Because I would like to know, because in my mind, I still connect you, and I don't want to be unfair in that, right? So in the future, when I continue to address Uncooked Matthew, your potentially ex-husband, I would like to know whether or not you have actually finalized the divorce or whether he's going to continue to show up here and there because, like, you're separated, but you haven't finished the paperwork.
He did
I-
do a collaboration with Matt, one of his post-debate damage control streams after the Joe and Austin debate. One of his
Okay.
post-debate shows was with Raw Matt, so
All right, so they're not
still around.
they're not fully divorced.
Post-debate damage control streams. One
Yeah,
thing,
it was
one
it was
thing that I
major.
really,
Don't let them put in the newspapers that I got mad energy.
I really adore the influx of slang and sayings between our little communities here. I love that we appropriate the the brain trust slang.
Well, I am still embarrassed on their behalf that their best insult for me is diaper dino.
That's
like
awful. There's so much better
it's
stuff
so
than
bad.
that.
We've given you better
options.
options.
No, it's not gonna get better. You know it's not gonna get better.
I know, but
It's not getting better.
Donnie, more than once, Donnie, I have given you legitimate advice on how to make your content or even your publications better. I'm including your self-published books here.
Yeah, don't include copy and pasted hyperlinks that are blue.
Right.
Please.
One of my recommendations was like,
Fix that.
hey, trying to be very nice about it, like, hey, you've got truncated hyperlinks, which means they're useless because not only can you not click on them in this print
It's on
publication,
paper. It's on
I
paper.
can't even manually copy it. And his response to me, giving a legitimate, like, hey, here's a concern that you might want to address, was just, why don't you click harder on a
Where-
book?
On a physical book made of paper.
Right, not an ebook, on a
A
print
physical
book.
book made of paper.
Oh,
And I'm just like, I'm trying to help you, Donnie. Now, don't get me wrong. Like, I don't actually want to see you succeed overall, but just from the stance of like, I would like this to be like a sporting event, right?
Check
Where
your
there, like, there's
sources.
right, like, let
Just check your sources.
let
Come on.
people actually use your book as a normal book is used. No, apparently not. That's crazy.
I have a great deal of love for the Donny Badinsky books. I only own one personally, but I have a great deal of love for them, in part because of the
I have at least
non-clickable
4. I have at
truncated
least 4.
hyperlinks.
Look, I get that,
I have
but
at least
also
4 of
like
them.
that's
No,
a lot.
to be clear, Dapper, you're right. All the criticisms are correct, but
Right.
to me, it's like if I had children, it would be like when my kid brings me like a kind of shitty drawing and they want me to put it on the
Yeah.
fridge. I look at it and I'm like I know it's not good, but at the
Right.
same time, like it's kind of I kind of like it.
That's-
I kind
Aw.
of like it. I'm gonna put it up.
So my thing is like one of the reasons I don't cover Donnie, because I've had requests like, why don't you cover this Donnie thing, right? And the answer is because, in part, because Donnie almost never has an original thought, right? Like we've already covered that. But another part of it is like covering Donnie feels like punching a 4-year-old.
Can I tell you something, Dapper? I don't
Yes.
even get requests anymore to cover
Oh.
Donnie.
Well, I'm a little jealous because I still do.
I think in some ways I think we've outgrown him a little. At least in some of the content that we produce.
I was
I'll still
looking,
make content about Donnie though. No one can stop me. Not
I
even
was
my
looking
own.
for them to see if I could find the one that has the Punnett Square in it.
Oh,
When I
God.
moved my office, I don't know where they are. Sorry,
Okay,
everyone.
So here's something. I have a friend of mine who is a business major, and this is a person who I don't
Worst
think
Punnett
has
Square
thought
in the
about.
history of Punnett Squares.
Yeah, I don't think this person that is a friend of mine has thought about like biology in an academics standpoint
And yeah,
Since-
anyone
since like her sophomore year in undergrad school, right? I showed her that Punnett Square. And her response was more or less like, wait, what? That's not, how do you, wait, that's not right. This is a person who, again, the last time she even thought about biology, other than like, her own personal medical problems, has probably been sophomore year in high school. And I'm very confident that the last time she went over Punnett Squares was high school. And this person is about,
Found it.
this
Hang
is
on.
a person in her 30s or about to be in her 30s. Sorry. So like when I say high school, I'm not talking about like a few years ago. We were in college together. And granted, I was an unusual college student. And also I'm dating things from when my human family adopted me. But still, like that's the kind of person I'm talking about. And even she was just like, no. And to be
It's-
fair, smart person, but again, not biology trained.
it's really a piece of art in many ways.
Here it is, folks. You ready?
Yeah,
Here
pull
it is.
it up.
Here it is. We're gonna put that down. We're gonna put this
Take a
baby
look.
up. There it is. Don't spend too much time on this.
Oh.
It will cause your brain to leak out of your ears.
Dan, can we give our closing thought? Well, actually, do we have more clips?
No, we're done. We got to the
Okay.
end. We
That's
made
it,
it.
yeah.
It only took
We're
4
almost at 4 hours. Yeah.
Can we do our closing thoughts with the Punnett Square on screen? I think
Oh,
it's a nice
yes.
closing thought.
It's with the Punnett Square on screen. It's the perfect
please.
chaperone for our closing thoughts.
I think it's
Oh.
perfect. I feel like
so bad.
Jeanson. I feel like Jeanson kind of like told on himself a lot in this conversation. One, about the things that have been bothering him, the things that he's still been thinking about. Two, the fact that he's revealed ideas that he pushed long after he figured out they were BS in the form of his unrooted tree. But three, the lengths that he's willing to go to delude himself into thinking that the reason he's not taken seriously is anything other than his own irrelevancy.
Yeah.
I think this was kind of a pathetic showing. Honestly, I kind of thought Donnie's showing was better than Jeanson's. Except for
I don't know if I go that far.
Except for revealing that that he's still making the same argument, that he's still doing unrooted tree. That is alarming.
You all seeing this? I'm just going to go through and just like annotate this anytime I see anything wrong. Okay, that's wrong right there. You can't do that. This is this is causing me physical pain to look at this, and I've looked at this before.
It really does go off the rails in that last column, doesn't it? Like
it's bad.
It's amazing because it's one of those things where the longer you look at it, the worse it gets.
Yep.
Only dark, only medium, only light. Those are the 4 combinations.
It is horrific. Everything about this is wrong. Like, just look at what? How?
No, don't. You
What is
can't.
happening?
You can't.
This is the vanguard of tomorrow. This is the creationist vanguard.
What is going on? What?
Epic.
The absolute. There's no A's. There's no A's. What is happening?
So
all of this. It just.
Dan, be careful because I've known people who've drawn too many circles and had a stream
wrong.
taken down.
That's entirely wrong. What is happening?
The
B's are wrong right there.
So I'm trying to compose my final thoughts. And honestly, I'm not sure what to even say because on the one hand, right, like this was actually not the worst showing from Donnie that I've seen because Donnie gave some actually asked some decent questions. Even Sam asked an okay question, right? Like, so from the standpoints of our hosts, this is better than I expected, which is a super low bar,
That is a
right?
very low bar.
Right. Right.
You
It's
know.
like saying, oh, wow, you're a bigger than average Chihuahua. Good job.
It's February, and I expected it to be 35 degrees, and it hit 40. Like, all right.
Yeah, better than
Okay,
expected.
I just had to recalibrate to Fahrenheit because I've had my phone
I
set to
expected
Celsius
it
for
to
so
hit-
long.
I expected it to be 12 degrees, and it hit 14.
There we go. Okay. I was just like, wait a minute, what? Where do you live? Sorry. So on the one hand, from our hosts, like, oh, you know what? Sure. Yeah, you did a little bit better than I was expecting. But like, Jeanson, if you want to keep going on, which I know you do, about your Harvard education, I expect you to act like you have a Harvard education, my guy. Like, that's what I expect from you. But what you're giving me is worse than I would expect from Donnie, which is pretty fucking bad.
Yeah.
Because my level of respect for Donnie is about as low as my level of respect could possibly be for anyone. That's basically it. Just do better, Nate.
Erica, what are your thoughts?
Oh, I kind of already gave them, you know. I think that this was a very telling conversation. I think it was telling both in its content and its presence. The fact that it happened at all on Donnie's channel, I think, speaks a lot
isn't it?
to where Jeanson's at, to his relevance, to his internal standards.
That's fair.
You know, that's
So-
the point. You think he could have gotten on a bigger outlet or something, but
Well, that's the thing, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
What outlet is bigger?
that's true. That's a
What
sad commentary.
creationist
That is-
outlet
Oh.
can you go on that is
Erica,
bigger?
Jim
Erica,
Bob?
Erica, it's a great time to be young Earth creation.
It's a great time
So
to
good,
be
yeah.
a young Earth creation. Let's
So
go.
I think Jim Bob might be the answer though. Like that might
That's
be a bigger
horrific.
outlet.
That is horrific.
No, I don't know though. Jim Bob's got not that many more subscribers than Donnie does.
Okay, but the subscriber number is not as important as the actual number of views and live
That's
viewers
true.
that he
That's
has.
true.
And
Fair
I think Jim Bob might have him on that. Because
Yeah,
the
I
reason that Donnie has so many subscribers is because of past things, right? Like
Mhm.
one
It's
of
not
the more
ongoing.
important metrics in YouTube is like what proportion of your subscribers are actually actively viewing.
Watching your stuff, yeah.
Not
Right.
many. Yeah.
And
That was fun.
for Donnie, it's just abysmal. Like no one watches among his subscribers, which basically means at one point these people were engaged, but you've lost them. They no longer care. So, like in those terms, I think maybe Jim Bob might be a bigger platform. Obviously, MDD is a bigger platform. Duh. So, and I honestly I don't know why Nathaniel Jeanson isn't going on those platforms because I guess I do for MDD, right? Because
Because
he's
he
going to
would
get
get
pushback on
destroyed.
MDD, right?
'Cause he would
But
get
he's not going to get
destroyed.
destroyed. He's not going to get destroyed on Jim Bob's channel, right? Made
No,
by
but
Jim Bob is completely
And
unresisted.
Bob is a
Jim Bob is markedly less informed than Donnie is. Jim Bob might even be less informed than Raw Matt. Like he doesn't know
Jim
anything.
Bob's
Possibly,
arguments
yeah.
are the worst I've ever heard in my life. It's
Yeah,
so
he
bad.
wouldn't be
They're
able to
so
follow
bad.
any of this. Like,
Yeah.
say what you
Yeah,
will
that's
about
fair.
Donnie, and there is a lot to say, but at least he can follow this argument and ask some salient questions.
Yeah.
I
Jim Bob
believe
can't.
I can't believe Jeanson has reduced us to being like, but Donnie did a okay job.
Okay,
know.
I did not say he did an okay job. I
Okay.
said he did a better job than I was expecting.
That's fair.
Yeah,
That's a
yeah,
difference.
fair
He
enough,
exceeded
fair enough.
expectations. Fair point.
Right.
Fair point.
Exceeding
I-
expectations and meeting minimal expectations,
Let
like minimal
me-
acceptable expectations,
Yeah.
are not the same.
So
What
let
are
me
your
tell
thoughts,
you.
Dan?
Let me tell you my thoughts on all of this. One, Jeanson has nothing to say. Like
True.
he has nothing. He's repeating the same nonsense that he's been repeating for years. He has nothing to say. And two, I apparently have been living rent free in this man's skull
Love it.
for
Mhm.
half a decade. And I just want to say,
No,
it's really-
a full decade.
that's true because of the Facebook comments. Apparently,
Facebook
that's hilarious.
conversation.
It's very spacious in here, and I know rent is expensive. So anyone needing a place, hit me up, and I can sublet.
Okay, I have a question for y'all. Would you be interested if I could actually get some on the record statements from Donnie's former employers? Because the thing is, I don't necessarily
Where's
think.
Donnie? He's in the chat.
Oh, is he? Donnie, I might be hitting up your previous place of employment. How would you feel if I were to reveal what they said about you?
Should do it anyway.
Look, here's the thing.
Hey, actually,
I will take.
Dapper, I really apologize for stepping on you trolling Donnie right now, but I have a serious question for Donnie. Because
Okay.
I asked this, and several people asked this in the comments of that Jeanson video. I and other people asked, Donnie, do you feel honestly like Jeanson answered your question?
That's a good question.
Donnie, you're here in the chat. I see you
Whoa,
responding to
dude.
people.
142K
Do-
followers on Facebook, 85 million views on Facebook this year, so it's not just YouTube numbers. Yeah,
That
but like,
is not the flex you think it is, sir.
yeah,
Also, do you think Jeanson answered your question vis-a-vis mutation substitution rates? Like, Donnie, we just watched the 7 minutes of word salad. Did he answer your question? If I was to say the substitution rate is not a mutation rate and he's conflating them inappropriately, what is Jeanson's response to that critique? Could you give me an answer to that question? I'm just going to pull up just so everyone can see. Like, he's right here, right now in the chat. So he could answer that question if he wanted to, right? Like, was that an answer to the question or not? Could you articulate Jeanson's response to that critique? Because I think he did a shitty job preparing you to address that critique. And I want to know if you agree or disagree. And if you disagree, could you articulate what the answer actually is? Because I think the answer is you couldn't. And I'm just curious if he's going to do it or not.
Yeah.
He says he has to go back and listen. He
The
doesn't know
question
the
was
question.
mutation rates versus substitution rates. You know what the question was. Like, come on.
Yep.
So,
Why would I call up former employers? I'm not going to call up a former employer. I have plans to be in the region.
You're
I'm
gonna
not
knock on
exactly
their
sure
door.
when. Yeah, I'm going to physically enter the building. And I'm curious because, quite frankly,
gonna put
your
this down.
career trajectory is
Put that
puzzling to me. Like, this is
I-
me responding to that because I want to give him time to answer your question, Dan, because, there's a delay. So my response to that is because your career has been somewhat fascinating to us, because before we knew that you were an actual literal used car salesman,
which is
we used to joke about how much you acted like a sleazy used car salesman.
it's true.
And then
We
it
did
turns
talk about
out
that.
that you were a sleazy used car salesman, which we all found hilarious to no end. But then also we
Although,
noticed that
can I just
sorry?
say now I know about laser seams, laser welded
that's
seams.
true. I do
that
know
is
about
true.
those
That's
laser welded
useful
seams,
thing-
yeah.
Good thing to look for.
Yeah.
Good thing to look for.
So
Hold on. I want to give Donnie, I was your defender on this.
it's true.
I think that you were probably awesome at your old job. I just want to
That's
say
true.
that. I was
Well,
the shooter in these streets. I said, I bet if you ask, they're gonna be like, yeah, he was great.
Now, to be fair, if I actually go through with this plan and I ask, and they say no, Donnie was great at selling those used Volkswagens, then I will say awesome, and I will publish that, and I will say, you know what, Donnie was a good used car salesman. Now, to be fair, that is not the flex that you might think it might be. I don't know.
Wait.
But, like-
He says, oh, dude, I knew it. He says I sold 200 cars in a year at my used car dealership and was asked to go sell new cars and Volkswagen, and the job was very rewarding, so I enjoyed selling. Bro, I knew it.
Fair.
I knew he was good at that shit.
Well,
If
okay, that's
true, I knew it.
Donnie's. Here's the thing, though. That's Donnie's response, and we know that Donnie is not trustworthy. I'm not going to say he's a liar. I'm just going to say that because Donnie says something, that is not indication that it
That
is
is,
true.
I would check. If you told me it was
Right.
raining, I would check.
I forgot that he did nurse. Sorry, I was only halving the
All
picture.
right.
I was reading what he said. Apparently, he also did. Wait, actually, I'm distracting. Donnie, I forgot you did nursing, but that doesn't actually matter.
That doesn't
I
actually
want to know the
matter.
answer to Dan's
All right.
question too.
It's late.
Yeah. So, but Donnie hasn't even responded.
I know
Do
he
you think
hasn't
he
answered
will?
the question, but he's answered other questions. I know. He
It's
doesn't wanna
weird that
answer
he
the
won't.
question.
It's weird that you won't answer the
won't answer that
one
question.
relevant question.
It's
Yeah.
weird that he won't
You'll
answer
tell
the one
me.
relevant question.
You'll tell me that it's weird that if I were already just in the neighborhood, that it would be weird for me to ask your employers. Which, I mean, to be fair, it would be had I not already had this history of talking about how you feel like a used car salesman.
He did answer it apparently.
Oh, okay, he did.
People are telling
am I
us
missing
to
it?
go back up.
Oh, did he answer the question? I think he
Oh,
said he,
all
he
right.
had to look at what the question was, which is not.
Not okay. He says he
Okay.
treats per gen neutral rate as long-term substitution rate.
Yeah,
so
no,
I
he
would
treats
tend
all
to
of them.
Right,
as-
we know
it's not
that.
just neutral.
minor
That's a lie.
differences.
It's not just neutral. It's everything. He treats everything.
Yeah. So the
not just
answer
neutral.
is okay, Donnie. Let's make
Because-
it easy,
No,
right?
I want to be clear. Hang on. I want to be clear about this, Donnie. You're wrong. Hang on. I want to find the
Fair.
thing. Because I want to be clear about this because Jeanson's ARJ article on this is wrong. Shows that you're wrong. Here, he treats per gen neutral rate as long-term substitution rate. No, that's wrong. It's whole genome. He emphasizes the whole genome mitochondrial rate, and we all know the whole genome is not neutral. 93% of it is the highly constrained coding region. So it's not just neutral, it's a whole genome he treats mutation equals substitution rate. So,
But also,
come on,
much like I feel like
that's wrong.
Jeanson did not answer Donnie's question, Donnie has not here actually answered the question that we asked, which was, do you think that Jeanson answered the question? I'll just make it easy for you.
Should you just drop the link?
I just put the StreamYard link in the chat. I'm here. I'm happy to be
No
here for another
shot,
2
dude.
hours. If Donnie joins, I'll be here for another 2 hours.
I'll hang out for it. So my question to
He
you,
shows
Donnie,
up, I'll stay too.
Fair.
that would be crazy if he actually
He
came. I'd
won't.
love.
I mean, he
to-
wouldn't. Never in a million years. But
He-
you know,
he won't.
here we go.
so
There's no way.
hey, prove us wrong.
Prove us
I
wrong.
think he
Prove me
might.
wrong. Prove
So
me wrong.
my question, I want to simplify it, right? So the question is that you asked him, and correct me if I'm wrong, right? But to summarize, the question that you asked Nate here was, why is it that it is okay for you to treat the mutation rate as the substitution rate? If that is the question that you asked, which I'm open to you saying it's not, if that's the question you asked, in one word, yes, no, or maybe, do you think he answered that question?
Ooh, wait, hold on. Donny, I am so glad you're in here because you maybe you haven't gotten around to answering it yet, but I did email you maybe a couple days ago, I think, on this.
Oh.
One, he says, okay, I did cite Carter and also put up his graph in my latest debate with Dr. Greg, showing how overtime selection doesn't slow down. Oops, it's moving up too fast. The rate significantly, so there's a lot to debate there. But then he said, well, aren't we going to be doing a discussion on this on Erica's channel? Yes, I would love to hammer out the details.
Breaking news. We've been trying to make this
exclusive.
happen. So here it is out there. We are coordinating to try to make this happen on Erica's channel. Yes.
Okay, Donnie, the last email that I sent to you was,
Answer
I would
the
like to get
emails. Let's pick a
some
date.
kind of date. I'd love to get any kind of date on the books. So if you would
Also-
respond, that'd be great.
Is it 1 a.m. where Donnie is?
It's 1 a.m. where I am.
And Donnie's in Ontario, last I heard, so it's 1 a.m. there, if I remember correctly.
All right, well, that's out there. So I was keeping that under wraps, but there we go. We're coordinating to try to make something happen, talk about mitochondrial mutation rates and stuff. Yes.
But wait, is Donnie not going to join us?
He's not going to join us because he's apparently going to watch a movie or something.
Donnie, it's been so long since we talked in person.
I know.
It's been since way before I made that animation of you whining about how scared you are to debate me while Raw Matt sucked your dick.
That is a thing that happened.
Yeah.
That is the thing
that I know you saw. So I would like your feedback. Like, was that an accurate animation? Is that how it looks when you two are in the car together?
I think it's time for us.
Aww.
I think it's time for us to call it a night. What do we think, folks?
I suppose. Dan, I know it's my fault.
Dapper, what do you have?
I'm honestly just delighted he's here. I hope he goes back and watches all of it. Donnie, we went, as you like to say, piece by piece, left no stone unturned.
Yeah.
We went through it all. Went through the best arguments by the critics, including PhD holding from Harvard PhD holder Nathaniel Jeanson. So I would love to get your feedback on it. Email me back. We'll also try to get something on the books. I would love to. I think
we're going to do the thing. We're going to do the
Where's his degree from?
On Erica's channel.
Oh, Harvard. Yeah.
Oh, Harvard, like the one in Massachusetts.
The one outside the school outside Boston.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We'll sign off. We'll sign off with that, Donnie. Email. We'll try to get something set up.
Dapper, what do you got on the horizon?
Let's see. Well, first of all, I'm going to try and get my computer fixed again because apparently the last time it didn't stick. Then that's separate from my actual things. But let's see. Today is Sunday, so Tuesday I'm going to have Matt with Matty where we take a look at. Actually, normally it's Raw Matt or Matt Powell, but this week, we're switching up to Matt McLean because we got a super chat goal to switch to the best of those three Matts, because normally we switch between the worst two Matts, and they're both worse than the other. But today we're switching to Matt McLean. Well, Tuesday. So that will be at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. I don't know what that is in all the other time zones, but you can do the math. Then on Thursday, I'm going to be releasing Creationism is a Cognito Hazard, which is the first part of my response to the David Menton talk of Lucy, She's No Lady. So Erica, feel free to jump in and to correct all of my mistakes, because I'm sure I made some. But also I'm sure that David Menton made way more. So, okay. That is going to be at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern on Friday. Currently, the plan is to play Star Trek Adventures with my game, Star Trek Endurance, which features probably a whole bunch of people that you like. It has Maddie in it. It has Jordan from Reason to Doubt. It has Craig FTFE in it. It has Chesh, which from Goblin Q Chesh or from Debate Hub. It also has Zerolon and Tiri Rana from many chats. So, check that out. We basically pretend to be a Starfleet crew, and we go on adventures that I set for them. Then on Saturday, we are going to be doing what I think is actually going to be the final episode of Dan Biddle talking to us about how actually Native Americans can't stack dirt on top of other dirt, and it had to be white Nephilim giants with red hair and 6 fingers because of racism, mostly.
Biddle.
Yep. And then basically that is it for about a week. I think that's about it. If I have anything else coming up, I'll let you know. For all I know, like, I don't know, Chesh is going to spring some kind of crazy stream on like a Saturday that I'm going to forget about. But like, yeah, that's what I remember.
Erica, what do you have on the horizon?
I have a video coming out soon-ish about Homo floresiensis. There was a new paper that just re-evaluated Homo floresiensis' behavioral capabilities, and it looks like this thing was not nearly as capable as people have previously been giving it credit for, which is interesting because that's been coming down the pipeline from Matt Tochiri and the team there at Liangbua for a while. But what's really cool about this is I was just at Liangbua. I was just there in Flores. My husband and I visited the site, which was insane. And we got a special secret behind the scenes tour from Matt Tochiri, who is one of the lead authors on this new paper. So I got some insider information that was pretty epic about this paper before it came out. I'm excited to talk about it. And I think it has some really interesting implications for the ancestry of Homo floresiensis, for what this thing actually is.
Ooh, that's super cool.
Yeah, because we've been saying for a very long time that it descends from Homo erectus, but I don't know that that's actually the case. Matt Tochiri's been arguing for a while now that it might be a habilis descendant, or potentially it might even be an Australopithecus descendant,
So
which
that
means
would
it's not
imply
genus
earlier
Homo.
out of Africa migration then, right?
And which would match the earliest stone tools and stone cut marks and cut marked bones that we find outside of Africa at 2.6 and 2.5 in
That's
India and China,
super cool.
respectively.
Interesting.
And by the way, it would mean that the original name for Homo floresiensis would be its new genus name, which would be Sundanthropus. Isn't that exciting?
Oh, yeah.
We'll see.
That's
We'll see what
cool,
happens.
Because if it's the earlier one, it can't be Homo anymore.
It can't be Homo. Yeah, because
It
Homo
can't
would
be,
be
it can't be
paraphyletic.
same
Yeah.
anymore.
Yep. So it's exciting stuff coming down the pipeline on that. I just
That was a
finished
callback to
recording
the
that today.
earlier Latin versus Greek.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. It can't be same. It can't be same. And then
that's a quick question for Donny. Are you okay with Nathaniel Jeanson being really stupid on Latin and Greek
That was
morphings?
hilarious. That
Just
was
let me know.
hilarious. Yeah, this is going to be a joke for it. This
Same
one
for
has
you.
legs. I'm telling you, the Homo thing has legs. This is going to
Same
be a
for
joke for a long
Riensis.
time.
I also have I have a conversation with myself, Fuzz Rana, and Will Duffy that I'm going to release eventually. But I want to give a
Interesting.
prelude to that I haven't recorded yet. And I'm going to re-release my conversation with Peter Line on my channel just because I would like to have a better version of it other than the one that I have, because I'm not very good at using StreamYard. So thank you in advance, Donny, for letting me use your higher quality stream. Let me see. What else do I have? I think that's it. I have a lot of stuff that I want to cover that's on my list, but I haven't done the recordings yet for it, so I probably won't advertise for it ahead of time.
I have videos set to release. This is going to be a little shameless self-promotion right here. I have videos that are already available if you're a channel member that are set to release through mid-September. And I anticipate some of those getting pushed back.
Rookie
I know
numbers.
This is what Dapper feels like, having a bunch of videos out like
Couldn't
months
be
in
me.
advance.
I recently put a video, today, put a video on early access. I do not expect it to release until February.
That's insane.
That's ridiculous. That is absurd. Stop making me feel bad, because that's a personal attack.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
Absolutely absurd. So I've got a video set to release on August 19th. That's going to be on macroevolution. I've got a beneficial mutations video September 9th. I've got my take. Remember the last time we all chatted? We talked about Dr. Matthew Cherhati for the better part of 5 hours.
Yes, I do.
I covered the second half of that interview.
Oh, good.
And that will release on September 16th. I didn't cover the whole thing. I covered like 3 segments that I think in total added up to like maybe 15 minutes. And so I also have a live conversation coming up, not this coming Wednesday, but the one after. So I think it's the 26th, if I have the date right. It's some rando from my comments has decided that they understand mutations.
Yeah.
And mutation correction and mutation rate as a phenotype better than the collective field of evolutionary biology.
Love it.
And
I love it when someone figures it out.
And so they're gonna come on and talk about it. And I don't.
That sounds fascinating.
It's a really fun topic, and I'm really interested in it. I'm so interested in it that half my thesis was on that topic.
Mm-hmm.
So this is, oh, by the way, that same person in my comments, apparently they were I was trying to explain about this bacteriophage and E. coli that I worked on, and they said, well, the virus is always the same virus and the E. coli stays E. coli. And I said, that sounds like you don't think speciation happens. And his response was essentially, it doesn't.
Mm.
Wow.
So that made it, it's going to be
Linnaeus
That's,
could never. Linnaeus
so-
could never.
So, Dan, one thing I expect you to ask this person is, if they double down on that, is I expect you to ask whether or not they think that the Ark was actually a TARDIS.
No shot.
Yeah, it was. So we're gonna see how that goes, because our friend Jackson Wheat has a superpower to get randos from the internet to come and
Yes, he
talk to
does.
him
I
and
don't know
Dapper.
how he does
And
that.
I don't know how you do that, but
I don't either.
But it's always amazing when they come in really confident and then they don't know anything. And
You say that like there's another option.
fair, because the randos that Jackson finds on Twitter or wherever, it is what it is.
Yeah, I know, because I'm always the one who he engages with them
I
with.
know.
So, like, yeah.
I know. And I mean, have you heard of Encode as an old timer?
Oh,
But have you heard of Encode?
Yes.
So I don't know how this is going to go, but this is a person who doesn't understand that mutation rate is a phenotype, and also seems to think that speciation doesn't happen, and that's going to be on the 26th on my channel,
Amazing.
and we're gonna see. And I got some other live stuff that I'm working on scheduling. I won't say who it is because I suspect they might ghost me. But
I know who it is, and I think they will ghost you.
and that's.
well, you have a couple of somebodies, and
I've got a couple, and I
There's
don't know if
there's a
any of them are
particular
gonna
one
happen.
I'm thinking of.
There's a couple, and you both know who they are, and I don't think either of them is going to happen, honestly.
Yeah, one of them has a.
Just let's not give anyone clues. Let's just say I don't think.
Here's
any
a
of them-
super obscure one. I think that the one whose last name starts with a unvoiced dental plosive will absolutely chicken out.
I don't know.
let's just say
what
the
that
name
means.
rhymes with blend.
Let's just
No,
let's just stop. Let's just
I'm
stop,
just kidding.
okay? Because I don't want to get anyone's hopes up. It'll be cool if it happens. I don't think it's going to happen, but there have been
That's
some
fair.
emails and invitations.
sure
and
have.
a tentative acceptance and then a not, and we'll
God,
see
it
what
would be
happens.
it'd be so awesome if it
It would
did,
be
but
awesome,
it
but
won't.
I don't think it's going to happen. But we'll see. Folks, this has been quite the ride. It's very late. I need to go to sleep.
No,
I
you
have
don't.
I have to be up in 4.5 hours.
Bro.
That's what caffeine is for,
So
or
that is-
perhaps
that is-
amphetamines.
That is, we'll stick with the caffeine. We'll not go
Okay.
beyond that. So thank you all for watching. This has been quite the trip. Thank you, Dapper and Erica, for spending this time here. We
Pleasure.
5-ish
have-
hours.
I enjoy every minute of this nonsense that we do. And I know we've talked, but do we have the next one? Do we know what video we're doing next? Do we know who we're doing next?
I don't think we know for sure. Sorry.
I said it's on Dapper's, but I don't think
Yeah,
it's out.
Dapper's
Yeah, I know it's
hosting.
on my
I don't know
channel.
if we've
Yeah.
picked who it is though. All right, we'll have to.
So I will go scour the interwebs, if you will, and I'm sure I can find something.
I'm sure we can find some.
I'm sure we
nonsense.
could dig something.
Yeah.
We'll
What
find
we'll
something.
probably do is, like, maybe tomorrow, or maybe the next few days, we'll convene our triumvirate in our deep dungeon where we have our meetings, under a statue of Baphomet, obviously.
Mhm.
And we will discuss who to talk about, and then I will scour the internet to find a good video by that person.
Yeah, it's a little peek behind the curtain, folks. It's very systematic where
It's very
we'll be chatting and one of us will post a link and go, "Did you see this bullshit? We should talk about it." And then that's what
Yep.
we'll talk about the next
That's
one.
usually the method to the madness.
That's it. All right,
You're
folks.
letting people know how the sausage is made.
That's it's fine. We just pick a video
Just
and
make
go
the
live at
sausage.
some point. Sometimes we don't even watch ahead of time. Here we are. Everybody, thank you all for being here. Please remember to do the algorithm-friendly things before you go. If for some banana pants reason you are subscribed to me and you're watching this, but you're not subscribed to Dapper and Erica, they're also linked below. You please subscribe to them. It's very niche. They have very small channels. You should help them out.
You say it's
Especially
true about
Erica.
me, but I was gonna say it's
Especially Erica. Needs your help.
I'm here like, yeah, I hit 15.6K. Hooray!
I'm nipping at your heels. Meanwhile, Erica is like,
No,
how's it going down there?
Come on.
Yeah. All right, everyone. Make sure you subscribe to everyone here. Thank you all for watching. And you know what I'm going to say. Don't get fooled. And now I'm going to
Ice must be abolished.
take a couple extra